Mava.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome to the clubhouse. Just as we're going live, we're already losing people. Bud disappeared. He was here a minute ago.
Right.
In a puff of smoke, you might say.
I mean, hey, if you guys want to hear about Puff, you got to check out last week's Let's Go Off-World during the Bayatheer Telethon. Somehow, the old weird animated Puff the Magic Dragon ended up beating out several other dragons that it should not have beat in that weird little dragon combat bracket that the Dooch made for everything.
Puff's magic, man.
Hey man, we were just telling he was, going around passing everybody the blunt and ended up beating out quite a few opponents just by getting them too stoned. So, or at least that's what we were telling everybody.
Nostalgia wins all, baby.
Know anything about that?
Look, man, there was a lot of dragons on there that probably should have made it further in the bracket, except that they got really bad pairings, like right to start. We had King Ghidorah versus Toothless. I'm sorry, that's just unfair. Unfair. Love Toothless, but there's no way he's gonna take on King Ghidorah and walk away. But that was a lot of fun. We had a good time last week. The 24 hours was rather intense, going through all day and finding new things to talk about one ginormous dragon toy that just ended in such an incredible fashion. Like, I still can't believe what happened there at the end. For any of you that missed it, I do have a playlist set up with all the shows involved, even starting with the Purple Gang Gang pre-show. It's 24 hours of content, so, watch sparingly, throughout your day. But it was a lot of fun to do, and again, the ending of it, I'm not going to tell you exactly everything that happened, but if you want to see something cool happen within a community of people, definitely go check out the last portion of that stream and get to like the hour and 45-minute mark, because that's when it really starts happening. All because Curtis said, hey, let's...
pole dance.
I did. I totally got up on the pole, and super chats started flooding in. I don't know what the hell is wrong with all you freaks. I'm pretty sure most of it was telling me to get off the pole or get that kid a helmet.
I didn't get on until like 9:30, and I hop on and I know nothing, but I just see super chats popping off. I'm like, well, something's happening. So I went ahead and I just super chatted $25, and then I typed, what are we super chatting for? What are we donating to? Just because,
See, that's the funny part. Like, we weren't asking for donations for this. They just started coming in. It was insane.
Like the right thing to do.
It really was, and it was a unique experience. And because of that, there are 4 people out there who may have been on the fence, who may not have been able to obtain a dragon, that got a dragon. And that's pretty awesome, overall, because that's just not something any of us expected. With that being said, if you ever want to see your chats explode, just have Curtis come on and tell everybody, we're going to give away a dragon. And then suddenly everybody will show up.
Right.
And
you
start
do
donating
have to
money.
Give away a dragon, so
I will say one of our good friends managed to win one in that. I want to say a big congrats to Darren, 3-star draw.
yeah.
He was one of the winners, so that was pretty cool. And shout out to Kenny for spreading the word there too, just showing people. Hey man, that was really
I was
cool.
excited, man, because I told him, I was like, "Hey, are you on here?" And he goes, "No, am I supposed to be?" I go, "Dude, you're giving away dragons." He's like, "Oh shit, okay, I'll get on." I was on the cousin stream. He gets on and wins. I was like,
Yeah.
"You son."
So, and let that be a
Darren was on
lesson.
Punk's pit last night, and he was crying about how his crystal ball got canceled at Walmart.
Oh,
I was
my
like, "Shut the
God.
hell up, you bitch! You want a dragon? What more do you want?"
Playing the rest of the year. Right.
I'm sorry. Is anybody really fucking surprised? It's Walmart and you ordered a cancel con item, right?
Never-
like, let's
Exactly.
face
Never
it.
trust Walmart.
Yeah.
You know what got canceled for me was my Maximum Spider-Man from Hasbro Pulse. They
Oh,
canceled
really?
it.
I heard that.
And I pre-ordered it the first day in the first hour, so I don't know what that's about. I think they hate me.
They hate
I guess
you,
they
Rowdy.
just-
That's what it is. It's just you. We're gonna
Oh,
get that.
that's what it
We're gonna
is.
get her back. Take care of it.
Hey, it's Hasbro and they're weird. Maybe they finally realized that it's not maximum as they thought.
Hasbro came out and said they took too many pre-orders and didn't make enough.
Yeah,
How the
I think
fuck
they
would
oversold it. Is what
pre-orders?
happened.
I don't understand that.
So who knows when the other places will get theirs?
Right? Look, hey, I was still waiting for Helidope Toys to get a Scarlet Spider that I pre-ordered last year. That never happened, but that's okay because I went ahead
He's
and
still waiting on his Arctic Bats from 2 years ago. So
yeah, I just moved some funds around and made it worth my while. So again, guys, buy your toys from Helidope because you're gonna get the best customer service out of anywhere. And seriously, you're helping out one of our friends with their small business and going to keep driving it. So get your toys from Helidope. Not to mention the fact that I don't know of any other toy store where I can just go in and use APWT and get 10% off of everything and cause Punk to have to pay that 10% difference at the end of the month on all the toys I buy.
So says Mossman.
Yeah, Mossman told me, so it's got to be true. Mossman wouldn't lie.
right.
So, along with Guy Fieri and Nickelback, I don't understand why everybody hates the new Maximum Hulk. Why does everybody hate him?
All right, so people are jumping on the Maximum Hulk from what I can see because I typically don't delve into the world of Marvel Legends too much. They're saying that they said, oh, the Maximum series is going to be all new tooling and everything else like that. And this Hulk has some heavy parts reuse. Like the torso is like a new torso, or at least maybe it's not a new sculpt, but they're using a new plastic with squishy plastic in the chest. So that way, when Hulk gives you the clap, he'll show you some cleavage first.
Whoa.
And
That's appreciated.
like the head sculpts look all new to me, but I don't know because again, I'm not big into the Marvel Legends, so I really don't give a fuck. But
I think the problem is that people are going to attack this Maximum line every time they release a figure because they did the same thing with Spider-Man.
Because
everybody
I can tell you,
everybody bitched that it was $50 and then it sold the fuck out. So come on. Sorry, Rowdy,
as someone who collects Marvel Legends, the problem with the Maximum Hulk isn't the torso and the hand clapping; it's the fact that the legs are reuse, the arms are reuse. The only new thing is the chest, and then the accessories, which is the head sculpts, and then a missile, and then you're paying $10 extra on top of the Spider-Man. That should have been about $40, but
for sure, yeah, no, and I can understand that. But I will say, when I go back and rewatch when they introduced the Maximum line, he never once said it was all new tooling. He said it was the best tooling. So in all
We're very
seriousness,
careful.
new does not mean best. What they literally could have done is went back to every previous sculpt they've ever done, got the best mix match of parts, and gave you that. And I'm not saying you should just accept it because the company's like, here, just take what we can give you. But with the wording that they used being best and not new, they literally are just, again, they're giving you what they've determined is the best versions of that stuff. I can't say that I completely agree with it, but like I said, I'm mostly collecting Mythic Legions and stuff these days, and I mean, those guys got me wrapped around their finger as long as they keep giving me such amazing toys with great paint apps. So, and did I mention they're giving me a fucking dragon in like a year and a half, 2 years? I mean, I ain't mad about that.
Maybe once or twice.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna have a big ass fucking dragon sitting over my shoulder, and I don't care.
It's kind of funny, because like a month ago, Oz was all, "Yeah, I'm getting a dragon! Yay, I'm getting a dragon!" He was all hyped up, and then his plan with Ziggy fell through.
It did.
All of a sudden, he was depressed. He skipped a week at the clubhouse.
I'm not getting
He
a
was
dragon.
crying all the time, and now he's getting a dragon. Now he's all back to being Oz again.
Look, man, I was sitting in here, I was sitting here on Saturday nights, and instead of joining the clubhouse, I had my tub of ice cream, depression eating. And, I was really bummed out about the whole thing. And then,
watching old Hallmark movies, right? I know.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. But
just watching
the
Dragonheart and crying.
That's what it was. I was watching Dragonheart and crying. Like I was trying to get over things back, when oh shit, now I can't think of his name. Dennis Quaid. Not to be confused with Randy Quaid. He filled the shitter. But Dennis Quaid, back when he was a much better looking man. Back in the day. But either way, though, Steve really pulled through for me at the end of last week's stream. Helped me out, and I'm going to be working that off for quite a while. So if the Delta 17 promotion gets a little heavy, I don't give a fuck. It's like, we know we love the Delta 17 toys here. I actually went into a GameStop today. My Delta 17s almost got... they almost got a 4-pack of Ghostbusters added to my 1/18 scale O-ring collection. I did pass on it just because I was like, I've spent quite a bit in the last couple weeks. I kind of want to calm down a little. However, it's GameStop, so I'm just hoping it'll be there in a couple more weeks, because things just tend not to sell from GameStops. I don't know. I mean, shit used to sell at my GameStop all the time when I was running it, but that's kind of what I do here. I enable people to buy shit they don't need. I'm pretty good at it too.
Isn't that what we're all doing here?
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Like, this is the support group for the I'm on the fence and we're going to push you over it into buying it. Like, that's pretty much how we do this. It's terrible.
What everyone needs right now.
Well, like, Kenny used to be exclusively Motu here, and now you see he's got a Cat Slayer behind him. He'll buy whatever the fuck he sees at Ross, whether he needs it or not. You just, that's what we do.
I went through that phase.
4 box of Fisto, because, he really needs all those Fistos.
Dude, I bought so many Sunman because they were like $4 on Big Bad Toy Store a while back. Oh, wow.
Same,
What
Corey.
the hell,
Same. I bought 14 of them.
Right.
Hey, look, you know what?
$30 a piece of Entertainment Earth.
The Origin Sunman, when it went up for pre-order on Amazon, like really quickly, it went from like $17.99 to like $8.99, and it was still like 3 months before the figure came out, and it was already moving to like clearance price. I was like, so I'll have 2 now, thank you.
There's a comedian that he looks like that he shouldn't look like.
Bill Cosby?
No, not
Bill
that
Cosby looks all kinds of blurry after he offered me that drink.
The young one, though. The young Bill Cosby.
Yeah, but you liked that drink, so it was cool.
What was in that pudding pop?
I'm still mad at him for Leonard Part 6. So
there you go. Guys, I want to jump in and start saying hello to the chat here. We've got SCS Dog with the aloha all. Anryu saying hello. We got Eldor all the way from Eternia saying good evening there, Oz and company, my good sirs. Paul Morales is here with us. Fat Red Foo. The Ray Black is joining us saying hi, Oz panel and chat. We've got the Collector in the house saying evening, toy peeps. What's up, my brother? Dave's Dimension here saying the Bermuda Shorts Triangle. People disappear there. Now, I will say, if you like the funny play on word, the Bermuda Shorts, go over to Bobby Dangerously's channel, the creator of the Decker Northcutt case files. First off, the new case is going to be starting up pretty soon towards the end of this month, going into next month. As well as he did a whole lot of shorts, and they are called Detective Bermuda, and they're shorts. You know.
Nice.
But I do think he moved those to a Patreon exclusive, which kind of just a smart idea for him. But it was great to see. We've got Asia in the house saying, howdy, y'all. What's going on? And then Fat Red Food just saying, hey to everybody. We got Menhoz here with us. What's up? Plastic Skulls in the house. And again, Dave's Dimension. Trevor, 1-6 shooter saying it was crazy. Absolutely, man. Like, we almost didn't even get a chance to do... Trevor had gone through all this trouble of writing trivia. And again, Curtis just mentioned the fact that, hey, we could give away a dragon. And then everybody else forgot about the fucking trivia. Just start jumping on the dragon bandwagon.
We want a dragon.
Yeah, fuck trivia. Gosh, we need dragons. And Nolan is here. So with him and Ray in the chat, that makes us fully official Toy Tube.
Now see if the trivia led to one of the 4 dragons being given away. Just saying.
See, that was kind of one of the thing. Like, Trevor had got gift cards that were supposed to be the prize for the trivia, and they were going to do the trivia towards the end of the night. I think it was like, what, $2 $50 gift cards, Trevor? I know you said you had like $100 worth of gift cards or whatever. And then Brick, who had previously won a gift card, he had messaged me and he said, hey, make sure Curtis and Trevor know to put that gift card towards getting one of the dragons. Again, the donations last weekend were just insane. Cannot believe it. So Todd C jumping in saying, yeah, Deep South 77 won one of the dragons. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy.
One and all in.
All right, we got a Justin Booth here with the $2 super chat saying, what's up, brothers and sisters? What is going on? And we know, because we got that, I'm going to go, we gotta play the thing, and then I'm going to do a spin, and we'll see if it goes on up. I can already see it's set for loop, so yeah, I'm going to turn that off.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
I love how that just stops him.
And I can only get about a 180 spin as usual. So, all right. Endless Fables saying ball joints in the waist would help. Are we talking about the Hulk?
I think that's a Maximum Hulk comment.
I thought that was about Oz.
When we were talking about that.
I think Oz needed a ball joint in the waist.
It would help with the spins.
Definitely help the spin.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely would help if they were adding, newer, like, let's face it, in indie development on a lot of figures, and even some of these bigger companies, it's causing them to step up their game with the kinds of ideas they do for articulation. So certainly adapting some of that into some of their newer toys they're coming out, trying to add some new engineering, it'd be really nice. Go ahead, Alan.
I'm hoping that Trevor gets on later, because I need to talk to Trevor about some of the trivia.
Oh, okay. Not a problem. I did shoot him the link. So if he's still in the chat, Trevor, check your DMs. You're more than welcome to join us here. You always got a seat. Clint Jorgensen saying Oz deserved to win a Dragon 2, but pumped for 3-star. Hey, look, man. No, I had my Dragon in the bag. I was literally just putting in on the giveaways to win because I was going to give it to somebody else who I knew needed one. There was plenty of people that I knew.
I ain't got room for it, but I'll definitely give it to someone else.
Right? Like, there's a lot of people I knew that wanted one and weren't able to buy one. So if I could help one of those people in obtaining one, that would have just been awesome. It really, really would have been something special. We got Brick something here saying, hey there, fam. What's going on, brother? Hopefully you will be able to join us at some point. I appreciate it. We got Rick Jones in the house saying, sup, peeps. Frankie Rivera is here with us. All right. Brick says, I mean, it was $550 to $850 prize. People were understandably like trivia schmivia. I can't disagree with that, you know. Too bad.
I take
love
my
those
dragon trivia very seriously.
Oh,
I was very excited.
That is the bone that Alan has to pick with Trevor, apparently.
Yes.
And we've got
answers was wrong.
Ooh. All right. So K-Roll is now in the house. What's going on, sis? Glad you could join us this evening. It is always good to see you. Now I'm going to try to run through and unstar all these comments before jumping back into the chat here.
Keep going. I'll unstar.
Oh. He's got, oh shit, he got stuck mid-spin. I always do, because where the shelf is, I've got a table right here, and then I got the shelf. So, like, I can clear the table with the spin. But look, I'm fat. So, like, when I spin around and all like that, I'm just knocking stuff over, banging my knees into shit. It's what happens. All right. So, Rick says he loves the Hulk, so he is maximum disappointment. That's a damn shame. That is a damn shame. And Cobweb saying, driving home, catch up with you guys later. Well, we can't wait till you get here, brother. All right, guys. So I really don't have much myself that I'm opening up this week. Like I said, I won this on Curtis's channel last week. I win a lot of shit on Curtis's channel. I don't know if it's because people just aren't putting their names in, but my name wins a lot of stuff. And Kenny won a dog off of Curtis's channel last week. He's holding it up. He's got that though. Oh.
I have a lot to open. I got a lot of stuff this week.
I don't have a lot. I just have something big.
That's what I told her.
Meyer.
So,
yeah, but I have proof that mine is big. See?
Look, I just said it was. I didn't say whether it was true or not, okay?
Oh, see, I like speaking the truth. I don't like, hyping it up. It's not going to go to
You don't want to disappoint later on?
Look.
Right.
I am happily.
Set the expectations, okay?
That's
right. There's a reason I'm happily married, okay? Like,
right. Keep the expectations low. That way they're not surprised when
absolutely like mid-range all the way. Like I'm gonna finish the job and you're gonna finish the job. I'm not saying it's gonna be spectacular.
That's right.
I'm gonna get.
He studied that book that says yes, dear, yes, dear, yes, dear.
Well, I don't ever say that.
So with this headhunter, there's really not much to do with it right now. However, when I saw this, when they first announced it for ZoloCon, and this is one of the ZoloCon ones that comes with the exclusive parts, so I get the extra glowing, not the extra glowing effect, but I get that extra green, like spectral energy that can come from the head and the neck and all like that. So that's pretty cool because now this will be like the third figure I have with those effects. Still got another undead builder that's coming, and then now, of course, when I get that Burning Knight, I'm totally going to do up a custom Ghost Rider. I mean, like Emil Wickman's looks great, but now I can get one that I could do because I'm not nearly that talented. However, this guy is going to become a Scare Glow custom homage just because they've done most of the work for me. He's got the black body with, the glow-in-the-dark bones on it. Like, I don't need to do any work for that. It's just real easy.
And hey, those soft goods I gave you might actually fit.
I don't know that they will. I think they're going to be a little too short. Like, even though he's 5.5 scale,
yeah,
they might be a little too tight on.
I did make some of them
like
extra long, but
okay,
it might still be a little short.
Yeah, I'm thinking what it'll look like is if I put those on him, it would actually look like Scare Glow, shrunk his wash. He shrunk his lawn. And considering he lives in a world of barbarians that already wear furry trunks, he will definitely have that. All right, so we have someone else joining us here, returning for the first time in a long time to the clubhouse. The wonderful, the amazing Allison Troy has returned to us.
Hello, girl.
Hello.
Hello.
Allison, it's
So,
good to see your
you learned
beautiful
a motto.
face again.
That's not
Right.
usually what people say, but thanks. Usually like, oh my god, that bitch is back.
and they say
Well,
it
I
with
say that
love
about
and
Oz. Oh my God, that bitch is back.
every time. All right, I got a couple more people here jumping in. We've got Thor KC. Hey guys, I just finished putting together my first Blokies Prime, and I think I might be a Transformers fan now. Wow. A fan of Transformers that don't transform. Look, man, those Yolo Park ones are kind of out of this world, and they don't transform, but they are amazing. Like, if you want something that looks pretty tune accurate, like, they are phenomenal. I know Brick's gotten one for science, and they look brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So definitely, sometimes like when they don't transform, they just come off better looking like those toys.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
I know. Go ahead.
no, I was just quick say, I'm pretty against like Transformers that don't transform. It's kind of like, what's the point? But then again, I think I have the Bumblebee movie, Bumblebee, and the car form is great. The robot form is okay, but there's a lot of extra kibble, like extra like folded parts that hang off the like legs and the side and the back.
Right, and it just
So
doesn't look as
having
good.
that just to pose and take pictures with, but still have the other one to transform and have fun with,
Exactly. And that's kind of how I feel about it too, right? Like, sometimes like when they're in their transformed robot modes, there are parts of the car that just don't work with folding it back, especially when you get to the older toys from back in the day, that it just doesn't really look as good. They've gotten a lot better about a lot of the engineering with it, but I will say those toys, those are some hard engineered toys, because most of the time they just to figure out how to make a toy do that kind of a thing. Like, yeah, it's easy for you to be able to like think about that, put it on a piece of paper and make it look a certain way for a cartoon, but then to make a toy actually do what that does, that's very difficult. All right, hold on a sec here. We got the Beast Man coming up.
Yeah, I'm painting his face the way I like it.
Nice. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but Alan tends to be a pretty big Beastman fan.
I do like the Beast Man.
Really?
A bit.
It's true.
Alan, do you paint the ears or do you keep them orange?
I paint the ears.
Same.
I paint the ears. The ears need to be the same color as the face.
Right? They need that extra detail.
There's some people that kind of think that the white on the face is like paint.
Yeah,
kind of like tribal.
There's a Beast Man statue that came out a while ago. Not the Tweeter head one that we're still waiting on, but there was like a nice $800 one, and its face paint is like what I think is perfect. It doesn't have like stripy eye stuff. It just has a little bit of blue under the eye, and then it's a nice flesh tone on the face. It's a good look. So that's how
does the orange on the head match the body?
The orange on this head, this is the new Eternia, the new Eternia, the newer Eternia Beastman. So this,
Alan, would that be the newer Eternia Beastman?
That's right. This is darker than the body of the Origins, but I'm gonna brighten up with a little dry brush, and that'll blend them together well enough.
Okay.
Hey, Alan.
Nice.
That's the look right there. Like that's the face paint. That's the way he should look, in my opinion.
This one was that custom kit that I did to the Revelation one. It actually comes with this piece that goes right through the strip of his hair here. It fits perfectly on there for the older.
Yeah, I've got that set.
I think is it Lovely Evil Horde again? Man, he puts together good stuff.
He's always, yeah. All right.
Maybe.
So we've also got TD3 Trooper saying, "What's up, my dudes? What is going on?" He is actually the newest Ozhole of the group. He joined onto the Patreon last week. I still got to drop him into the frenzied group chat. I don't like dropping people in there unexpectedly because everybody just starts saying hi, and you guys know how notifications go. If you don't go in and you mute that, your phone, I don't know what you're in the middle of doing. You could be like in the middle of a business meeting or something. If I drop you in there and everybody just starts flooding, "Hey, how's it going? What's up?" And like your phone's just blowing up in the middle of the meeting. That's kind of bad. So I need to make sure I go.
Brazilian one time when that happened.
Oh, I bet that had some interesting results.
Yeah.
Oz, is that a YouTube membership or is that Patreon?
That is paid for Patreon.
Right.
So it's like I've got the $3 Patreon, and basically all I give you is that group chat because I still haven't figured out what to do. Once I get it's tough when you run a show like this where basically anything goes to say, "Ooh, we've got the special After Dark show." Well, first off, After Dark, but if I were to do an after show to this, I might as well call it Sunrise.
Yep.
Right? Like it's not After Dark anymore. The sun's coming back up. And thirdly, like, we've had prolapse on screen. So there is not much more extreme or unabashed.
The actual prolapse. I thought you were referring to Lawrence, who's not here tonight. So.
He's never here on Saturday
I can't
anymore.
pick on him if he's not here. I mean, I can.
We should probably take his logo off because, he's never coming back,
he'll just come up a little short. That's all. All right.
Fucker.
We got this special one here. Shannon Hop saying, "Greetings, gentlemen."
Hey, that's my wife.
Yay. My favorite part of the night.
I got to get a sound bite of that. So if she's ever here and Alan's not on screen with us, we could still just have Alan yell. That's my wife.
There you go.
That's my wife.
I filled in for Alan 2 weeks ago. I said, "That's Alan's wife."
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And we've got the man, the myth, the legend, all the way, Guatemala, beating off the gremlins to be here tonight, saying, "Greetings from Largo's Lair. What's up, Jim? It is good to see you, my man. Been too long. Let me know if you want the link, brother. I'll drop it out to you so that way you can get that."
Wait, he's what to gremlins?
Oh, he's beating off the gremlins. That's why they're allowing him to use the internet.
Are you related to my ex's mom? That's her favorite pastime.
That's a pretty poster, Corey.
All right. So, Clint was noticing, he said someone is stealing that guy's sink. I think he was talking about Crazy Dirty Box. Hey, wait, somebody's in the background stealing that guy's sink.
What's going on?
So Clint said somebody was stealing your sink.
Looks like a thief back there.
Because of the camera angle of how everything's going.
Well, because I fear I'm going to be on the floor here in a minute, so I put it in the chair. That way you can see what I'm doing a little better.
Okay, it's a Saturday night, man. You do whatever you need to do, okay? You end up on the floor, It's okay.
Look, just make sure the pants stay on, okay? I mean, unless we're getting super chats. If people start super chatting for the pants off, that might be interesting. I'd allow it.
I'm putting this on my channel, and they put super chat me.
I was just going to say, I can't promise those would end up to Corey. I might keep them, but that's okay. I've still got what did I say? Curtis sent me 3 or 4 bags of vintage Motu parts that you can have for customs.
You did, and we'll get together on that for.
Yeah, we'll meet up whenever.
It's not like we're far apart.
Yeah, out of everybody on stream, you and I meeting up to do something is rather simple.
Yeah.
What up, Cobb?
What's up? What's that?
Hey, Oz.
Yeah, Alan.
Not. Oh boy, I gotta look on the calendar. But East Coast Haunters Convention in Philly is Saturday 26th and 27th
of April.
April 26th and 27th in Philly. I'll be there for that. I come in Wednesday for the pre-haunt tours and stuff.
All right, no shit. I mean, Philly's a bit of a drive, but
it's like 2
yeah,
hours.
I'll hit up Ziggy and we'll come up to come see you.
It's a smaller show. If you want tickets to the show, let me know. I'll get you in.
You know, in West Philadelphia, I was born and raised. On the playground is when I spent most of my days.
Did you get into one little fight and your mom was scared?
She made me move to
Your
my
auntie
auntie and uncle.
She made you move to Colorado?
Yeah, send me to the mountains.
So Corey's
Alan,
got
what was
his
it
hand up.
What was it again?
It is a haunted house convention.
Oh.
That's what it is. For haunted houses all over the Northeast. This is the East Coast Haunters Convention is coming up.
Huh.
So Curtis went to one of these out where he's at, where he drove up to meet Alan, and he said it was one of the coolest con experiences he's ever had. Now, mind you, we both sing praises about the Legion's con experience and how much fun that is. But he was telling me, he was like, I was walking around with Alan, and it's just like walking around with the Four Horsemen. Everybody was stopping him every 3 feet, you know.
Alan's the mayor of horror. That's why.
I do a lot of haunt stuff.
I've heard you may be a little known for that.
How many cons do you do a year, Alan? Just curious.
6. Yeah, for work. Like I work 6.
Right.
So.
Yeah,
That's
and now
awesome.
he's throwing in toy shows in between when he can.
Whenever I can.
So I don't know if you heard the tickets went up for Legion's Con, Alan, and the hotel already sold out, sadly.
Sadly, that is the same weekend as the Legendary Haunt Tour, and I am contracted to work the Legendary Haunt Tour in Utah.
Yeah.
So it's not even close.
Utah's not that far of a drive for me. Maybe I should go out there.
Do it.
That'll be a fun one.
Honestly, I had a blast when Alan was last here in Maryland. You know, we had a good time hanging out, just going to
We just went to Ollie's.
We didn't even do anything like crazy. We went to Ollie's. Went to Ollie's and a Target.
And delicious Mexican.
Absolutely delicious Mexican food. It was great.
What part of Maryland are you in?
I am in Baltimore.
Oh, okay. Are you going to the Toy Expo?
Yes, I will be at
Oh, okay.
Maryland Toy Expo.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm going. I got tickets.
Excellent. We'll meet up. I'll make sure to get you a sticker. And Rick something has joined us. What is up, my friend?
Rick, you have a package on the way from me.
Hey, Robert.
Okay, Brick's not hearing us, and I don't hear him. So he's going to mess with some settings. He'll be right back. We got Robert's Infinite Realms joining into the fray. And Ed says, Allison, bringing the sass to the clubhouse.
I didn't say that.
I said Ed, didn't I? I meant to say Jim.
You did. Do all white people look the same to you, Oz?
God, Oz, man.
Yes.
It's a reverse
Especially
racism.
ones that still have hair, because I'm just jealous. Just
Oh.
jealous. No,
You're
I'm
still
not
growing
jealous.
yours, right? You're still growing it out, right?
Here we go. Yep.
We need some proof here. We need a cul-de-sac.
Look at
For
that.
those that don't know, I joined a charity stream a couple weeks back over on the Universal Toy Collectors channel.
Wait, why are there 2 Corys?
I have a little
don't
more
think-
hair than you.
You all
Sorry,
bald
go
guys
ahead.
look the
I
same to
just
you?
got that. You're dick.
That was funny. That was
You're
funny.
like right above the other.
Especially because I was slow to pick up on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, me, I was like, well, bad enough.
Glasses,
Corey
beard,
1 and
bald.
Corey 2.
But
Just
yes,
playing
so I didn't have hair to shave for any kind of charity. So instead I decided I was going to grow it for the next year. Yeah, so I'm going to rock a skullet until March of next year. And apparently, like, sometime before I shave it, I'm going to have to get it, like, I don't know how long it's going to be, because I don't know how quick my hair grows anymore. I have no idea how long it's going to be, but somebody was saying that I need to braid it, and we're going to dye it different colors. So I'll probably have, like, a rainbow stretching all the way around, just, like, do all the colors, and then braid it.
If you get lock braids in it, it'll fall out because of your hair texture, and then you can escape the horror that is the skullet.
Well, you know what? That might be how we get it to come off at the end.
Or,
so then
or you could do purple and gold in January, and hopefully your Ravens can get through the playoffs. And
we'll
That's
see.
never going to happen. Don't even get
Hey, that has happened twice already. Sports ball. Because Brick's here.
Sports ball, Brick. Brick.
Hi.
Oh, okay.
There we go. We got him.
Sorry, I had some StreamYard be StreamYard. Hello, everybody. Hello,
howdy.
I'm so bummed. I'm genuinely bummed that I missed the West Philadelphia born and raised segment of the show.
It was a whole ass thing, and you missed it.
I
Rowdy,
did get the replay of your show.
Sorry, I want to say hello.
That was good.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
I'm
say
a
too. I need to go
fan.
back and watch your show today.
Yeah, I got to listen to your the amazing interview today. I thought that was rad.
It was good. I watched you getting ready earlier. Please tell us more, Riley.
Well, it was just it was great. He's such a humble guy. He's like really down to earth. All I did was email him and say, "Can we talk on my stream?" And he said, "Yeah." And he came on. We talked toys and photography for like an hour, and then we talked for like 20 minutes after. And yeah, so it was really cool. Really
Does
cool
it seem like he's warming up to the idea of not retiring?
Oh, he's not going to retire.
Okay,
He realized
he said it before. Yeah,
and he said it in the stream as well. He was like, it was just something that I said because he doesn't edit his videos; they're just full him stream of consciousness filming. So he didn't edit it out, and everyone started freaking out. And he's like, I had to elaborate and say, hey, well, there's a lot of people out there that are talking crap because they're just dumb. It's just dumb people talking crap about DMA. That dude is the gold standard of YouTube toy tube, like full stop.
I haven't heard quite talking crap, more so like people concerned. Like my brother was like, "Oh man, I'm bummed." He said that he wasn't gonna do it anymore. Like genuinely.
Well, that's because people were talking crap. Like they were like, saying you do because he works for Mezco. He does their pictures, and they're like, "Oh, you're doing too much Mezco, and then you're not doing any Mezco." So it's like people don't know what they want, and those people are the ones you shouldn't listen to. Then you'll never get anywhere with what you're doing.
Most people are stupid. Just don't listen to people.
Yep.
That will suck. Sound advice. Fuck people.
If you're doing what you think you should be doing and people like that, then you should know that you're doing the right thing. That's all.
That's exactly it. As long as what you're doing, you're having fun, you're not hurting anybody else, fuck what other people think.
And that's the key thing, fun. Once it's not fun, you're doing something wrong.
That is true.
Amen.
That is true. I mean, especially in our sphere, we talk toys. We love toys. Everything about toys is supposed to be fun. If it's not being fun,
Clint, your entire existence in chat is talking smack. But sir, come on, Clint. Come on, Clint.
Oh, so we got a question for you here, Brick. Rick is asking, did you open your Micronauts yet?
I did. They're both. I got them both. Because as I think I mentioned to you, Rick. But so Super 7 did the Reaction Plus O-Ring Micronauts. I'm a big Micronauts fan from childhood, and was just excited that someone's doing something with it. The last time I think someone was going to do toys with Micronauts was that SDCC exclusive that Hasbro did a while back, where they were going to try and merge everything, Mac, G.I. Joe, Micronauts, whatever, Transformers. But then it's just kind of sad in Hasbro's portfolio properties. And then Super 7 whatever, went after it. And I kind of heard something about it as early as I think the PowerCon that you all were at, Oz and Ed.
2023, yeah.
Yeah, there were rumblings.
It shouldn't be that hard to figure out. It was the last PowerCon.
It was the last.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, yes. There were rumblings that Super 7 might be doing something with it, particularly as part of their O-Ring line that they had recently announced, which is cool because the roots of O-Ring are in the Micronauts. So anyways, yes, Rick, and I'm super excited, and I'm talking it up because I'm hoping people buy into it, because that's sort of Super 7's one of the ways that they end up choosing properties is they kind of test the water with reactions, and now Reaction Plus. And depending on depending on the reaction of the market, they might move into ultimates. So, anyways, I'll stop, but there's plenty more to say.
There you go.
It sucks when a property you love just kind of gets parked.
Power Rangers.
Yeah, it does.
Now Playmates has that, and they're destroying
Sectaurs.
Yeah, the Power Rangers.
Well, Nacelle's got
kinda
Sectaurs, so we'll see what they keep doing with it if they're going to continue it.
But they put the and their mistake was they didn't do General Spydrax first to get sales. They did Dargon and the girl we never got. But
hey, that's pretty awesome, though.
But they're not as cool as General Spydrax. Look at him.
I was gonna say, was that a full on like subjective thing? I didn't know if you've heard clamor about General Spydrax or something.
No, what I saw was Pixel Dan and everybody else went to the Nacelle booth at Toy Fair, and they're like, cars. And then they talked about their plans for all the other lines, and they didn't say anything about doing the good stuff.
Well, the other problem is, too, like one of the big things about the Sectaur line is always the companion puppets. And they were like, here are these two figures, and we don't know if we're going to do those.
Well, and the worst part is when they did the biker mice, they made the bikes. Like, come on, do the right thing, man.
Well, and people were worried about that too, right? They were worried that they weren't going to get the bikes, and then it was like, what, 6 months later, they were like, oh no, the bikes are definitely coming. We got the bikes coming. Like, if they had just come out and said something like that with the puppets, I think it would have gotten a better reaction overall.
And I bought a Dargon at Walmart, but really I just wanted his weapons because the Sectaur's weapons were very stylized.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted these, and I'm going to dye them.
Very cool. Rick, what is that baggie you got there?
This is from Steam Powered Mum, aka Sergeant Sausage, aka I actually wondered what his real name is. So my bad, dude. From Highly Posable, those folks, and he put up, I forget what con it was that he was going to bring some of his, his custom heads, Legion's heads.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, hey, if you don't sell out of all of them, I would like one. And so he sent me one and a bunch of stuff. Or not a bunch. He threw in something. I want to check it out. Let's check it out.
Let's do it. Was that our brother Frank says, let's dive in. Freaking love that, by the way. Although I will say sometimes when I bring up his posts and he does that, and I'm like mid-call, vaguely listening to what people need or something, and I'll click it up and they'll be like, let's dive in. It gets all real loud for a second. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't have my phone on mute.
Oops.
Is that?
Oh boy.
Oh, that's Movie Skeletor?
That's his throne that Yurko made.
Nice.
Oh. Pop that up.
Did you paint it?
Real
I put some cement spray on it and
I was
made it more like
it
a stone because it's. So yeah,
Wow,
I think that's
great.
good. I mean, I just did gray and then I did the cement textured spray.
Yeah,
It looks good,
I'll
Kenny.
post it
It
up
looks
tomorrow.
really good.
So it works out.
Alan, I think you'll appreciate this. But anyway, sorry.
Nice.
Bud Flex in there.
What did you do to it, Bud? You added some paint?
Bud, you're on mute, buddy. Unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. So I painted the staff like a bone gray and then gave it like a wash.
Nice.
Because all
That's
that
sick.
nice sculpting there. Then painted up the crossbones, painted up the belt, the little tassels, and then made him a cloth cloak. That it looks weird here, but like I don't know why the light's picking it up like that, but I basically took some black paint, some water, made a wash, and then just dipped this cape that I.
What is that? Velvet?
This is actually spandex. It just
Did you
looks.
ruin your yoga pants?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Very cool.
Hey, bud, was this the one you wanted?
Oh no, the
helmeted
with
one you want? Okay.
The helmeted one, yeah.
Okay, I'll
Rick,
put.
what were you saying that I would appreciate?
Oh, the stuff from Steam Powered Mum, aka Sergeant Sausage. Here you go. I don't have to open. Hopefully, if I open up my Greg figure, because it's the only ogre scale I have available to me.
Nice.
Wow.
That's a
Isn't
beauty.
that pretty?
So that's going to go
That
on. You're going to put that on your Disabilis?
I'm not sure because I love him too. Disabilis, but
Yeah.
I don't know. It's one of those things where you're just like, that's too cool.
See all those
but I
wrinkles and
have-
creases? That's what my head looks like when I shave.
Yeah, like the back of the head right there. Is that what you got going
The
on?
hot dog, the hot dog pack, right?
But aren't you growing out the skullet though? So it's more like this. Isn't
It looks
more
like a rustic can of biscuits.
Yeah,
Is it
there
more
you
like
go.
this right now? Yeah.
Right
okay.
now, yeah. It's the very hairy hot dogs. No,
Okay,
Mr.
but-
Frenz, you cannot eat the green fuzzy sausage.
Okay, let me tease this one first because this
Tease
one
it.
I was not
Tease
expecting.
away.
It was just thrown in, but I'll just tease it with whatever the heck
Oh.
that is.
Oh.
Looks like a deep
And
fish.
Damn.
Oh,
man,
wow. That's a beauty.
Look at that.
Crazy.
this was not on the list, but I am super grateful for it. Check it out. It's got like a mouth.
Oh my
Oh
god!
shit.
So
His
it's kind of
painting.
legend vibes with the crazy mouth on his head.
Yeah,
Rick,
his
I'm
painting.
getting berserk
Rick, is that
vibes.
one-
with this.
Is that one that your mother would say is evil?
Kind of. I think my mom would say this is gross. It was more of those like medieval occult painting type stuff
Yeah.
that she would recognize as like, oh, that's from my childhood, and we don't like that one. But this is more like from those movies you guys watch. I don't know why I'm using that accent.
Harryhausen's?
My mom actually has a very thin. Okay, but this one, here's a tease. It has parts.
Ooh, I see some antlers.
Allow me to put on
jackalope.
the jackalope.
Yes, that would be so cool.
The jackalope was a thing
Me too.
amongst like my hardcore punk friends who would go on tour like through the South, and then he'd come home
Yeah.
to California with like the jackalope stories.
It's like when you visit down like South Carolina, North Carolina, or Florida, and they've got like the alligator heads at every truck stop. You gotta just pick up a jackalope and bring it.
Rick,
So
who are those
this
from? Who are
Sorry,
those from?
I love Alan's. I know that sound in your voice, Alan.
I've got a tab open for him.
Look up Steam Powered Mum. MUMB. Bizzles. And then he also threw in these two helmets that, like, again, was not a part of the thing. But I know that he was going to throw in one. Like, he asks you when you order if you're more, like, light or dark, I think is what he said. And I was like, that's
Okay.
racist. But I know what he meant. So, but yes, apparently these are helmets. So I'm not sure which is
like
meant to be
those.
which, but they're both kind of rad. Yeah.
I was gonna
I
say,
haven't tried
does it
them
matter
on.
which one's which?
No, it doesn't, because they're both really cool. So I'm gonna see
Yeah.
who do I have.
Got a Zendai head, or
I mean, I do, but just
yeah, you can throw it on a Maxilius.
I can throw it on Maxilius, right?
Maybe not that head. It might have
Yeah,
to
he's
be the
got a
regular skull head.
big old head.
All right, while you're pulling that up real quick, I do want to jump in and say hello to.
Go for
Oh
it.
yeah, with that undead. So we got Frank Dumagno here hanging out with us. What's going on, Frank? The Briscoe has arrived. What is up? Purple Gang Gang must have just went off because we got Curtis Ackerman, the legend himself, joining us. What is up, Curtis? Glad to see you here, my friend. We've got Terrence's Next Toy jumping in saying that's pretty awesome. And the amazing Duchess of Darkness bringing those spooky vibes and chills in with her. Guys, if you are not subscribed to Duchess of Darkness, you need to get over there, subscribe to the channel. Every Wicked Wednesday, she does a premiere video with several stories that she's narrated, as well as she's posting videos all the time. And we're still struggling with some watch hours here, folks. So if you can, put up a playlist, have it going in the background. I'm one that I always appreciate the burn months going September into October, especially. And I like that spooky season feel all year round. And I get that when I'm listening to Duchess's channel. So, guys, definitely. There you go. We got one more right now with Rowdy. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I am already subscribed to Duchess of Darkness because she kind of seems like my people.
Oh, she is. She is 100% your people.
She does good work.
Without a doubt. So, Curtis, I was just opening up this guy. Like I said, I got him from Zolo World when I was there, and now I've already talked to Bud. Bud's going to be making me up some soft goods, and I'm totally just going to go over and convert this amazing figure into a Scareglow homage, which means I'm going to have to buy another Maxilius. Oh, boo-hoo, I need to buy another skeleton. So I can get that scythe and... Oh, wait, Brick, you got the look right there, man.
Keep talking. Yeah.
No. I'm sorry. We need to flex that.
Her head is... the helmet seems to fit more on smaller heads, so I'm trying to find something that works, but she's dope.
When I saw it there and it was shrunk down, like I was just getting straight up like Athena kind of vibes, like very Greek,
100.
Especially with the multiple arms in the row. Wow.
I love this face. God, this is such great. Why does the Four Horsemen do such good work? It's ridiculous.
I don't know. Never mind.
That it's just, man, that looks so good. That does look really, really good. And now I'm just getting like I'm going down a Greek mythology rabbit hole. Up until you put that helmet on, I did not look at her in that kind of mindset with the way she looks. But just seeing that helmet on her once, it's like that's enough. Now all of a sudden I'm starting to get like, different ideas, and now it's like I'm even thinking like centaur feels and like different hunts that. Oh man,
does that helmet fit her head with the hair on it?
Lady centaur.
I'll try it, Ed.
Hey.
No, it doesn't. Sorry, her head's filled with stuff.
This is
look at that sexy wolf man.
This is the Toonie Terrors Wolfman because my wife sent me to Walmart for eggs, so I got there. And this wins most pointless articulation of the year for me because, like, he can do this or this. This arm, like, barely moves because it's on an angle.
He can just throw his arms up in frustration, and that's
just one. Just one arm.
Just one arm up, and
just this arm has options.
Oh, the right arm doesn't move?
There's the angle here that this is at doesn't allow it to turn.
Oh.
So you get
can go back further.
So he's either partly surprised or really surprised.
Yeah, you're still getting like 4 centimeters of movement.
He can almost flip a table.
How about those wolfmen behind you, though? Damn.
I got a lot. I made some of them.
Wow.
I was going to say, I think you were working on one while we were live one night, actually.
Yeah. Here, I mentioned the Pigman.
Yeah.
Look at that Hordak.
Look at that Hordak. Ooh, yeah.
Sexy.
They're pretty wings. Is that Stranger Things? The wings?
No,
turtles.
no.
Turtles of Great Skull.
What?
Yep, Turtles of Great Skull Hordak.
Which I also
Ninja
painted.
Oh, so that whole thing is kind of his build.
Yeah.
There's just
except
a lot
for
of
the
detail
shield.
there they don't do.
The shield I took from the first Masterverse, and then I made him a cloth cape.
But it doesn't come
Enjoy
up.
Dragon has them too.
You painted those wings yet, bud?
Yeah. Right.
Oh yeah. These rings were pretty much all like red.
I was gonna say, there's like, okay,
Those
cool.
wings look great on Mosquitor, by the way.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, I threw them on there too.
Nice.
And that kind of gave him that more classic Hordak look.
Right? That was the whole reason I wanted that.
The face was pretty much all like white.
Right? Yeah, the whole reason I wanted that Hordak was because of that classic blue body. All right, so this is the Pigman right here.
Yeah, this is the Northfield Pigman.
Allison, which one of your ex-in-laws was that one?
That's cousin Judy for Carl number 2.
Carl,
there we go.
She and her twin brother Rudy.
This was a demo that I sculpted for class today.
So, what is the story behind this Pigman? What's the mythos?
Basically, there were some high schoolers at a dance or something, and they snuck outside to smoke. But they went like miles away. This is Northfield, Vermont, and this naked Pigman stumbled out of the woods, scared the hell out of them, and then he was seen like 10 more times, naked, covered in white hair, and apparently very naked.
Well, maybe he wasn't naked though. If he has white hair, maybe.
What kind of smoke did they step out for?
There wasn't enough white hair, but no, like he was seen several times in that area. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking it was actually just their principal, and he had a little bit too much of the punch bowl.
So he has male pattern pig baldness. Okay.
He's got the long pig baldness, but
apparently he has
there's a lot of fat
glowing
around.
eyes.
All right, y'all. I gotta hop off because I gotta work at 8:30 in the morning. But it's been fun. Sorry, I'm low energy, but I've been busy all day. So
slack.
Yes, you have.
Great.
I mean, that's great. You take care of you.
Great interview, Riley.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Peace and love.
Anytime you want to join us,
send me a link every Saturday. I'll try to pop in for at least a little while when I can. So
yep.
Awesome.
All right.
Awesome.
Nice to meet
Bye,
you.
everybody. Bye, chat.
See ya.
Good night.
I wish this was a bad guy.
I love how funny this looks.
Oh yeah.
Are you talking about Dark?
That looks great, man. That's a good custom. Did you do that? Cobb, did you build that?
Farquad right there.
I gotta say,
I just do
if
that
the wig was black.
I'm doing more just the He-Man. Kind of turn him into a He-Man. Like get his hair on straight. Going for like the He-Man look on him. Adding on some parts here and there.
Cool.
I gotta
He
get
would
me
be
one of
easy to
those
go
legendaries.
Thundar the Barbarian with.
Somebody did
Have you seen them? Yeah, I was gonna say, have you seen them?
No.
Yeah, there's a couple of folks doing it on the Cabal, and I think they posted on IG.
Yeah.
One's got more of like a cloth outfit going on for his sort of like, brown vesty looking thing, and another person
Who's
went
the other,
full on fur.
Hi, Cobb.
Just gonna keep me full screen.
In the ice
sorry.
t-shirt.
I'm sorry, I'm doing multiple things at once here.
Where is Cobb on the list at the bottom? I can't even find him there.
I didn't know Cobb was a juggalo.
I was gonna say, where is he? I don't even see him in the list.
Found him.
Wait, you're a what?
Well, because you know how you got to find somebody to, go ahead and make them smaller again, and Cobb was not showing up.
Hold on,
Bud,
I
were
want to
you
hear someone
showing off one of your Legion? Go ahead, Brick, please.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I wanted to hear someone answer Allison because she was surprised by Juggalo, is what it was. Are you familiar with Juggalos, Allison?
I'm not. What is that?
Oh, don't Google it or anything. It's a bunch of people who don't pay their own car insurance.
Okay.
They're into the band that is on Cobb's shirt. The
Surprised
Insane
Allison has it. I just figured that was on her. I was figured that was
Trust
on
me,
Allison's
don't
hate
Google
list.
it. You're just gonna find pictures of
Oh, the
Rob
Insane Clown Posse.
Schneider, and nobody wants
Okay.
that.
All right, I know what that is. I saw 2 of them making out on the bus one time.
Yeah,
With a 10 out of 10, do not recommend.
if there's 6 of them, 3 of them have dreads.
Both of them had dreads, and
yes, at least.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of them in prison. I know that. I worked there.
That too. Yes.
I hear they don't have a very good time, and when they're in prison, they're. Is that true, Kenny?
When they're in prison, they are not in a good place because there is not a good enough amount of numbers for them to have any kind of a good time. They're running. They're paying rent. They're not doing too well. And
so they're
and they all have tattoos on their faces, which makes everything worse because they got the clown face tattoos. They do. They've got the stars under and like pointing under and above.
Yep.
Like they're screwed. There's no hiding.
Oh my god!
Heard many a tales that juggalos in prison do not fare well.
No.
So Kirby would like us to show the Goblins. I've actually only got
show the Goblin on this.
Not unless there's a super chat involved.
Wild,
then
not
Ed,
a goblin.
I've got a cool goblin that I made. I don't think that's what they mean.
Oh, I guess Bud didn't take any of his Mythic Legions goblins. He's only got the 2, but. And pretty soon he'll have the Hellfire head to add to.
I got 2 of them.
Yeah.
I don't have any goblins, huh?
Yeah, we'll definitely be trying to get you more soon. I still want to get you a King Noglin and a Snag. We'll see what we can find.
I never like putting this out there, but if I do put this out there, the freaking skeletons from the Necro Anonymous, like, oh, those are.
Which ones?
Those are pretty.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, Necrononymous himself, and then Maxillian, the Harvester. Like those 2 are.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, nice.
I just opened that set last week.
Are these guys everywhere around you? Because they are loading up my targets.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that to go on clear.
I just came from Target. Actually, went there. Kenzo, I got it. $10.
Nice.
Oops,
oh, wait a minute. Brick's here with the Wendigo now.
I discovered that it has a articulated jaw too.
Oh.
And unfortunately, I haven't had my trapecularized normal neck on. It's been on the little doggy thingy. And anyway, I put it on, and I have to put it on backwards for this to work. So I don't know if it fits better on like maybe a 1.0 or a normal 1.0 neck or a 2.0. Right. I don't know. I have to play with it and sort of see. But kind of cool. I dig it though. One figure ahead. And then earlier,
that looking like that now gives me Skeleton Warrior vibes.
Oh, that looks good.
Oh, why does that work so well for him? Oh man,
the god is killer. This is such a great figure. This was like
look at that sculpt too for that head. Oh, look at it.
I was having so much fun with this guy at WonderCon. Poses like a dream, man. Why do people make such good toys?
Target too.
All right, guys. We got to play the music again, and Terrence says, "Gets the goblins out."
Money. Oh, sorry.
Got to get out the goblins. He wants the goblins.
What's up, Curtis?
Yo.
Is that what you meant by bring out the goblins? Okay.
Yes. There you go.
Just like the olives.
Goblin has
bring
arrived.
Out the goblins.
Bring out the goblins.
How you doing this evening, Curtis? It is
all
good
right.
To
Now that Curtis is here, can we start the Motu slideshow?
Yes,
absolutely,
without a doubt. As a matter of fact, Curtis has been waiting all day for Bud's Motu slideshow. He texted me this morning. He said, "I cannot wait until Clubhouse tonight to see what more Motu shenanigans Bud has in the slideshow and how many other times he could put my head on Motu characters.
Absolutely.
Which, Bud, thank you again for all of the hard work you put in doing the slideshow last week. I really appreciate it.
It was great.
And it definitely made us chuckle because y'all know when we do these long live streams, especially for like 24 hours, the idea of trying to entertain people in those wee hours of the morning where you know you might not get as much traffic, it becomes difficult. So we really appreciate that. He looks good on that undead builder too.
Look at that hair though. Damn. Looks really good.
I wish I could grow hair like that. I mean, that might be how I look in a year. We don't know.
Steam powered mum, folks.
Brick, if you can you drop that link in the chat?
I will. Yes, for sure.
Thank you. Ed, do you have your goblins around?
Or just showed up because I was showing off.
Oh, nice. Nice Vecna.
Yeah, Vecna.
Oh, you got that Vecna? You got an extra one now?
Yeah.
We're for anybody who doesn't know, Joe is hosting an event called 101 Vecnas.
Where is Joe?
I don't know. Joe's not. Oh, didn't he say he had something? I think he said he had something tonight, but
I don't know.
Yeah. So here we go, guys.
Something.
Yeah, Thanos had something going on tonight. That's why we don't have Thanos here. But as
Curtis has Thanos.
Yeah, I got
Curtis
Thanos here.
Yeah. But there he is. Thanos
all right, we still got Thanos here. Hold on, let's hold that up. He's just having a sleepover at Curtis's. That's all.
Can you sign in another screen and just have him sitting there?
Dude, Thanos is ripped, man.
Stand in Thanos.
Yeah, he is.
Here, let me give this dude some shine because he does good work. Sergeant Sausage, you can see him Friday nights in the highly posable crew. He's steam powered mum. But you can see his kind of custom work. This is a Glyos they painted up. He showed this last night on his show.
God, it looks so good.
It's so good. But also this. So that's what he sent that I wasn't expecting, which is rad.
It is so cool.
Yeah,
I can see a lot more of the detail now. Oof.
That is.
And then I think this thing is so cool too. Seeing people do this.
That's cool.
Is that your kind of weird, Brick?
No, isn't that the like
my kind
alien body for mythic legions?
Yeah, that's the great.
Like Thanos's with the
or not mythic legions,
Cosmic.
Cosmic. There we go.
All sorts.
That is very Diablo. That is cool.
Steam powered mum. Ooh, look at that. Look at this one.
Oh, look at that goblin. Look at the hot dog man.
Is that a wiener goblin?
I don't even know. It's just this is not my kind of weird, for the record, but it's kind of neat. It's kind of got like
the Food Wars.
Wonder if he bit off his own hands. That's the question.
Anyway,
quit touching.
Yeah, he does amazing stuff. Hey, it's Robo. Check out the highly posable show. I love it on Friday nights.
Skelevator would love that hot dog man.
Yeah,
it's right up his kind of weird.
He's into weird food stuff.
He says this is. Be sure to tell Large Marge sent you. I'm thinking what's it from Granny Goodness. I don't know if that's what.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. If the hair was only like white, that totally
makes sense. Like if Blanche got possessed from Golden Girl.
Yeah.
Hey, he had that guy from Mythbusters up there.
That is cool.
That's cool. That's kind of like that lizard creature from Mandalorian, back from like the first
season. That's what I was
like,
thinking.
Lizard creature. They were running around on
alien.
Tatooine, I think.
I just like the silhouette. I like how his head is a little more forward than that torso. It's interesting.
I like the cut of his jawline.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. Check it out. that is cool.
Sasquatch.
Oh, that I got.
Sasquatch.
Sure. Odious. That is Odious custom from using an AWOC body.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that reminded me. I have a big box from Spiro Toys to open up.
Oh, those toys are crap, dude.
Whoa.
That
is cool.
Nobody
It's
wants
not
those
as bad as those
Lightning
people
pussies.
that push it, though, man.
Seriously, God. I'm totally
So
kidding,
pushy.
folks. I love Spiro.
You
Everybody
forced me to
knows
buy
it.
a bunch of them, Brick. I think I have like 4 or 5 of them on that Kickstarter.
I'm a shill and a quote unquote white
Don't they
knight.
make like monkey toys or something?
Brick, you
Something
can't
like
be
that.
considered. You can't be considered a shill. You're an actual employee. There's a difference.
I mean, you have to get paid to be an
Those are the
employee,
Lightning
yeah.
pussies to fight the Thundercats.
All right.
Lightning, pussies.
Hopefully, to satisfy Terrence's super chat, since nobody else whipped their goblins out, I'm gonna just whip my goblins out here on Clubhouse. So we got Mephitor, the Swale Goblin, and
I guess I do have a goblin.
yeah. See, most
I
people
wasn't thinking of
forget
that Stinkor.
this is a Swale Goblin.
Yeah. So I got me 1 goblin.
There you go. One goblin is enough.
Away. I got one in that mystery or that blind box.
2
and I
is better.
traded it away.
Which one did you get? Swig?
The Swig, and
Yeah.
then the red lady with the badass devil lady.
Yeah, I remember you got that.
Yeah, those 2 I traded away,
was-
and I won I traded them away, and I ended up getting that clear Skeletor, the one in the box.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
What's it called?
Metal Creations one.
The Art of Engineering.
There we go, engineering. There we go.
Yeah.
And I needed that one for my, semi-complete.
Getting those sweet weapons packs. Is the sale still going on right now?
Yes.
Yeah, these were ridiculously good priced, so I bought a bunch. Like a bunch.
Well, Snake Mountain.
Don't
that
they have a
armory is
glow-in-the-dark
gonna be
one?
filled. They do have a glow in the dark one. Yes.
Yeah.
See, I was just
Hold on.
kidding.
Did anyone
I
test
like
how
those-
those fit
I like
in like
Spiro.
Origin?
To be
hands?
clear, I like Spiro.
And they had these little armor sets, which are in Skeletor's colors, I might add.
The armor sets are gorgeous.
Those are great.
But yes, they'll fit into the Origins hands, the weapons.
Yeah, they're going to
Because
be
those glow-in-the-dark weapons would look great with Scareglow or something.
Well, that's why I want to.
Or Necroconda better because his weapons don't glow.
Right, which seemed like a weird choice.
Another figure I got to get.
Yeah, his weapons don't glow.
That's well, I know. Cobb's got the Reptilax, so then the last one that I still need is Necroconda, and then I will be up on all of the Snake Men for. Well, nope, that's not true because I still need the Turtles of Grayskull King Hiss. Look at them
Which
beautiful.
has been getting canceled now too, right?
I do too.
So you know what the
That's what I'm
penguin
afraid
is
of.
always
They delayed
reminds
mine.
me of that. It reminds me of that scene in Conan when he's all painted up. But God, gorgeous figs.
Yeah. So, Kenzo, did you get that King Hiss from Paul?
Yes, I did.
Are we allowed to say his name on here now? I don't know what the rules are.
I got it from Paul Mart's store. I don't give a fuck. No, I'm joking. Yes, Paul Mart. It doesn't matter.
Fight Club.
He
Fight me.
doesn't
Fight Club
send
me.
those letters in the box anymore. So, like the Fight Club thing, he doesn't send those anymore.
I think that's because he probably,
Gave up.
he paid his penance and was like, whatever. Everybody knows it's me.
Yeah.
Somebody asked
Was
me
he
to
like
write
was he getting sweated by Mattel or something?
Yeah.
Well,
'cause
yeah,
people
because
were-
he would get his shipments
send them
in,
right away.
and
2 months prior, they would.
It's funny,
be
the
in our
Mattel
hands.
warehouse I go to, the lady knows him. She knew exactly what I was talking about. He used to come in the store to shop, and then he started ordering through them.
Yeah, he gets direct. Like, because his boxes, when they come in, like, it says,
Walmart store on the box.
right on the box, the big shipper box. So, like,
That's just
the kind of
bullcrap.
box
They're
you'd
gonna be
see
canceling those
walking into a
gifts. It's the
Walmart.
last figure, and all I need.
Nice.
I don't know where I'm gonna find them at. They cancel.
K-Roll is all about that AWOC quality.
AWOC.
Can't beat it.
All right. I know. I want to show you something. This is one of those $3 Sunmans that I put the AWOC armor set on. Now, I've obviously dyed the figure black, but that looks good.
I just didn't realize that
I've never
Charlotte
seen them on
Hornets
Origins.
made armor.
How much are those armor packs?
They were like $5. They were ridiculous.
They're like $5 or $6.
I bought many.
Many.
They're still on sale right now, and like Brick said, I've never seen somebody put them on Origins before. That armor actually fits
that is
really
so tempting.
well. Really well.
They're Skeletor's colors.
Yeah.
SpiroToys.com.
I did the same thing as Arrow. On Onyx, it looks so good with that blue color and the black body.
Right, because he's got the dark black body and the bright blue and purple just pop on it.
I bought all those $3 Sunmans. I threw them in a crock pot and I dyed them. So these are what my troops are going to be. I'm going to obviously change the bracers. I might now Dremel so I can fit these bracers on. Because that's beautiful.
Yeah, that looks really
good. I Dremel this down. This will slide right on.
The new Thundercats crossover.
Yeah, I was just talking about that. It sucks the Origins. You can't take off most of those bracers.
Tigra, the tiger-looking guy. That armor would look really good on him because I think his armor's already like a teal color.
Okay, bud, come on. You head over here to SpiroToys.com.
Look at those prices.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy right now. First off, Jason, we got to talk.
That
Apirol.
I love it.
You want some Apirol? He's like, man, first you badmouth my toys, and now you're.
That's how you pronounce it in South.
Are the weapons
Jason doesn't watch the show.
Are the
You
weapons?
think he'd hire somebody to fix his website for him?
I'm thinking heads, bud. Maybe some. Do you have any heads available to see how they look on a Origins, Alan?
$389 for those head packs now. Jeez,
I do.
I was gonna say the Vile Villains pack. I absolutely love.
And then the armor sets. Let's see.
I think.
Oh, I should go to accessories. Sorry. This has actually been different in the last couple of days. They switched it up again. There you go. $4 for the heads. Here you go. $5 for the armor sets.
That's totally worth it.
A bargain.
And as you can see, like they got some good options. Can we get some glow sticks in their arms?
Rick, I've got Onyx, so I'm gonna open up this Onyx. I've got 4 of these unopened, so I'll just open one.
Oh my god!
Very cool.
And
very
cool. Those have gone. My understanding is of the beasties. The Onyx is the hot seller.
Yeah,
Onyx and Onyx and oh shoot, the one that Punk was all up in arms about.
The hyena?
Yes, but I'm forgetting the
Mongrel.
name.
Oh, the Mongrel.
Thank
Lord
you, Alan.
Mongrel. Yeah, those seem
like
to.
Mongrel's
Those
really, really popular.
I sold Mad Hatter 3
Just
of
the
those.
2 armor sets?
William, those are the real prices. There's no trick. It's just a sale because trying to move.
Got to clear them out. They got to clear out the inventory. We got a lot of really cool AWOC shit coming in.
I mean, they did at one point. Right now, things have been delayed. If you saw the update that I posted last Wednesday, and so the figs that were supposed to be coming in the summer are now going to come in fall. I mean, obviously, I think the interest is still to clear out the warehouse because, like you said, there's going to be a bunch coming in, but it might have been helpful actually, given all the tariff situation, that things are delayed a little bit. So hopefully,
Rick, that's the Onyx head on here.
Oh, there you go, bud. Look at that.
Oh my God!
Enable.
Yeah. Wait, okay, I'm back. Oh crap!
How tight is the ball joint in the head, Alan?
It's not that tight. I would use some of my hot glue.
Hot glue or some sticky tack. Yeah.
Well, I use there's a elastic hot glue. It's a black hot glue, but it's real stretchy. I actually just sent Curtis a bunch of sticks.
Oh, nice.
We will probably get them soon.
Gee, I like to do customs too, Alan. Jeez.
You just fill that in there.
Fucking Curtis barely started. I've been doing it for 10 years.
Curtis barely started.
He did a video on his channel with my hot glue tricks, yo.
God.
Don't listen to Kenny.
Ask a question real quick.
All right, guys.
Yeah, what's up?
How do you pay $650 for this and they can't include 2 AA batteries?
Because if you got $650 to spend on a toy, you can go to the dollar store and buy a $1.25 pack of batteries, bitch.
I mean, I had batteries in the house, but I didn't think I was going to need them for a $650 toy.
Do you have any idea how much batteries cost?
Not $650 fucking dollars.
That would have raised
it would have been $652 if they put the batteries
$675
and 78 cents.
And didn't you
I'm
get
just
a deal on
curious.
yours anyway? God.
If you're a person who wants to keep that in its box, what are those batteries going to do inside that box?
Yeah.
There you go. Exactly.
They did it for your safety.
When you finally open the box, you're going to be in there with like shotguns and daggers and be like, give me your money, bitch.
There's your answer, Corey. Read the screen.
Yeah.
If they include batteries with an imported toy, it's a different import code.
Yeah, I've heard there's also issues with places where you can and can't send it if it does have batteries. Like I think Australia has some pretty strict rules about shipments with batteries and toys and stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Because I remember we used to have to clearly label certain boxes as combustible if they had batteries in them.
So there's an actual logical reason, Corey. So there you go.
I'm sorry I called you a bitch, Corey.
Oh, I don't think those about batteries. There's still
Not really, but-
atoms in the country.
Hey Corey, is this the first time you've?
Like, you and your friends are so mean to each other. I'm like, we're 80s babies. That's how we are. 80s babies.
That's how we show love.
Are nearer to you than your enemies. Like, fuck your enemies. I ain't worried about them.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, we will harass the fuck out of each other nonstop, but the moment somebody else outside the circle does, that's just a bad idea.
Oh, yeah. There's guys at work that don't understand that because they're like, born in like the late 90s, early 2000s. And they'll try to rag on me, and I come back so quickly and get them so hard, and they're like, man, I was just joking, man. Like, man, it's not my fault you got weak skin.
Whose code is that?
Is that
this was an ECW that I got at Ross, and it just fits so good.
Wait, an ECW, is that a wrestling?
Yeah.
Oh.
That
That's a cool looking coat. That's like right up there with the.
I'm gonna put some watches on the inside so he can sell some watches to people.
I like how you sort of have his like body leaning back because it kind of created like a belly effect. Yeah. Like he's got a belly,
right? Like he's got that little bit of extra podge going in the middle.
My belly.
Yeah, he's on the side.
Because at first I thought it was an Origins body.
He's on the side of the road.
Got the big boy buck.
Hey Oz, is it late enough in the evening that I can show off the BBD and get away with it?
Oh, you could totally whip out your BBD here.
You've got Belle Biv DeVoe?
I want to see if your BBD is dirty or not. Is it a dirty
I bought
BBD?
2 of them, hoping that one of them will be messed up so I could complain about it. But both of them were good. So
it's the dragon that plays for.
I've missed out on that, Curtis. Can you clarify? Has there been some sort of like issue with people?
There's been a couple posts. It hasn't seemed like a lot. I've seen only 2 posts where some of the decals, like the black, has smudged into the white. It's not terrible, but whatever. Mm-hmm. And then I guess when people have messaged Big Bad Toy Store about it, because this is a Big Bad Toy Store exclusive, they've basically said, it's supposed to be distressed was one thing that I saw from them. And then another thing I saw said that there's manufacturing differences in these things and it's just kind of the way it is. So people haven't been too pleased with the response they're getting.
So they went like this.
So
right. Yeah. They're not getting a good response back. Now, I remember the person who said they got the response that it was supposed to be distressed looking. Yeah. And somebody else had brought up the description of it, and it was supposed to be detailed emblem on the. I'm just like, whatever, guys. Seriously.
Mine's perfect. I can tell you for 100%, it's not supposed to be distressed. But I've also seen the pictures of the ones that were posted, and it's not bad. I don't know.
It's really not.
It's like when you go to buy a figure from, you actually see it at Walmart and some of the eyes just look a little different. And so you look through them to get the best one. It's kind of like that.
Right. Now, I will say somebody recently had posted a picture. They got the Adam and Cringer 2-pack. After they picked it up, they realized that the Adam in the box was not the cartoon Adam, but the original Prince Adam that came with the Sky Sled.
I saw that.
They swapped out both of the heads too, so they put an extra original Origins He-Man head in there along with that original Prince Adam. But then somebody else noticed the alternate head on the Cringer is probably one of the worst paint jobs that I've ever seen. The one eye. So I've got my Cringer head here for an example. So this eye here was pointed in towards the nose, and then this one here was pointed off looking at the refrigerator. And clearly they just had it, it was sitting off, I guess, and wherever they do the paint app for it. But it's really, really off and bad. That's maybe one of the worst cases of that.
Catnip.
I think Adam ended up petting him a little too hard or something, giving him what was that girl that used to be on Tiny Toons or whatever, Elmer Fudd or whatever. Elmira. Thank you. I knew it wasn't Elvira, but I knew it was similar. Elmira. Yeah, gonna squeeze him and pet him and love him and hug him. I think she squeezed Cringer a little too hard and his eyes popped out or something. Guys, I'm going to switch things up and go mobile here. I will be back in a moment.
Do you accept cries for help on this channel? Because if anybody sees a Samurai Beastman on sale from Turtles, a discount, I want to buy many of them.
It was for a while on Amazon, but maybe not anymore.
I was going to say that might be a little tough to grab now because that wave has been out for a while. Now, Eternia Dreams.
He's in Walmart. He's just not on sale.
Oh,
I think it was $9 for a while. Now he's back up to 18.
I was going to say that is one that I want, cool and then I was going to say I want him, and then I still need to pick up a Slamurai so I can slap his armor on Slamurai so he, looks like a samurai, like his name implies. I don't know.
Not Ninja-Rai?
Right.
Yeah, not Ninja-Rai. All right, guys, I will be right back.
Okay.
All right, so Brick.
Cobb, I think.
Which
is that your voice? Yeah.
Yeah. What AWOC you recommend? I'm gonna buy all these armors and weapons, but I'm gonna throw a figure on too.
Oh, you didn't catch the part where I said AWOC sucks? No. It depends. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I was also looking at the site.
Get this guy, Cobb. He's cool.
Well, it also depends on like
That
what you're
one's
looking
pretty
at. 'Cause
cool.
some of them are. Oh wait, even well. Ooh. All right. Well, never mind. Because yeah, even the current wave is 24.49 on the site.
Right now, I'm really looking at the his name is Cordoon.
Yeah.
Kind of like a cat-looking creature.
Kind of like
Which
that.
one?
He's got like
Kind of
red and
brownish and
blue.
blue armor.
I got 2 of each armors just now. Rick, your fault again.
I won't lie, General Thane. He looks so good.
General Thane is
And I
fantastic.
kinda want him.
These big old bruisers are awesome, but if it's the only figure
No, I
you're
probably
gonna
would have went
get,
with the big Angler, but he sold out.
I would go with one of the sort of standard buck just to kind of see.
And they
what do you
fit
think about that?
Masterverse.
I like that
They
trick.
are perfect with Masterverse.
Yeah. Which what are you thinking?
Feral
Like monkey, cat? Because I think of the new wave, like we were saying, that gladiator mongrel is pretty popular. I'm not sure exactly what people's reasoning is, but I really like it. Just stands out because it's got that neck piece that gives it a different silhouette from all the others. Because at this point, they're all kind of the same buck, you know. So, and I tend to like him a little bit more than Hawkin. Yeah, if you go to the first page of the site, it's like the first 4 figures that are standing in there.
Rick.
Yes.
I'm buying 5 more armor sets now.
Yay! I don't know how are they. If Adam's still on there, how are there plenty of? I don't know. I wonder how many.
It said I could buy 5 more. I love this purple and blue set. They're Skeletor's colors. All my Snake Mountain guards are going to be in them.
The Centurion is pretty cool looking.
So Cobb, you really can't go wrong if you're looking for more like an armored character. My favorite for the longest time from Wave 1 was Kali, the main villain. But honestly, at this point, for most new people, I really tell them to look at the mongrel, because the mongrel also has that articulated mouth that'll give him sort of like an alternate look.
I'm actually looking at the mongrel with the horde gear. Gear pack.
Because that's the one thing.
Color.
Yep, about waves 1 through 4 and really 1 through 5 is that most of those came with the one head, and they're all fairly stoic. Like I think Kali, the main bad guy, should really have kind of like this either more of a demented face, because he does kind of go aggro a little bit. The mongrel at this point is the one that you can get kind of like a stoic face and then open his mouth up and position him and some cool stuff. I was saying earlier, I sold 3 of these to Mad Hatter by referencing Lion King, and he's like, "Oh, so what you're saying is I now have to get 3 of these?" Yes, you have to get 3 of them.
I got my mongrel to make a Jackal Man custom.
I got Pale Gladiator too, though. He's cool.
They all look cool. I mean, then again, if you want the hero, like I don't know if you're trying to get a cool figure, if you're trying to get like some cool representation of AWOC, you really can't go wrong with getting like the main hero. So he's the He-Man, basically. Pale is the He-Man of the line. So
Pale is sold out.
The main, that one was the one that I know was low that Adam was saying, but the Gladiator Pale is still there. And honestly, I think the Gladiator Pale for my money is a little more interesting because of all the if you take a look at Gladiator Pale, for some reason, man, his weapons have this really cool, weathered, rusty look on them. I don't know what the sort of thought process was, but it looks really, really cool.
Yeah, he's
cool.
pretty cool looking. I think I might go with him. You got
all of the Gladiator stuff.
Type,
Yep.
The ones that have like gold, like the Centurion and the Atreyu, like how does that gold translate? Like in hand, does it look metallic? Does it look nice?
The Centurion is wave 3.
Yeah.
I think I have them right here. I'll see if I can pull them out.
Because
the
the
weapons
pictures,
are
it looks,
right?
yeah,
you
the
look at
pictures
the
look
primal-
really gold. I just didn't know if that comes across like.
Oh
in hand.
yeah, that dude here.
Yeah, it's not yellow. I mean, it's metallic for sure.
That's cool.
I got a bunch of the weapons packs too, and they've got the same gold plating, gold ingrained. I don't know what it is.
I'm trying to think. I don't
All right.
have my Attila or my Adam. If you're on, can you kind of see how does the
I can show them on the weapons.
Well, yeah, I'm more so trying to compare it to maybe something
All
he
right.
has in hand,
Yeah, I
like
went
an
with the
Attila
pale
or
gladiator.
It's Trevor said it's not mustard.
It's not mustard. No, it's I think it's more like what Beathir's Fury will actually look like.
Okay.
It is metallic. It's super shiny. Here.
I just didn't know if it was like where it's sculpted in that color or if it's like actual paint on it. Or
Oh no, it's paint.
oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, because it's on the armors as well, and there's these removable armors as well as the torso plastic.
Very cool.
They're
These
matched.
are sexy
I
weapons.
think I'll have to pick up a couple of those. They look cool.
All right, I want the
This was a
pale
different head
gladiator,
too, by the way.
3 weapons, and the 2 armor.
I got 6
Have a nice little
armor,
pile coming.
and that was it. I got 6 armor.
How long is this sale going for?
I got 1 of each.
It's kind of been indefinite, man. It's been since
Okay.
January, so I don't know if there's a decision to. I've asked that question. He told me he would warn me so that I could put it on the website, but so far,
Gotcha.
as of right now, it's kind of open.
I hope I get some
Toy show
brownie points
tomorrow.
for spurring this purchase wave this evening.
Nice. I'm
Yeah, we
going to
will
a toy
Ooh.
Jason
I'm going
knows
to
your
a toy
name.
show tomorrow. They got Steve Mank from Articulated Times will be there, so I'll see if he's got any of these. If not, then I'll hit the website. So
Yeah, for sure.
I dig. There's the headset for the vile villains, and there's like a chimpanzee with like white paint on his face. For some reason, that just looks like really dope.
That's Jason being really into that Planet of the Apes recent movie.
Yeah, I
was going to say
literally
that's what I
just-
thought
yeah,
when I
was gonna
saw it.
I think Adam was telling me that he kind of, and because I remember the initial sort of like solicitation of it looked very Planet of the Apes, and I think he kind of changed it up to, so as not to infringe.
Right. Yeah. And like I said, that's the one that I want to put on the Onyx body is that head. So
Get
we got
spinning, buddy.
you can't see it, but
What?
wee.
Oh, that's right. You're outside. Speaking
Hold
moistly,
on.
Here comes
Sorry,
Bob.
I was looking
Actually-
at the damn Spiro site.
No, go enjoy it, bud. Go enjoy it. Don't. No need to apologize.
No,
that's the official name of it now too. Is the
I
Danish
already
Spirit
told
Set.
myself I was getting something else this month, so sadly off though.
How well they fit on Origins.
here comes the Canadian money from Speaking Moistly. Out of all the AWOC figures, General Thane is the best according to me. Fair enough. Spoken with money behind it. Canadian even.
Right, and he is the big beefy boy up until we get some of those new bucks from the upcoming waves, which again,
Man. I
Okay,
was
think about
reminded.
Mamba next to Bodvar facing off against the dragon on a shelf just blows my mind.
Was that
I
Alan?
don't know if it's them or someone else, but isn't there future waves that has like bird creatures?
Yes.
This is
okay.
one of the guns in the pack, and this is one of Onyx's hands, and it holds the gun with his finger on the trigger.
That's cool.
That's cool.
That's some people thinking. Yeah, no, I appreciate that kind of thing.
Right? So how many trigger hands can actually loop around the actual trigger?
Well, that's because That's because most action figures went through their safety classes, and so they're not doing that. But apparently,
look, my action figures shoot one another. All right, so that finger should be on the trigger.
My
Just to
alien
show
planet
off.
has no safety classes.
I do want to show off the amazingness
3D
that
print
is
that,
this
Corey?
Eternia playset that Corey finally built up. I'm
that's
glad he was able to
amazing.
unbox it and get it out. And
Pretty nice. It'd be nicer with batteries.
I know, right? Batteries in the house, I just don't feel like going in yet.
Them batteries, man.
Man, goddamn cheap ass Mattel.
Well, you didn't order early enough, so they didn't give you batteries.
Well, to be fair, I didn't order it all. I got it from a guy locally for like cost because
You sure he didn't take the batteries out of the box?
Oh, good
Nothing
question.
it was all still taped.
That was that stretch goal they didn't hit.
Because you did hear the earlier comments
hit
about
that
that that Atom, those Atom heads, right? There seems to be a little bit of a.
So that's the scam. You buy these Eternias, you take out the batteries, you reseal it, make it look like it's brand new, you sell it for cost, make people think they got a deal, and meanwhile you're selling the batteries on the aftermarket, making the money.
Right.
That's how it works. That's how it works.
Yep.
That's how you make back all your money from buying all the Eternias and paying all the extra shipping.
Well, because you know the batteries they put in with play sets and stuff, they're the best batteries. They definitely hold a long charge and everything. So.
Right. Ones that last like 3 days, and that's it.
So this is One Eye, who is $10 in Walmart right now, and he looks like a Five Nights at Freddy's figure with his giant pins and just massive joints. Like, this is $25. You know, like this is an awesome figure for that.
Looks like my ex.
I did a black wash on One Eye, so he shows up a little. His paint was pretty rough.
Yeah, that's
But,
what makes the resemblance so good is the one eye you did.
He's
so
also
the one on the
covering his
left,
crotch.
Allison.
Yep.
Looks like your ex. Okay, got it. Because
Yeah.
the
The one that looks like he drags his
why'd you
knuckles across the
leave that?
This one is like
I got self-esteem.
I do want to shout out and say hello to Mikey, Eternian Royalty. He had won the Masterverse Blade figure from a giveaway there that Mattel Creations was doing. And it's signed by the actor, who was a sword stuntman on set that they put into the role. And
That's right.
I gotta say, that Blade figure, seeing that, I think it's one of the most beautiful and amazing Masterverse figures that they have put out. That thing is nuts looking.
Also, some douchebag tried to take his pictures, post them in a Facebook group, pretend it was his, but Kenny and I weren't having it.
Oh,
right?
We roasted that fool.
We were like, not today, bitch.
Ante de Longus.
Mikey, thanks for the heads up. I went guys picked her up.
And
what do you got there, Cobb? You got
An in-tank clown
Yeah,
posse.
Oh, it's just that Stranger Thing 2-pack.
that's He-Man. Who's with He-Man there?
I got a second one because I used all the He-Man parts.
Yeah, who's that other character with He-Man? So is that
I
Vecna? Oh, okay.
Swapped
Is it
out all my
Vecna?
other He-Man stuff to make these two, so I needed another one.
That looks good.
right? Those Vicor parts on that He-Man body.
Yeah, the skin tone. He's got such a different skin tone. There's only two that you got to match each other, but man, they both look cool like that.
I mean, it's pretty good, but what's that Vecna do?
What'd that Vecna do?
Not much. He hits you with a clock.
I'll tell you what that Vecna's going to do. He's going to show up in Whippany, New Jersey this November.
Yep. 101 Vecnas for Joe.
101 Vecnas for Joe. So make sure. Here we go. Make sure you get all those Vecnas. They're on sale right now. $10 clearance. Which
So
is great,
I've missed that sort of joke. Is he? Did he go on a tirade that like Stranger Things is a misrepresentation of that character?
He has an aneurysm every time.
He really wanted the Super 7 Vecna that they solicited, and then they canceled. And so he was really upset about it. And so we told him that he could always get the one from the Origins, the Vecna. And he's like, that's not Vecna. And we're like, yeah, no, it is. It says it right on the box. And it's the guy from D&D. And yeah, he does not like that figure. So
okay,
no, he doesn't. He doesn't really have anything to say that's wrong with the figure, other than that it's not Vecna from D&D.
Yeah, it's not the Super 7 one that he wanted.
I'm in.
And I too was bummed at that.
We're not
that
getting
Vecna, I think, was
extras
one of
show then?
What was that, Kyle?
I think
maybe Cobb's on
you
a
were
delay.
saying extras.
But yeah, so if anybody gets extra Vecnas, we're trying to get them up to Whippany, New Jersey, till we get 101 for Joe. Now, the best part about this is that Joe has declared that for every Vecna he gets, he's going to beat Curtis with it.
Oh, I'm definitely in.
So this is a dual purpose here. We're going to annoy the crap out of Joe and potentially see him beat Curtis with 101 Vecnas.
You see you get like pelted by Vecnas.
And then we're going to try to take all the golden crabs off the Vecna armor and stuff it full of stuff Joe's bags full of it. So when he goes home with crabs.
There you go.
That reminds me of a friend I had in college. She went home with crabs all the time.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys. We have Legend Series Tony joining us saying, hello, friends. Guys, if you've not been checking it out, Tony has set up this really cool thing for channel members where he has started like the Legend Series Wrestling League. As a matter of fact, Riley, who was on earlier, has had her debut today in there. So if you're a channel member, you can get a character made in the WWE game, and then he does matches and stuff like that for the fans, and it's just really, really cool. So, guys, definitely check that out, and probably one of the coolest channel member bonuses that you could ever do. We also have the Who Lessum Warlock joining us. What is up, Jordan? Thank you for being here, brother. Always good to see you. And we got Just Jeff tuning in as well. What is up, man? Everybody tuning in. Hang on, there was more in here. I was going to say, I know Joe Fan 84 was here. If I missed you earlier, Joe Fan, I don't think I shouted you out, but thank you for joining us. It's so hard to see now on the phone.
Well, that happens when you're out in the dark.
No, the issue is the fact that they've added all these extra like things now at the bottom. Like you don't have much surface reality on your phone, and then they add all this extra stuff now for the freaking layout for StreamYard on it, and it's like getting even harder to see exactly what I have. We got Dre the Geek Dad. Spent some time hanging out with him, talking movies with him and Dave last night on Outer Dimensions, which Curtis was still heartbroken that I had left the Let's Go Off-World to go join that. But it was a good time, and you guys still
stepped
had
out
a
on
great
us.
show.
It's fine. You know,
You had a great show. You had Mark and Schmerber's toes.
It's all right. Not bitter or anything.
Ooh, did you feature Schmerber's toast?
No, we did not feature.
Mark freaking gave us a big old gangly look at his toes.
Yeah, we did see a look at Mark's toes before we started.
Whoa. Did not need that, but it happened. Anytime, Tony. Anytime, brother. I love seeing your stuff, man. It's always good watching your content. Of course, sometimes he goes live like in the middle of the day when I'm at work and like I can't tune in right away, or I try to between calls when I can.
It was cool that Rowdy was here because I had just, I think it was earlier this week, people started talking about that gun girl again, Roman Key Cowl gun girl.
Yes.
It's a character from, and that's one that I sort of like waited on ordering, and then there were some QC issues, so they paused production. They redid it, and it was just coming back on, and it was available this week on Gundam.
Yep.
So I was going through reviews and ended up finding her channel from that review, and then I blink and the amazing thing, and then they're here, which is kind of rad.
Yeah. I think Allison actually had sent a link or something to her channel for one of the lives she was doing, and I started checking it out and love the channel. She's doing amazing. Don't know how I hadn't seen her content before.
She came out of nowhere, really. She did.
Yeah, she blew up, and you know what? Honestly, she's putting out great stuff. So
go to her channel and watch her Secret Wars video. It's like an hour and a half. But she explains the original 80s Secret Wars using all of her Marvel Legends action figures.
There you go.
Nice.
All right.
It's worth the time.
All right.
I think I saw it.
Curtis Dre is extending the olive branch to make peace for stealing me for a night. He has said, come on the show and hang out on a Friday night.
Oh, yeah. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, the thing that you got to understand is that I never have turned down an offer to be on anybody's YouTube channel ever. So,
oh yeah, no, I know. That's why it's going to make this real interesting because we got to see who's taking over. Let's go off world on outer dimensions.
And also, Curtis, right after his ends, then you can come to the Friday night Insomniac show on my channel.
Sounds good.
I did the Gambit.
I am definitely a YouTube whore. So
if I do a live
came on
stream
later last night,
and invite you on, you'd have to show up. So I could do like a 6-hour slideshow.
Yep. Yeah, it's like a rubbing a lamp and Genie has to pop out. Like send me a YouTube link and I just have to join. So
Bud Slides with Curtis weekly streaming only on my buddy's Customs channel.
Except
That'd
your
be a
recent
great show.
dragon.
Bud would be like all excited about the slideshow, and Curtis could just be like going, "Oh my god, when is this going to end?"
Your dragon slideshow, I feel like could have hit even more if you were there that night.
Yeah.
But I tried my best. I didn't know where they were coming. I knew that at some point we were going to see Curtis in there, but if you were around, it would have been more fun.
There
I
you
want to
go.
do a show called
Jordan
Curtis
is a
and
fan of
Kenzo.
slideshows.
Curtis and Kenzo Motu Maniacs. That's what I want to do.
there you go.
That would be a great show.
I mean, I do like Motu. I just I stick to the Mondo versions. So
Dude, I got a bunch of Mondo. We can do all Mondo.
I'll talk Mondo all day, man.
Origins is like the McDonald's of Master of the Universe.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%. I can definitely say that. But you know what? At the same point in time, I have a lot of fun with those McDonald's toys, and I have a lot of fun with Origins.
Every year when they bring it back, I go get McRibs for like 3 weeks. No shame.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like
so much
Origins
fun
is
with
a little.
this figure.
I love them.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's more like I don't know, a fancier burger because I feel like they definitely with all the articulation and the pull pop and swap thing. There's something about that line.
It's like a Royale with cheese.
There you go. It's
Yeah.
Euro.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, aside from the power punching action of the original vintage toys, Origins just improved on a lot of what the vintage toys had. And I know it's a little sad. Like some toys have lost their features. Like I felt like Cobra Khan should have been able to spit. He doesn't spit. They gave him a spitting effect. Yeah, I can deal with
he
that.
does swallow. That's
Allison's
true. Yep. Eternian Royalty says the only problem with Mondo is I'm afraid to move them. That was a problem early on with Mondo, but from like I'd say Trapjaw on, they've been fantastic, man. Like even the Beastman, as bulky as he is, like the articulation on it is so good, and like you don't need the stands. And early on, like the first He-Man and Skeletor, you definitely needed the stands for, but these later ones, they're fantastic.
Right. Yeah, like I absolutely love what Mondo has done. I think it's great, and I freaking love each and every one of those releases. The detail and everything. The paint apps are phenomenal. They're at that point of a toy where I can't pay that much for a singular toy. Kind of
Dragon.
thing. And that's yeah, well, the dragon and 5 figures.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's like an all-in wave. Like it really is.
See,
That's toy math right there.
Yeah, I'm getting old, and my eyes aren't as good as they used to be, and so like a 5.5, 6-inch figure, just it's not, it's not enough. I need more inches, man.
Curtis, 6 inches is enough. It's enough.
Hey, if Curtis needs to be a size queen, let it go. Like, hey,
right?
the man knows what he likes. Let him have it.
I mean, as an adult, when you hold a Mondo in your hand, it is like the same proportionate size as holding a vintage figure when you were a kid, right? Like,
true enough. Because those
have that
vintage
bulkiness.
He-Man felt huge as a little kid.
As a child, I had large hands.
Then as you got older, 5.5 inches just didn't seem as big anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I need the length and the girth. So
I have a small hand, so everything feels good.
That's why Bud gets so popular.
That's true.
Small, warm hands. People love them.
Oh, wait. I get it now.
Rick says people like gloves.
Yeah, they speaking moistly said the problem with Mondo is they're expensive, that for sure. I mean, and they're really big, so you have to pick and choose. There's probably some people out there that've got all of them, including like the designer con variants and stuff, but they do take up a lot of space and they cost a lot of money. So.
Yeah. Kenny's still got my favorite variant because that sweet Disco Skeletor. I don't think Disco Skeletor gets enough love. I think it's one of the best, repaint variants of all time. And the fact that they did that for Mondo, I was so happy. I was like, that is so cool. That would be the Skeletor Mondo I would buy.
Some of the Motubi stuff is really cool too. Especially the Merman. The Merman Motubi is awesome.
Yeah.
What's Motubi?
It's a designer con thing where it's got like a rainbow metallic effect to it. Basically, they've
basically color shift.
Yeah. I know they've got a Skeletor, a Merman, and a Man at Arms. I'm not sure if they got anything besides that, but they're really cool.
So you all in, Curtis, on those?
No. I was at one point before I started collecting Legions, and then I ended up selling off a few, and now I've got I think I got 13, one on the way, and then I'm waiting for one more to complete my collection. So.
Right.
So did you go in on the Goddess? Or
No, that's too much of a deep cut for me. But
oh, that's right. You had to mention that. Okay. Shira?
Nope, didn't do. I bought She-Ra initially, and then I sold her before I even opened it. And I had Hordak, and I got rid of him. But I did get Evelyn. That's the one I'm waiting on, and the one that I need them to show and release is a Triclops.
I gotta say, I was really happy and excited to see them announce Swiftwind. Because I wasn't sure how long it was going to take.
That thing is amazing in person, man. All the paint details, and speaking of like colors and text and what do you call it, finish, man.
Yeah,
really great choices, at least on that prototype they had at WonderCon.
So I'm aware this will excite no one but me. And maybe Dylan if he was here. But the new Eternia Beastman, his armor pretty much fits on one eye here and looks great.
And it covers up the pins.
That actually makes that figure way cooler than it was a minute ago.
And I bought like 8 of these guys for reasons,
So I will say this makes it look much more like the concept Beastman.
It does, yeah.
That they had that eventually became like how they were going to design Gygor.
Yep.
Yeah, that actually looks really, really rad. Well done.
I like how it helps hide those pins on the shoulders.
Those are
Yes.
massive pins.
Yeah.
All right, so we got another super chat here. Somebody wants to play the money. GI Jetman says, try opening packages with no fingers.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
I mean,
That
most of
I
my
do
packages
see as
don't
a
have
challenge.
fingers. So,
And customs. He does customs with no fingers as well. Pretty
Right.
impressive.
Wow.
Impressive.
And my sis says, Mondo is addictive, that's for sure. Most of this stuff is addictive
Yeah.
because the way you feel when you get that plastic in hand.
Mm-hmm.
I
could be
wish
Mondo,
no
it
ill
could be
will.
Origins. I get so happy when I get a new one.
Yeah. I wish no ill will on anybody, but I would love to pick up a Sky Sled in an estate sale. So, you know, where somebody's wife is selling off their collection and has no idea what they cost.
Right. Right. I mean, as toy collectors that enjoy expensive toys, I think we all feel that about a certain toy here and there that, like, I hope I can find this at a yard sale someday where somebody doesn't realize how much this is.
Yeah.
Or someone has a
The
very angry
zombie
spouse.
Kent Pool from earlier tonight.
Mm-hmm. That Beast Man is so good, Kenzo. I absolutely love that figure.
That
It is-
face.
Yeah. Dude.
Now,
Yeah.
Kenzo, could you scan that face and shrink it down to origin size?
Yeah.
There you go.
Because that would just look that would look really cool.
I could, and I would never send it to you, bud. No, I'm joking.
I know.
Even if there's a fire.
I can't wait to paint up that dragon as Granamir and put it with my Mondos. Yeah.
I can't wait to see that, Curtis. I'm actually more excited about that than just getting the dragon myself. Is first off, just seeing how long this process is going to take. Because that's a lot of breaking down, a lot of paint.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and honestly, just seeing the articulation when it comes out on the completed dragon and like thinking about how to paint around that articulation, you know, so that the rub, you know, isn't real bad. You know,
There's nothing wrong with a bad rub.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. Depends on how much friction is there, but you know, spit on a little maybe. All right.
Has a bad rub.
Yeah, it's. I mean,
I would think a rub with sandpaper and salt would not feel good.
I don't recommend it, but hey, YOLO.
Each their own. Yeah, we don't kink shame here.
Right.
We should.
Yeah. I'm excited to see how that goes.
Yeah, that's one thing I think maybe
Sometimes you have to.
that's self-harm.
Yeah, consider kink shaming.
Yeah.
It's worth your time.
I will say I'm still going to try to figure out the logistics because I will be picking my dragon up in Jersey. I hear that's going to be quite the event for all of us. Now, I want people to remember that, again, if you chose to save on shipping and do the pickup, you have to wait until they ship out everybody else's dragon before we can go pick ours up. So for all those people that save money on shipping, we're going to be waiting a bit longer. Now, mind you, that might still mean we're going to get ours before some people get theirs. You know, because for some of us that are taking that drive, it's not too far away, but, you know, it is going to be kind of an event to go pick those up. And how I'm going to go about getting it to Punk and then how we will go about getting it back to me after. So there is talk.
What's that,
Curtis, you ever see my
Kenzo?
young dragon?
No, what is
Granomir?
that?
Can't
That's
ride
my
it.
young Granomir.
Ride it there,
Nope.
ride it back.
That is cool.
That's cool.
I did out of a gargoyle,
gargoyles.
and then
Nice.
3D printed head and 3D printed the tail.
I love that.
That is badass.
I'm gonna be like one of those folks in the comments on your channel and say, how much do you want for that?
How much?
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
you
he
gotta
came out
sell
good.
it to me. Just tell me. That is cool. I like that a lot.
Not bad. I made this one like 2 years ago.
He's not taking no for an answer, Kenzo. He wants to know how much.
I don't know. What would you pay me for it there? Curtis?
I would just buy the head, actually.
Well, I could print you a head and you could paint it yourself if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, that'd
I
be
have the
awesome.
file. Yeah, that's no problem. And I could do it whatever size
Were
you
you going
want.
to show me something?
That current one or whatever.
Did you say you printed the tail too?
Oh.
Yeah.
That's cool.
There you go. So the collector is mentioning he had to pass on the dragon because the upcoming Mondo 2000X line is probably going to sting my wallet.
Yeah,
I will say this. There's no probably. That's going to sting your wallet.
Yeah. Sadly.
I really need
The
to see
fact
the price
that
point on
a
that.
lot of the figures, I think it's going to be higher.
What would you pay?
Than like what people want, because like a lot of the figures come with like really cool stands and extra stuff that just the figure doesn't need, but still nice that it comes with it. So I think that's going to justify a higher price.
If they were less than 70 brick, I would be all in. If they're, somewhere between 70 and 100, I'm probably picking and choosing. If it's over 100, I may be out. So
Ghostbusters were 100, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think the good news is they said it'll be cheaper than Ghostbusters, and then when at the end of WonderCon, Hector was packing up, and I was kind of just talking to him and looking at those, and he said they're targeting like the Storm collectibles. They're trying to be like kind of on par with that, but he said 80 to 100. So it's like we can't do 100
and choosing stuff at that point.
Yeah, because you already said that it can't be 100 because you wanted it to be cheaper. So
Well, I would say when it comes to that $100 mark, if they're looking 80 to 100, if it's like $80 for like He-Man or Skeletor, right? Like I could see that being reasonable. And then going more towards $100 price point on something that would be a larger scale. Because again, the original vintage line and then the original cartoon, like everybody was around the same size. But when it came to 2000X, Beastman was big. Whiplash was massive.
Well, and they've shown Clawful already. I that's what I want to see is like the mock-up of Clawful versus the other ones and see what kind of size difference we're talking about.
Right, because if they just make them all the same kind of size, which again, we've already seen with Ghostbusters, they're willing to make that adjustment. Like the figures are one size, but those bigger ghosts, they're definitely bigger figures, like more like 8-9 inch scale. So like if they're going to keep those dimensions true to scale with the figures, I could definitely see paying close to 100 for like a Clawful or a Whiplash because it's much bigger character than the other ones.
It's a little sour subject
is
for
a little
Alan.
more justified.
I'd pay 100 for Beastman.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You would buy 7 of Beastmen for 100, don't lie.
I mean, I think Mondo has firmly established themselves as a premium toy company. It's so you just got to realize that you're going to be paying that, whether it's Storm Collectibles, Mafex, Mezco type money for it, but you're also going to get a very quality toy. So
yes.
Yeah, I wonder if because they're putting in like bases and stuff, like little Dio bases. I'm just curious. They'll do whatever they're going to do, but I'm curious if they didn't have them, how much that would affect the price. Because
we were talking
idea of that is
about that.
cool. But
yeah, we were
I'd rather
talking
not
about that.
have
I
it.
think that's a way for them to justify a higher, like they were like, man, this price is getting a little up there. Well, let's throw in a base that is, maybe a little bit cheaper to make, but because we throw it in there, it makes it look nicer. It improves the presentation. To me, that feels like a way to, justify a higher price.
That's exactly what I was saying. Yeah.
No, totally. And I just wonder what it's annoying just because as cool as those things are, I don't always, I'm not going to necessarily need them. They end up somewhere.
Right.
So,
right. Mothman brings up a good point asking about if the price includes tariffs. I don't think it does because first off, like they were announced.
We don't even have a price yet, really.
Before that, and we still don't exactly know where everything's going to land with that because it keeps changing, right? Like even the most recent update is that they just backed off within the last 24 hours of that initial tariff hike that just happened. So again, like these are things that are still some time away, and we don't know where everything's going to be sitting with that. So there's no reason to freak out about that raising prices too much. I know
Yeah,
a
they're
lot of
also
companies have come out and said like they're either going to raise prices. Other ones have come out and said that they're not going to raise prices, which
That
is
was a
a
good
really, really
conversation with
cool
Steve
thing.
last night about it too. That was really good to hear. The producer of stuff is kind of where he sat with it. So
Yeah.
when Steve
So
came on last night,
we will all play that by ear and just see where things land.
Yeah.
throw it against the wall, see what sticks.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking I would like that 2000X so much, but the sculpt looks really, really good, and the idea that the sort of softer torso for like the, you know, it looks really good. So
Yeah. I'm excited to see that go across more toys, that kind of softer, squishy torso instead of like that deep cut butterfly joint to kind of see if in the end that looks better. But I'm worried about that plastic.
You talking
Like
about
over
you talking about like the chest where you can like squeeze it and like goes in? Oh, I hate that. That's
long
what they're doing.
term, that plastic is going to break down.
Yep.
oh, you
Right.
didn't know that that's what that is, Curtis? It
I
is
did
that. So
not.
maybe. Oh, there you go. Just saved you some money.
Yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah, that's 100% what it's going to be. That was why, you know, Storm kept coming up. I think when we were talking.
Ah, yeah.
Right, because
But
Storm
it is
Collectibles
very
does
much
that
like a
plastic.
Storm. I love it. I think they're pretty cool, but I don't know. I'm surprised that more people are moving towards it. And I've heard that about the plastic. Whatever. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on Earth. So
It's not as stable. It's not as long-term stable. Is all.
sure, but wouldn't that be the case for any of these softer things?
It depends on what kind of vinyl it is.
Okay. Because like Sagat has squishy shorts. What about like the stuff that you have on that AWOC armor?
Oh, that's a urethane.
Okay.
Mm.
I don't think that's a vinyl. I'm pretty sure that's a urethane.
All right, so Adam is.
I am not a plastics expert.
There we go. Make sure we declare that nobody here has a PhD in plastics. We gotta make that distinction. But Adam says small companies can delay a single wave, but the big guys who are pumping out container after container don't have the same luxury. A lot of toy companies are going to be in trouble very quickly. And there are a lot of companies that are getting stuff in right now as we speak. But the stuff that's supposed to be coming out a little bit later this year, that could spell some trouble or some delays in when product will be received.
I think there's.
And also, didn't Longbox Hero like cancel?
Yeah.
Straight up one of their kick.
Toy Otter shut down.
Or Toy Otter.
I think the benefit that the larger companies have, though, is that they have options for producing things in other factories in, countries that have a lower tariff rate, whereas the smaller guys really don't necessarily have that option. So, like Hasbro, I know they've got, factories in like Vietnam. They've got, I think they've got some factories down in Mexico. Like, you can shift some things around if you need to, if you're a big company like that. If you're a small guy that's going through, a certain factory in China, like you can't just stop operations and find a new place or build a factory. Like, yeah, it's going to be, there's going to be different pros and cons for, large and small companies. But at the end of the day, it just all sucks. So
it does. Yeah, it really does. Mothman saying, make the soft goods out of fine Corinthian leather. Well, I mean, that's novelty, but especially if you want to jack up that price, though.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to jump off real quick. It's technically not late, but it's been a long day, so I'm going to go crash out. So I can be ready to hang out with Corey in the morning. So
nice.
We're
What
excited.
are you guys coloring tomorrow? What are you coloring tomorrow?
Corey did some original Faker art.
Oh,
so it'll be original.
Have you picked up any good McFarlane lately before you go? No.
I have not. If I did, I would throw it on the floor and stomp it.
Yeah, tomorrow's actually going to be me and Jess. I'm doing this, and Jess is just doing a coloring page.
Nice.
I'm going to have the lovely Mrs. Make Shape Create join us as well. So
Very nice. Very nice.
I heard she actually is the one that does all the work anyway. Oh, no.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, she does all the
Hey,
she's better at that.
Allison, sorry, one more thing before you go.
Yeah.
Since they brought up McFarlane, did you hear this whole thing about the Supergirl trailer full of Supergirls that was hijacked?
Right. Everybody that had
wait
Supergirl on pre-order. Oops.
Supergirl
so the
woman of
McFarlane,
tomorrow.
yeah, that McFarlane figure. Apparently, an entire truck trailer, or was it a container? Was it a shipping container?
I'm look it up, Rick. Give me a second.
Okay, but basically, McFarlane is saying, I'm saying supposedly for a point,
Allegedly.
but yeah, it was stolen, and so now Supergirl will not be coming out. I just
at all.
That's what I'm hearing. So I'm
boy.
But maybe Corey has some actual information.
Okay, right
but I
here.
think my theory is more fun.
Walmart released a statement informing DC fans that all of the McFarlane Toys Supergirl figures were stolen while in transit. So we're talking about what? At least hundreds of thousands of toys?
Was it a Walmart truck? Does anybody know?
Like, did they steal a ship?
Well, that's the
what I'm
thing,
wondering.
right?
I was
It's
wondering if this is a
entire
way to.
shipment.
If this is
That's
a way
not
to
one
cover
truck.
No.
To cover up the fact that he's like, oh, I don't like making moving figures, and then he does, and people want it, and then
Well,
it
he also sold it on his website though. So is this just the ones for Walmart, or is this everything?
It was Walmart who released the statement. It was not McFarlane Toys. So if you ordered it through like one of the other companies, it sounds like it's okay. So it's not a McFarlane thing. It's a Walmart thing, which I don't think anybody here is surprised by.
No.
I just wanted to offer that to you, Allison, because Todd's your favorite.
Oh, Todd.
And Allison, I have to say, it was really nice having you back.
Yeah,
Miss you.
I agree.
I know you all miss me. I appreciate that. And I miss you all too. Every time I'm driving and you jump out of the waiting time. But eventually we'll all. Anyway, no, seriously, thank you so much. I'll still got things are calming down here, so I'll be able to jump on more often on Saturdays. So. And soon enough, I'll have the totally, not now, this is still temporary, but pretty soon I'll have the totally tricked out toy tuber background with my Eternia will be set up and the Annie Mansion and Strawberry Shortcake and all the Masters of the Universe Curtis can handle.
There you go.
So anyway, I will see you all around.
Later.
And just remember, if you're wearing reflective vests, I have no excuse to not miss. So thank you.
Hey, I have to wear a reflective vest at work every day. What are you trying to say?
She'll answer you tomorrow. Yeah.
Right? Oh, man. So I've heard people say that Eternia takes like hours and hours to put together, and I put it together with no instructions or without.
Well, did you also do all the stickers?
No,
the stickers took the longest.
Oh, okay.
I think
I was just going to say your IQ is that much higher, Corey, than
you're better than all of us, Corey.
Maybe
I heard the longest was having to go to the store to get the batteries, but I don't know.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's why I didn't get the 3 hours, because I didn't go to the store to get batteries.
Making that extra trip.
Did you not want the stickers, or you just?
Well, I don't really need the stickers on it. Like, you're not going to see half the stickers the way I got it set up anyway.
Do it.
It's all internal stuff
on the sheet, and then if I choose to resell it or something like that, they're still on the sheet, or something. I don't know. I'm probably not reselling it anytime soon, but
Cool.
All right.
Just don't spill anything on those stickers.
Oh no, I put them all back in the box. And I put the box back in storage, so that way they're all safe.
Okay. Make sure
You,
there's no
put
leak
the
in the
sink
roof.
back. You didn't actually steal it. Good. Good.
Right.
Glad you put the sink back.
Yep.
So if we start seeing a bunch of McFarlane Supergirls hitting eBay,
Hey, if they're cheap, I'm getting it.
Gotcha.
You know, and that's like one of the worst parts about this is because like whoever took it, if they try to offload those because it was an entire shipment,
yeah,
they're gonna be like, oh, so that's who took them. Like they're gonna know exactly who did it, so they have no way of offloading all those. So what's going to end up happening is like 10, 15 years from now, people are going to go out into the desert and find a giant hole that they're going to, uncover, and it's going to be full of Supergirls right next to all the Atari ETs.
I can't imagine that they were targeting a truckload of Supergirls, right? Like it had to be they thought it was like
can't be
electronics or something, or
yeah,
like when they got it back to the warehouse.
My
and they're
headcanon.
They're like, what are we going to do with this?
My headcanon is it was a bunch of angry Snyderverse fans that found out that they were going to use that design for the new Supergirl film. So they went out and they're like, screw James Gunn, we're taking all these.
I'm willing to bet whoever got them is going to hold out until next year when the Supergirl movie's supposed to come out. And then try to start offloading them like on burner accounts on eBay, like 10 at a time. You know what I mean?
So the entire collective community of scalpers threw in together to concoct this plan. So they're like, we're not going to bother waiting for the individual stores to get them and then go buy them first thing in the morning like we usually do. No. We're not even going to let them get to the stores.
We're going to steal the truck.
And then they went through this elaborate montage concocting a plan of how they
it was
were
like a
steal
whole
it National Treasure style.
Fast and the Furious 1 when they're
Right.
stealing all those like TVs and
Cars
VCRs.
going into the trucks and everything.
Yeah.
It's funny because
They're just going for Supergirl toys.
Jordan even commented, he said, Fast and Furious 32 stealing the Supergirls. And they all were driving Honda Civics as they did it.
You know who could have a lot of fun with this one is
Green
Hatter.
running lights.
Hatter's going to have some fun with this one with Flipboard.
Oh my God, right?
Right.
Oh my God. I want there to be an account that's Flipboard that's selling Supergirls next year. That would be amazing.
It would be amazing, except when you realize that you set that up and the investigation starts, that it may not have been such a good
Well, yeah, like if you stole the entire shipload of it, right? Like there's no way for you to unload that, right? Like
there isn't, because you just took all of them.
You
So
took
any
all of it.
one
It's
of
not
them
like
that
it's not like
shows
you
up
can mix it in
anywhere.
with some of the other ones that like
Exactly.
You know, the more I think about this, like in action figures, like even one of those McFarlanes, they're not in a big box. Like actually, I have a McFarlane toy right here. Hold on. They're not in a big box.
Fast and McFurious. That's awesome.
That just sounds like the next McDonald's tie-in.
So, gang, I have an early day tomorrow and a long one, so I'm going to head out.
Good night, Alan.
You guys are awesome. Thanks for letting me hang out.
See you,
Have
Alan.
a good one.
See you, gang.
Like-
man.
It would come in a box like this,
Yeah.
like a container's 8 by 40 or 8. I mean, they can go up 53 feet, I think. But
Yeah,
like
53 feet is the max.
So, like, fitting this into a container truck, like, you could probably.
Well,
fit
again, that's the
1,000
idea.
in it.
Like, that container probably had a lot of other stuff in it and just happened to have that Supergirl. But again, like Curtis is saying, like everybody's saying, like, getting that container now to a warehouse where you're offloading it, opening it up for whatever it was you want, and then there's all these boxes of McFarlane toys. Like, what the actual fuck are we gonna do with this?
Yeah, we want electronics. We got Supergirl.
Yeah.
What if this is just like the one that we've heard about? Maybe this is the whole like Walmart cancel con explanation for all those toys that have been canceled.
Right, because everybody's been getting that cancellation notice today.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen My Blue Heaven. You guys ever see that movie?
No.
You should stay out of the froze now. You might melt all the stuff.
Yeah. Steve Martin is like, this gangster, and he's in the witness protection program. And anyways, he finds out that like the community they move him to has all these other former gangsters that are in witness protection. And so they end up like starting to, go back to their old ways and like, do stuff. And so they do this heist, and they get this truck, and it's just full of like water jugs, like the ones that you had, like if you're in an office setting and stuff, and they're just empty water jugs. And they're like, what do we do with this? And they end up like doing this thing where they go around town setting up like a charity thing to like raise money to build a ballpark for the local kids and stuff.
Yeah,
And
they built the fucking stadium too at the end of it all.
Right. They end up using it to do that. But it's like, I imagine it's like a scene from that movie where you get back there and you're just like, what the fuck do we do now? And then like everybody's brainstorming on how you can move this, like what you could do with it. So
there you go. My Blue Heaven is about Henry Hill, same guy that Ray Liotta played in Goodfellas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did hear that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because both movies, they've released in the same year, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a funny movie.
Hey, Ken.
Welcome to the shit show.
Yeah, what I miss? I mean, I saw Allison was on, so I'm like, oh, okay, it's a good night to show up, and I show up and she's gone, and then Cobb leaves too.
She heard you were coming,
right?
Get the
And
fuck
then
out of here.
Alan leaves. I mean, it's fine. I can just go into like claim sale mode and use your channel.
I mean, the only thing that you missed was this. That's it. That's all you missed.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Are you sure I missed it?
Now I feel bad because now that he starts, I'm like, I gotta go too. But
You're sure? You're absolutely sure that I missed it, right, Chris?
No, because I know you were working on one. I know you had it. You had somebody in talks.
Uh-oh.
Here it goes.
Flex time.
There it is. Nice.
Wait, so what's the deal with
and
this?
everything.
I feel like such a dunce that I don't actually have room for it. It's literally tucked right here. Like it's literally tucked
back
like,
behind.
who puts a scare glow way the hell up here? He has no room for anything in the collection. Like,
And that's why Curtis is offloading his, because he has a similar.
It's been in my garage for the last 5 years, and I'm like, why do I have this in the garage if people want it that bad?
So for people that
Ken,
don't
you would have
realize-
more.
Go ahead, bud.
I was just say, Ken, you would have more room for it if the Megazord and Dragozord were not on the shelf. Just saying.
First off, Bud, I pull out the Megazord just for you. Ran out of room for the Dragozord, right? But I have started to purge some of the modern Transformers. That's a whole nother discussion here. And then, my buddy from Japan sent me some Dino Riders this week, so looks like I'm into that now as well. So,
as you should. Oh, there's that sweet Deinonychus. What about the tail? Yep.
I'm getting one with a good tail because there's a lot that has some accessories. I mean, I have almost all the accessories for the pterodactyl anyway. But
nice.
Yeah, like I have 7 out of 9 accessories for the pterodactyl. I got Lad with a handgun, but I found a small lot that had a Deinonychus with a good tail and one more of Lad's accessories. So I'm doing pretty well here.
Yeah, that's great because that tail, man, is like always the first thing to break off that toy. Almost any time you find them, that tail is broken.
Yes, I remember you mentioning that when we did our collaboration video.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So, for those of you who don't know, that particular version of Scareglow carries a very hefty price tag.
Oh yeah.
So Scareglow was one of those figures that came out towards the end of the Masters of the Universe line. And when he came out, like, that was kind of like, again, they were starting to really clearance out a lot of figures. So it was a very short run wave that almost immediately went to clearance bins. And a lot of people just passed on it. A lot of parents weren't buying another Skeletor for their kids.
Mm-hmm.
And most of them came with a green halberd.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a very short initial run that had the glow-in-the-dark halberd.
Yes.
And with that, those hold a very high price tag to get one that has that. And to get one on card, or even like in Curtis's case where it has the mini comic in good shape, like that you could fund a good chunk of the dragon with that figure. So
yeah, I know Curtis was selling it. I was actually considering it, but I knew there was one local, so I didn't want to make any promises.
Yeah.
But the way
Kind of the
the way
deal,
this
yeah.
one worked out here is it was basically a 3-way trade where the guy who had this wanted a boxed Generation 1 Transformers Jetfire from a friend. I wanted the Scare Glow, so they kind of worked out like a 3-way trade where my buddy wanted some stuff from me, but he didn't want several $100 worth from me. He just wanted like $50 or $60 worth. So he basically paid me $50 or $60 worth for my stuff. I then took that and bought the Scare Glow with the rest of it. Subsidized the rest myself, and then that guy took the money from Scare Glow and bought my friend's Jetfire. So it was kind of a 3-way trade with some cash involved.
Oh,
so I ended up
3-way.
subsidizing it. It was 3-way, late night 3-way. I got to subsidize about 20% of the Scare Glow cost with that, which is still kind of high. But then it was in Canadian dollars. It was local. We were all right there in the same room. So yeah. I know.
Very cool. I mean, that's just one of the ways that we all get around is 3-ways and toy deals.
Absolutely.
I mean, it helps bring us all together here. So I did star a couple comments earlier that I wanted to bring back up here just to talk about some things. So Adam was mentioning, plus factories aren't stopping production. So if you delay production, it can be hard to get back in the queue. That is one thing I've notoriously heard. Bigger companies like, again, Mattel and Hasbro, like they're pretty much locked in guaranteed space. But anybody that's not one of these bigger guys, it's very hard to get yourself lined up back in that queue if you got to delay production, because you got to be ready to go at the right time when you fall into that production time frame. You got to be ready to roll. So yeah, any little delay can set you back significantly.
Are they talking like people want to stop production while we figure out the world situation? Is that the reason?
Yeah, with the tariffs and stuff like that. It's a lot harder for smaller companies to be like, let's delay production.
So without revealing too much, this is our Joe Fest exclusive item sitting there on pallets. I'm not going to zoom into the name because we haven't revealed the name yet, but that's all the boxes. And yes, I'm purposely allowing a lot of glare on there. And yeah, it's going to sit on pallets until we decide when to ship it. We're going to be like, what's going to happen? We don't know what we're going to do. So it's literally just sitting there. Production is waiting for a container. And we're like, well, we don't want to put a container just yet until we figure out what the price is going to be.
How much is that going to cost?
When it crosses the water. Now, we're looking into the idea of storaging some there and then having the bulk of the shipment come later by boat while the world situation sorts itself out, and we airship just enough for Joe Fest. That's what we're thinking about doing, just based on last year's numbers. Plus a bit of a buffer. We're thinking about doing it like that, but then we got to pay tariffs on whatever comes in. The good thing is it's only on the manufacturing cost, not on the cost of the the retail. So it's not like your $50 item becomes $125. So yeah.
There you go. That's always good news.
And it's at 145 right now of that?
Didn't they suspend like the new tariffs for like 90 days or something like that?
Not for China.
For everyone except for China, Corey, because the Chinese.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Got it.
Darn.
But if you just send it to Canada,
nice.
then you could just receive it in Canada, right? You just give the dock worker like some maple syrup or something, and
if I knew a dock worker that would just say they're not from China, sure, that'd be great. But the country of origins on there, we looked into getting it into Canada and then doing it and then sending it through, but that's a bit of an issue right now as well. So I'm not sure. right now Steve's frantically on the phone with all of them. That's one of the reasons why. Like I sent him the link to come on, and he's like, "I got some stuff to deal with." I knew exactly what he was dealing with. So yeah,
right. All right. So Adam also mentioned almost all the non-Chinese, with single quotes, factories are owned by the same people that own the Chinese factories. So there's another little tip for you. We've got
Here's
Wraith
another
Mace
tip for you.
joining us.
Hey, Ray.
Keep going.
Hold on
Keep
a
going.
sec.
Keep reading. No,
No.
you. Yeah, I was gonna do it. You
I
keep
see
reading.
that. All right. So yeah, he's saying sup Ostradamus toys and all. And Hylian mentioned, if that really was stolen by a thief, then whoever stole it will be easy to catch again. Right, exactly. Yeah, when it comes down to it, if you're dumb enough to steal a whole container of a product and then try to resell said product, you're going to get caught. You're going to get busted. So that helmet looks great.
Yeah, so I've been messaging him back and forth, just asking him, "Hey, what did you intend?" And
is that a
and
Savage
so he
figure?
said-
Is that a Savage
He
figure?
said, "No, this is a Mythic
No,
Legions Legendary Barbarian."
I've not seen
Thank
the
you,
head sculpt.
Oz.
I've not seen that head sculpt before, so that's what I was wondering. Wow.
So he messaged that it just happened to fit the hairless barbarian, and then there's another head that he has with a cool beard.
Where's the helmet from?
This is from Sergeant Sausage, Steam Powered Mum.
Oh, okay.
And I'm forgetting. He
Like
told
a
me
3D
it was
printed one?
by Diego Miowe is the sculptor.
I was going to say, if somebody can scroll back up, unfortunately, now that I've jumped back in, I can't go all the way back up. We dropped the IG in the chat earlier.
Oh, I'll put it in.
Yeah. So that way we can keep that up there for everybody. I did also want to say, 3-star Jaw jumping in saying, "Friends, countrymen, toy collectors." 3-star was one of the bigger. He was one of the winners of the Dragons last weekend.
That's right.
Yes.
I did shoot you the link, my friend. If you want to jump on, tell us about that epic win moment. How hard you had to train to get into that giveaway with that how you had to get that hashtag cut and paste as quick as you could to get out there. Man, that was freaking awesome.
Imagine winning a dragon. I meant to ask him about that on Punk's Pit last night, and I completely forgot. So, yeah.
4 dragons.
It was
4
4
dragons.
We gave away 4.
Wow.
4
I watched
dragons.
the stream. I watched
2
the
all-ins
stream.
and 2 single dragons.
Yeah, that's right. Because the horsemen. Yeah, okay. They added theirs. Yeah, okay.
I didn't realize it was Moai way. And sorry, real quick, this is that designer who did the thing, and then Steam Powered Mom painted it and sent it to me. Gotcha. And you can see he did the same. This is that head that I was showing. This was. See the mouth move open and close? Look at that. Crazy.
Oh yeah, he's got different options with it. Nice.
Actually, was
look
in
at the
his
horns
Patreon
too.
for a while.
Oh really?
It's where I got those lion heads or the tiger heads and all that.
Oh,
yeah.
Go over to the bear, Brick. Go over to the bear. Like the cobra's cool. Look at that fucking bear.
Oh, those are cool options.
That needs a cigar.
Yeah. So he probably prints out the collar piece. Then I'm assuming, right? That's cool. Or is it like
it's 2 pieces.
the Shigualian ones?
That's cool.
Oh man!
But the reason I brought it up,
that.
not just to give the credit because it's dope, but look at that! Damn,
the walrus is so cool.
Oh, look at the third eye too. Oh snap! I friggin' love that. Was that an Evangelion head up there?
There was this one. Ish without the
there like okay, now with those fins on the side though. Wow.
Even and then but somewhere here is the head that does fit that helmet because he sent it to me directly and I can show that, but let's see. Ooh, look at that.
I got that one.
Oh
I like
man,
that,
when that
damn
that next one that was over the one with the goggles, there's an option where the goggles are down and it looks super cool.
I was
Woo!
in a group
Oh,
during
man.
this whole like those
Wow, that does
2
look
or
cool.
3 different levels. That's where I was in his Patreon, so I have all those different ones. They're good.
Well,
Yeah, these are
Kenny,
great, man.
we might need to ask you to help out print off a couple of heads here for some legions.
Oh, I've seen. Okay, so I have seen. His
Yeah, I
work
know.
before,
I've
but,
seen the rhino. Yeah.
This might be in some blind boxes.
There it is.
Yeah.
This
hey.
is that helmet.
Cool.
This is the helmet, and that head is pretty cool too.
That is a gnarly freaking head.
I need to figure out how to do this modeling because I would love to model some stuff like this. Like,
Yeah, I've done some modeling.
Yeah,
I've been known
back
to
in your day.
Yeah.
I've been known to model from time to time. I started this stream off with a story about being on a pole. So again,
this is my first time opening this, by the way, Oz. I was just going to say this is my first time opening it from Legendary. Yeah, this is my first time playing with it. So,
what are your thoughts? How do you like it?
I literally just got him to be able to put that thing on, but it's great so far. I love the skin tone. I'm probably going to end up getting some more at that Mythic meetup, May 3rd, as it says in my thing, folks. Saturday,
yes,
May 3rd here in Sacramento.
I was going to say we definitely need to keep shouting that out. Mythic meetup for the West Coast. It's going to be like a mini Legions Con for the West Coast folks. If you guys are out there, you can't make it to Legions Con because the travel cost is too much, whatever. Totally get it. It can be expensive to travel to a con across country. This is a great opportunity that you guys have. And I was going to say, I've heard about some things that have not been announced yet too. You guys are not going to want to miss this. I'm telling you.
You know what's really weird is that I will be out there on that day, and I didn't even realize it. Like my daughter's wedding is that day in California, and we are traveling there. We haven't been in California in probably 3-4 years, and we're just going to happen to be there on that weekend. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to make it because it's the same day.
Where are you?
Oh, you could totally blow off.
We're going to be in Chico, California, which is about 2 hours away.
You don't even like your son-in-law. Just skip it. Just kidding.
Yeah.
It is from 9 to 2, and there is a hard end to it because there's a Star Wars event after. So, I don't know what your morning's like.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to have to find out. So, but I was just like, when we were just talking about it on PGG.
You have to show up in a
and Iz was on there talking about it, and I'm like, holy shit, I will be there 2 hours away on that same day. Like the odds of it happening at the same time, but we'll see.
And in that case too, like one of the things, guys, just because the official event has a hard end, it's not like people who are all there interested in hanging out for maybe a little bit longer. Like you guys yourselves can always, plan something for after. Like, go
it's
meet
at
up,
like
hang
a
out
brick and mortar store, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is. It's like a gaming kind of place. Like
Isn't it near where you and I went last time, Brick?
Yeah, it's not far from there. Where you and I went, Toy Fusion was where the last 2 years have been. It wasn't in the bigger space. They have like a smaller space. I don't know if you remember. Me and Michael walked over.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the place we walked because we went to Toy Fusion, then we walked somewhere else, and I thought that's where it was going to be.
Nope. Oh yeah, yes, that is where we walked somewhere else in that same lot. That's where that thing is. But they moved it this year to this. It's basically a bigger spot, so it's going to be kind of cool.
Yeah,
so is it going to be
that there may be some people there? Even though it's a one-day event, there may be some people there the next day, and if so, I may be able to be there for that. I just don't know that I'll be able to swing the same day as the wedding, but the next day I might be able to get out there and
show up in your
folks.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
With the top hat.
So is Mythic Meetup just kind of like an informal thing where people just show up with like totes of stuff, or are there vendor tables, and how does it work?
No, well, I mean this one even in the last couple, but I don't know that they charged or what, but this year we are charging. It's pretty ridiculously cheap. I think it's 60 plus, like if you sell over 250 in profit, We're asking for an extra 20.
But what's this? Get people to be honest about that.
Just the love. We're Legion's fans. We're not like you people. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
you Dino Riders, hardcore vintage. Get the best deal, people. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I sold $4,000, but I lost money. So
I know. I feel bad. I was already like rolling hard on that China comment earlier. Damn,
China
bastard. Yeah, but no. So it's a little bit more formal. We are trying to Spiro will have a table. Four Horsemen will have a huge table with a bunch of stuff. I think the Unparalleled Universe Odious thing is kind of a question mark. I don't know if folks heard, but he's going to pause on his sort of Kickstarter as planned. He wasn't going to have a ton of stuff there, but he was going to sort of show up. And I also have a separate table, like as brick something, in addition to the Spiro. So I was going to share that with Wade, but Jay's Armory will be there selling custom 3D parts. Michael Duggar, Insightful Imagery, who does he's done the cages. He's got like this whole wagon that he's built. I should just show it while we're talking. But there's going to be a lot of really cool things.
I was trying to bring up the flyer.
Here, I'll do this.
I mean, she had it posted. I was going to share it.
Oh, I do. Here. It's on the... Sorry. Thank you. I was on my way out, but I'll definitely do this for the sake of...
We got to
West
plug
Coast
it before
Mythics.
You're on your way out.
Yeah, West Coast Mythics is what you should add, please. And tell people, even if they don't necessarily live in the area, just kind of want to establish this thing as a regular deal. It's going to be at the Galaxy Game Cafe. And then this is Michael Duggar's photography, if you're not familiar. He's often he's on the show with Pablo and Trevor Amaz's Toy Box, where they do like the sort of like the toy photo stuff, give the critiques, but super talented from Oakland. And this is the lineup, right? So the studio will be there with Nate. Got to hang out with Nate today and talk a little bit more about it, which is rad. David Williams will be there. He's not going to table this year. He's done it in the past, but he just kind of wanted to hang out. Geekology is a local shop, kind of like the local retailer for Mythics, and one of the key organizers for the event. Jay's Armory is also a key organizer of the event. Mike, this people called Spiro Toys. Hell Angel will be there, and this is the Insightful Imagery of which I've been speaking. Tim Fung, Toy Fusion is the place you and I went to, Ken. Carver Customs is coming out from the furthest point away, which is awesome. Going to have some stuff to sell. Owen will be there sharing some of his early Mythic prototype stuff and some other things. And he's, if you like the Superpowers line by McFarlane, largely responsible for most of those sculpts. Nice. This guy will be there. And then Cody. And then we still got tables. But what I wanted to really share was, as we were talking, Michael's stuff. Check this stuff out if you're not familiar. I don't know exactly what he's going to bring in terms of inventory. He was at Legion's Con, Insightful Imagery.
His stuff is awesome.
Yeah. So his photography is badass, but here you sort of see his props in action. So this is the skeletons on one of his props that he's making. I don't know that he's shown full pictures yet. He's shown me in progress.
He's shown full pictures of that wagon.
Has he? Is it in here somewhere?
It was on his Instagram.
I know.
He was doing like
this is the wagon in progress. The dude's crazy, man. He's just like he does
insane.
He designs the stuff. He prints the stuff. He paints the stuff, and then he takes photos of it. Just like damn.
Yeah,
there it is.
He was just doing like a gas pump, or not a gas pump, gas meter, like earlier this week. The amount of detail that he gets into these is phenomenal. Like, again, just going through this whole process here, the weathering that goes into it and everything. Like, you couldn't tell that was made out of plastic. It looks so good.
Cool, right? Yeah.
Well, And Mikey is a big fan of Carver Custom. Doesn't make it anything worse. Got a Dio base from him in a giveaway. Yeah, as a matter of fact, the big grand prize winner from last weekend got the very brand new Baethier base from him that he worked on all that day. You literally watch that thing get built throughout the day as he would pop in.
Yep.
And, that got given away with the grand prize. So, I mean, man, the amount of creativity within this community is so phenomenal. And I love that Popeye head. Is that the Mezco Popeye head?
Mezco,
or is that a...
Yeah. I like how you say Popeye.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Sorry. He's doing these kind of like spirit tree things too. I don't know. I'm so impressed by all you folks who do this kind of stuff. It's really cool. So Michael will be there,
Right.
and then as you were pointing out, Carver. Let's bring Carver up.
Keep
Brian,
light.
Lynn. Yeah. Who was that? That was teasing. Was it Trevor who was teasing him about like copywriting light or something?
Yeah, because Alexander Deshaw put a light in one of his tables. He's like, but I got it approved through Brian first. Trevor's like, you don't have to approve it for Brian.
I asked
the
the light
keeper of the
godfather.
light. Yeah, the light god.
This is his stuff, man. I love this thing that he made. This whole diet with a grill at the top, so you can throw the lights through.
Again, keeper of that.
Hey,
light.
look at this guy. Hold on, where is he?
Yeah, he's a hack.
Oh, what's that? Yeah, just a little something.
This guy.
That guy's a
everywhere
whore.
he
I heard he's a
is.
YouTube whore.
I've heard that too.
Look,
So
I'm
I
just
don't
gonna
know
put it
what-
out there. If there's one bigger YouTube whore than me, it's Curtis.
I don't know what Brian will actually have at the show because his big thing obviously is like the year-round prep for Legion's Con. So we shall see. And he's, I think he's flying out. So I'm not totally sure, but it's just cool that he's coming out.
Speaking of Alexander Deshaw, I was going to say they were both in that picture right there, Brian Lynn and
was he?
Alexander. Yeah. Right there, the one all the way to the left.
Yeah.
There you go. If you need a sweet fountain to go with whatever Dio piece you just purchased from Brian,
he's the fountain guy.
Drunk Gizmo Customs.
So wait, so I'm just curious if you want to do a fountain, does maybe he feel like you need to?
Yeah,
come
you
in?
gotta call him first. You gotta make sure.
You got to get approval before you light your fountain, folks. You make sure you have the proper permits, get your permissions.
Yeah, that's like if anybody tries to whore themselves out for YouTube, they gotta call me first and make sure that I'm okay with it. Like I got the market.
I'm a
corner.
rebel and I don't ask for permission, but I'm going to end up getting locked up in a YouTube prison.
This is Jason's stuff. Again, one of the lead organizers, Jay's Armory. He was there last year. He was the guy who actually printed up Emil's custom weapon that he designed, and that sort of was sold just at the event. So he'll be here with a bunch of stuff. Yeah. So, hoping that folks go. I'm hoping that it grows every year.
I'm hoping that people are there the next day.
People will be there the next day, but it's going to be at that Toy Fusion place because they basically do I think it's like twice a month, like toy swap meet basically the next day. And last year, people came back and sold. So I
mean, Rick, if it keeps growing, I mean, as you know, I've got a sister that lives nearby. I could just go visit her and time it for that time of year.
There you go.
It just keeps growing. Find some mythic stuff to come by.
Make it act like you care about your family. That's
well,
cool.
I mean, there's that, but I mean, that's a problem for later. That's a problem for later. That's, hey, I'm coming by. And then, I get there. Oh, hey, did you know there's this thing happening in town?
Oh, by the way.
You know what? Hey, can I take the car? You've got a 3-car garage. It's all good, right? I'll just grab the car.
It's usually, it's always around Cinco de Mayo or May the 4th for Star Wars. I don't know how that all started. With Adam's, Adam Power is the Wiz, loves his peeps. And so there's a little bit of Cinco de Mayo love there, but
It's early May, so it's far enough away from Joe Fest if I have to leave town. Actually, I'll just bring my family with me for this one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and just ditch them off with the other fam, and then
what do you think I did the last time Brick and Michael from Toy Habits and Chris from Shiny Plastic came to?
Yeah, he was just visiting his sister.
Yeah, they went. So of course they timed it, so they went to In-N-Out to eat.
Yeah.
Right. To leave me
So that we
behind,
could
hang out with my
swing by.
friends. So we just went to In-N-Out to eat on the way to Toy Fusion.
Yeah, and then Chris, I think, was here for a wedding too.
So that Toy Fusion that's at the same location?
No, it's actually a hop, skip, and a jump away, a little car drive away. No,
we walked last time.
Yeah,
The
again,
new location
that was
over
the
here.
old
The
venue.
old
Yeah.
location, yeah.
All right,
why don't I
I'll
go
need
ahead
the
and-
address for that because I think I'll probably be able to get there to that the next day.
It's a cool shop too, just in general. BT Dubs.
Toy Fusion's great.
Yeah.
I've only heard of this experience over the past couple years, talking with Brick and everybody, getting to know him. I know you and Joe just barely missed one another. Was it last year? But what I like about this is, again, because the West Coast, first off, if you look at the event schedule for the Four Horsemen, it is filled with events from the East Coast through the Midwest, but you don't get as much going out to the West Coast. And again, that's perfectly understandable. Costs a lot to move all the product, to get all the way out there. It's the same reason why a lot of people from the West Coast can't always make the trip to the East Coast to get that Legion's Con experience in November, right before Christmas with everything. I think this is a great opportunity for a lot of you guys to meet up and kind of make that kind of West Coast premium show event for this whole thing. And I just think it's phenomenal. I'm actually jealous that I can't be out there to go hang out this thing halfway to Legion's Con, basically, and meet up with everybody. But again, I got to experience Zolo World. Going to be coming up soon is the Maryland Toy Expo. We got Joe Fest coming up right around the same time. Like, all that stuff's happening. There are tons of opportunities where I can meet people all up and down along the East Coast and get to buy some of my favorite toys.
Is ZoloCon still twice a year? Did you know, Oz?
Yeah, twice a year, from my knowledge. Actually, Jordan, who Lesson Warlock knows better. But yeah, that is a twice a year event to my knowledge, and I think it'd be good.
Steve and I might have an in there. One of our friends, Joe Ricondo, because we ship some parts, like some of our replacement parts, out of our friend Joe's house because he's already in the U.S. But he's a couple hours from ZoloCon. He's like, I think I want to just get a booth there anyway. So he's like, why don't you guys just come down and I'll just bring my truck full of our product. I'm like, well, that makes it easy for us. If all we have to do is fly into PA.
You know what? I think it'd be a great opportunity for you. It definitely seemed like the guys from Marauder Studios as well as Skeletron, like, they seem to be doing pretty good over there. They were getting a lot of traffic. So teaming right along with those guys.
Oh, those are all friends of ours, right? The Call Sign Longbow guys. I don't know the Marauder guys as well. I have friended them on Facebook, but I don't know them super duper well. But the Skeletron guys and the Call Sign Longbow guys are really good friends of ours. So
for sure.
Quite well. Yeah.
So this is the new venue, right, Brick? The Galaxy Cafe.
It is. Yeah, I was trying to find, because I know I saw it before, but they had like a good set of photos that sort of showed the venue. But it's a larger, more open space. And on top of that, they, it's apparently like a spot where the local Legions folks hang out. Because I believe it's the first month. The first Thursday or the last Thursday a month. Probably last Thursday because it's April 24th. They do painting nights, like Legion stuff. So there's another reason in terms of like trying to build the sort of Legion fandom at
within
this place,
this venue.
So kind of cool.
Awesome.
I hope folks can come through.
They should probably turn on some of those Art by Ackerman videos while they're painting. That'd be a good idea.
There you go. You got to go then and talk to them about
that's right.
that.
See, Curtis, when you're there, you gotta make sure to let them know.
Hand out some cards.
Yeah. So
there you go. Stickers.
As Jordan was saying, like this started with Is the Wiz and Walter. Actually, when Walter lived here, and having gone the last 2 times and gotten over my shyness, I reached out to Is. I was like, "Hey, man, you need help," and so helping out how I can. And you said that was Is on earlier on PGG?
Yeah.
Got it. So I'm just curious when Jordan said something about the barbarians. Is that because Is said that? Nate and I weren't sure what to say.
I believe that Is said that the barbarians will be there. So
Okay.
and I think Jeremy might have said that. I think somebody asked it on Wednesday, and I think Jeremy said he said there's
Nate and I were.
He said there was going to be a small number, and they were going to go quick. So
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was going to say, because Jordan stays on top of that news, and he says legendary barbarians.
Now, when Jordan said that, you also had the picture of the wizard like looking in the book. So I initially read that as legendary librarians were going to be there. So,
which that's cool too. I want to see some legendary librarians.
No sways will be there. So don't get it twisted.
I can't wait until that figure comes out. That's going to be cool. It's going to be a fun figure to have.
All right. I got to get going. I wanted to apologize to China because of my comments earlier. No, I'm kidding. But I did. And if anyone wants to talk tariffs and like talk the real deal and find out what I have to say, because I do actually have a lot to say about it, hit me up.
On behalf of China, we accept your apology.
Okay. I gotta go though.
For the entire country.
Yeah. All 1 billion.
See you, Brick. Nothing but love, brother. Nothing but love.
Night, folks. Thank you.
Later.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rolling too. I'm starting to fade, and I gotta get to a convention early in the morning. So
you're just pissed I didn't buy your Scareglow. You're gonna go cry.
I did put it up on a Motu board, so we'll see if I get any traction.
Perfect.
I hate selling on eBay.
What did you price it at?
$350.
Okay,
so
that's actually pretty good for that one.
Yeah,
I was gonna say it's a very reasonable price.
I mean, that's what I paid like 6 years ago. So I'm just looking to get what I put into it.
Well, that's because that's what it was. Including shipping. That's probably. Did you buy it local or did you?
I bought it off of eBay.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a few years ago, I think it was a bit less than that, but it's also.
Yeah, well, it's like the cape is pretty nice. It's in really great shape, and the halberd and the comic, and it's a really good version.
You have the comic too, which makes it
yeah.
Right,
ups that price.
That's what I didn't get because they didn't buy yours. They didn't get the comic.
Yeah, but you also would have had to ship it, so locally is always better. So
you got a good steal on your figure, Ken. You tend to shop around.
I don't want to tell Curtis what
for sure. And now he's stuck in a corner somewhere.
I am going to tell Curtis what I paid for it. I also paid $350 on it.
Well, there you go. Yeah, now you got it stuck in a corner. So
I didn't say which currency. I didn't say which currency.
He said $350 as in $3.50 American, which is like 270 Canadian.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, you have a good one. I will see you all later.
Later, Curtis.
Take care, Curtis. Good to see you, brother. I was gonna say Mikey is heading out as well.
There's a lot of people watching. This is good. It's really good for the channel.
Hey, man. The show grows each and every week.
You have over 500 views on last week's stream.
Well, last week's stream was a big part with that telethon. We definitely got some extra viewership starting off the telethon, so
yeah,
it was pretty good. And yeah, as Steve's mentioned, 48 people still at 1:45. I gotta say, I like those numbers. I ain't mad about it, and I like when people who didn't necessarily say hi earlier on are popping in and still coming in, and I'm seeing the names here. So Star Warrior Prime Reviews, it said that Galaxy Games Cafe in Sunrise, Sacramento area. Toy Fusion is in Arden Fair, Sacramento. They're
awesome.
about 10-minute drive, 15 minutes away between two.
That's
See,
awesome.
honestly, I'm loving the fact that, again, it's just giving another opportunity for people who are big fans of these kind of lines. And again, I'm not saying like, you don't have to like Mythic Legions. You don't have to like Cosmic Legions or everything that the Four Horsemen is doing. It's just what I'm really into, so I always get excited
But
about
it was
seeing.
cool that both Eric's and Jeremy and was it George, they all jumped in on last week's stream, right?
Yeah.
That's how involved these guys are.
So they didn't jump in on my portion of the stream. But yes, like at the end of it for the last leg, everybody jumped on Legion's Lounge. I know I stepped down. I offered to step out to make more room. Diego, who also one of the Four Horsemen studio people.
Yep.
If chances are, if you've wrote an email to customer service for Store Horseman, that he's probably the one that responded to you. Apparently, he now has help in that department, which is nice. He gets a bit of a break, but
To me, Four Horsemen is the way that an independent company should be run. Hey, Largo, like those dudes are pioneers in the independent toy game, right? Like it was an honor to like shake Jeremy's hand last year for Joe Fest. I think you said it was the IshCon Street team, so most of the Horsemen weren't there, and Jeremy only flew out for Saturday, I think, right?
Yeah.
So it was kind of nice. Hopefully more of them go this year. But again, it's not super close to where their central location is, right? Because they're closer to Jersey, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, Jeremy, I know I was saying like earlier on, I think he was living in there, but no, he says he actually comes into Jersey and stays at that same hotel that they do Legion's Con at. So
I see. Okay.
Yeah, he is not local to them. I mean, I'm still learning where everybody's from.
Oh no, it's fine.
I know Jeremy at some point soon will be joining us for Clubhouse. He'll be coming on to hang out one night. I got to shoot him a message and we'll see what day is going to work for him. But it's going to be great to have him come on and just hang out. I'm going to let him know this isn't going to be like any kind of formal interview. No, this is Clubhouse. This is where the after con hours Jeremy can come and hang out because that's
let his hair down, so to speak. Yeah.
Right.
Speaking of letting our hair down, look who's here for the last leg.
We get Cobweb back in the house.
Ian's still here? I thought he was gone.
I can go grab a snack and mute my microphone. That's fine.
It's all right. These Brick's gone.
Oh, yeah, because we know how much you love Brick.
Yeah.
Now, Cobb, are you going to be trying to head out to that Mythic meetup? Or is that too far?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like an 8 or 9 hour drive for me. I'm a lazy ass.
8 or 9 hour drive, but if you could find a place to stay, it might not be too bad to stay for the 2 days. See where Curtis is staying and go stay with Curtis.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. When is it? What's the date on that?
What did Brick say? May 3rd? May 3rd is the main event, and then some people are staying over and doing like May 4th. Just plan a trip, get out there, because again, like we don't always get these opportunities. So when they present themselves, it's really worth it to get that chance. I think Thanos said he might be trying to even go and check it out, possibly. So I don't want to put words in Thanos.
I didn't even do that WonderCon they just went to, and I was only WonderCon was only 30 minutes away from me. 30, 40 minutes.
That's amazing.
Right. See, that would have been a prime opportunity for you to get out and go hang out with everybody.
I think Joe said his first con ever was Legion's Con.
Yes. Yeah. So Joe did the Mythic meetup, but again, it's not really like a convention in the terms of an actual convention. It's literally just kind of this meetup. But the fact that, it's getting to that level where it's like a mini convention. And I know Mikey was saying before here, he does SDCC. Mikey goes to SDCC every year, which I know a lot of us would love that idea. But he says he really gets bummed out missing some of these like Midwest, more intimate cons, and that's why he misses PowerCon, because sometimes, yeah, like the SDCCs, the toy fairs, or the New York Comic Con, stuff like that. If you somehow weasel your way into an E3, if you're into gaming and all like that,
Yeah.
they're so big, they're so massive, like you just don't really get time.
Yeah.
So these smaller conventions, the more intimate ones, it's just better for meeting up and hanging out with everybody. Like that's really, really one of the best parts.
Yeah, I mean, like when Mega J goes to SDCC to do the Flipboard thing, it's very different for him compared to doing Joe Fest, doing PowerCon, doing. I guess he did go to Legion's Con, and he went to
Yeah,
Joe
he was at
Lanta as
Legion's.
well. Oh, Toyland. Oh my God, he's been to a lot. Wow.
Jay has been traveling around quite a bit, but again, that's kind of how you're getting. Like Hatter's busy doing his thing. He's got the family and everything now. Writer strikes off, so he's very busy back to work. So if you're going to have somebody going around promoting your product, Jay is a little bit more freelance with his work, so he has the.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got that availability to alter his schedule a bit around the idea of traveling to these different conventions to continue to talk up the brand, talk out champions of Neferity.
And Steve, if you want to just send me to every single convention that Mega J is at, I mean, I'd be happy to go to Legion's Con, Toylanta, Joe Lanta, SDCC, Joe Fest. If PowerCon ever comes back, Zolo Con, WonderCon, New York Toy Fair, New York Comic Con, European Birmingham Toy Fair, everything. Just saying.
Hey, or Steve, you can send me to the stuff in the States. I'll go.
I was going to say,
I've got my answer.
Steve,
this is my answer. He heard him say "yup" right here.
So I was going to say, if Steve wants to send me, I will gladly go, as I owe the guy a big favor. You just got to cover the hotel rooms. I don't make that kind of money at the day job.
Bess and I were talking about maybe 2 or 3 years trying to do a Europe trip, and if I can, I'm going to try to plan it at the same time as like Grayskull Con.
Try to get over there for Los Amigos in Germany.
Yeah. Well, no, that's Grayskull Con is the one in Germany. I thought Los Amigos was the one down in Mexico.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, that would make more sense.
Yeah, Los Amigos.
I'm
Los Amigos in Russia.
Like that all works out, but yeah, because I've been to Germany. She's never been to Germany. She's never been out of
Greenland.
Right. Well, like we thought about even doing like kind of hopping around a little bit, like maybe doing like Ireland and then going over to England and then going to main Europe, and then we can kind of drive around a little more, you know what I mean? But
yeah, definitely. Well, it's
that's a long-term plan though. That's not something like I ain't got going to Europe money just lying in my back pocket. Like,
better sell those customs. What the hell?
Right?
Put them in a Europe envelope with all the sales. Don't reinvest. Put that money in an envelope for Europe, and then
I just sold one. I got a guy who I did some for like 2 years ago, who has me doing 2 more for him. I'm just waiting for him to send me the deposit, so I can start getting supplies. And then last time I did it for him, he ended up like, "Oh, can you do card backs too?" I absolutely can do card backs too. "Oh, can you do this?" I absolutely can do that. Can you do multiples of them? I absolutely can do that. Like, you start
as long as you're willing to pay for it, right? Like that's the idea.
Absolutely, the answer is yes if you're paying.
Right? Like that's the idea. So K-Roll mentions heading out that way. If you're going to end up going up to Ireland, you got to meet up with our buddy David. It goes by the name Motu Origins Cork on IG and his socials. He is in County Cork in Ireland.
I think I follow him on Instagram. I'm not sure.
Eyes on the Screen in Germany too, right? Eyes on the Screen. He's the one that got us that stuff from Toyplosion. Holger is his name.
There you go. Yeah, I got to look into getting that. What is it? The new pack that they got coming out. from Los Amigos. I don't know. I missed out on the one that Axel did last year with the art and all. I mean, the truth is, I just really need the parts. It doesn't matter to me about the boxing and everything else with it, but like the extra accessories. Yeah, the Snake Men one from last year with like Reptilax's actual acts.
Yeah, I have all those files.
Okay,
yeah.
That's the problem.
Corey will print them for you.
Yeah.
There you go.
He said first, so
yeah.
No, that's fine because I was going to say you've already got plenty of stuff that you're working on for me. So
yeah, I can print. I already print them out for me. Like I can print them out for you. That's not a big deal.
Well, I know Kenny already got me like the staff for Pythonus because that was one of the things
the best
that I
part of that whole group. Yeah.
Oh man, that is an outstanding package. But the little winged beast from Fangor, that's cool too. The little
he's
winged
in there
dragon, right?
And the little knife.
It's just a fun kit. Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah. All right. So apparently Cobb says he's cutting all in and out, so he's out for the night. Man, everybody's jumped off. Like you'd think we actually have a 2 a.m. East Coast closing time or something like that.
Right. Although I'm gonna be hopping off here soon because I gotta go. I got to babysit tomorrow. My best friend just had a newborn.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Well,
with the newborn.
You're babysitting a newborn?
Well, yes.
They don't know you very well, do they? How good of a friend is this?
No, they've known me
customized
for years. I've known him since I was a teenager.
You're gonna give his baby back with like paper wings or some shit. I know what you're gonna do.
Maybe you should make him some like
wings to his back,
infant size like He-Man armor, and just like leave the baby in that when you go.
Corey, whatever you do not do that to the child. Do not. That is a crime. Do not do that.
In this video, I put armor on a baby.
We went up to Zolocon. Jess's sister lives up there, and she just had a baby. Babies love me. I'm good with babies. Jess, you give them to Jess, they start crying right away.
Look, babies are great, especially when you can just give them right back.
I'm good. Well, I was playing with the kid. The kid's starting to hold her head up and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay. So I'm taller than her. Her parents are like 5'4" and 4'10".
Oh wow.
I'm 6'1".
Yeah.
And so I can literally put the kid on the ceiling. Well, I didn't think about the fact that the kid's never been to my height, let alone to the ceiling. And so the kid was a little scared. That's the only time the kid's
scared. It gets a little crazy.
Yeah. But the kid was like, which is fine. I gave it back to the parents, so it was fine. But
you didn't keep it, you gave it back to the parents. That's
always. That's the best part.
That's a good thing too.
Yeah.
Don't shake it and don't keep it.
Not being a parent, I can give the kids back.
Right? Yeah. Absolute best part about babies is when they're not yours, so you can give them right back.
I just like being the cool uncle. I don't have to have kids.
Right? And then you get them all hopped up on sugar and caffeine, and then give them right back to the parents after that.
After you give them the most annoying toy in the world to take home.
A kazoo.
When the same friend had their daughter, I'm her godfather. But the first 3 years, every loud music or sound making toy is what they got for birthdays and Christmas every year. And it's like, look, this is how you make all the sounds.
Right. Hey, here, have this drum kit.
Make sure I stripped out the screw so they couldn't get the screw out, so they couldn't take the batteries out. I was a fun uncle.
There you go. So TD3 Trooper put this comment here earlier that I did want to highlight, saying it's awesome the variety of toy lines you all cover. Well, that's kind of the idea, right? Definitely I am a hardcore Mythic Legions fan these days. I started off with just getting back into Origins, and then I ended up getting really big into Mythic Legions after Figure Obscura. It kind of stole me over. But even then, I still try to pick up what I can here and there, still try to look at other toys and see what they got going on. I know Kenny He is still mostly Origins and Masterverse and everything else with that. But then Kenny has even exploded and expanded a lot of his collection and what he gets. And that's how you see some cool stuff. Like he got an ECW figure or AEW figure or whatever it was.
Yeah, AEW, yeah.
Which one?
A&W root beer figure with the
I
coat.
took his vest off and put it on an AWOC.
Which vest?
I don't recognize whose coat it is.
I was gonna say I don't know because Drew McIntyre wears a coat, but he's in he's in WWE.
Or maybe it was WWE. It was I don't know. I got it Ross.
Either way,
he was a wrestler. He was a wrestler.
Could it have been Sting and they painted the jacket?
No,
on his arms. No,
wasn't Sting. Wasn't Sting for sure.
Nah, Sting's recognizable. This is clearly somebody that is not too recognizable.
It was
maybe Darby Allin. I don't know.
Could be.
Yeah,
well, then I would expect them to come with like a skateboard.
I don't know.
Yeah, it became with a skateboard. I got a Darby Allin right here. So, right.
Well. We've been waiting for this guy all night.
Where the hell you been, Joe?
I thought I heard somebody say Mythic Legions, and it was like my bat signal went off.
We said it a couple times. Now, it was right when we were first starting up the show. Somebody was like, hey, where's Joe at? It's like, that's a good point. Where is Joe? I was like, I think he had said he had something to do tonight. So
No. Actually, what happened is Joe got home from work and was changing his clothes, sitting on the bed. And then I woke up like 5 minutes ago. And it was dark.
That was a long night.
Yeah, I was like, "What? Why is it dark?"
Joe, don't feel bad. Same kind of thing happened to me earlier. I went out, I woke up early this morning after having a pretty late night last night, and then I went out with Ziggy earlier, and we did our usual food, and got like 3 or 4 plates full of sushi. Came back home, slipped into a food coma, and I was late for the coloring stream I was supposed to be doing with Allison. I'd even set an alarm to go off an hour before I was due on that stream, so that way I'd have enough time to wake up, set everything up, get myself, some coffee or something like that, wake up a little bit. And it's like I woke up and it was dark here. And I was like, oh shit, it shouldn't be dark yet. Not at 6 right now. And realized the stream had already started without me. I was like late to it, but still had a good time.
Yeah, I didn't even eat dinner. I'm not even sure exactly what happened.
Hey, look, if you need to make yourself something to eat, go ahead and do it.
No, I'm good. It's like, yeah, it was just weird. Like I didn't get a lot of sleep this week because I hurt my back on Monday. And so each day this week, I got sleep, but not great sleep, because my back has been bothering me. So I guess it just finally added up. Like I made it through the work week and my body was just like, no, we're shutting down.
Joe, I'm speaking from experience. I'm very, very sorry.
No, it's all right, man.
Because I can tell you that is my life. I never fucking sleep very well because I can't get comfortable because my back is so fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, I told the story on Offworld last night, but it was on Monday. We were at I was at Walmart with my girlfriend, and she was buying a dresser at Walmart, like a really nice one in the box. And so
the box that said Team Lift.
Yes, exactly. It was a huge, heavy box, and I'm impatient. I didn't want to wait for them to send people to help because they're not super motivated. Very nice people. Just I was in a hurry, so I told my girlfriend I was like hold the cart and I'll pick up the box and put it in there. And my thinking was I'd set it on the edge of the cart and then just kind of flip it in there. It wouldn't be a big deal. But I it's my own fault, lack of information. When I said hold the cart, I didn't explain hold the cart rigidly, so it wouldn't move. So she's holding the cart and I picked up and when I set the box on the edge of the cart, the front of the cart started moving sideways. And I went, hold the cart, hold the cart. And she said, I am.
Hold it still.
So the cart's moving, and I'm trying to keep from dropping this giant box. And so I just like muscled it in there and totally pulled a muscle in my back, in my upper back. And
how is it right now?
What's that?
How is it feeling right now?
Better than it was Monday night, but like then I went back to work, and I have a pretty physical job, so a lot of climbing ladders, and I carry grease guns all day and things like that. So
right.
If you're not going to the doctor for it, grab some of those salon paws. They're not bad.
Yeah.
I wear the lidocaine pat, like I have 2 on right now. Like if I'm going to sit for long, honestly, I was going to bail about 3 times, but then 3 other people bailed. So I was like, well, fuck, I'm not going to bail now. But it helps every little bit, and heat and cold and all that good stuff. So
right.
Alternating.
I'm old enough now that this isn't an uncommon occurrence. So
I do need to bail, guys. It was I missed you all. It was good seeing you. And
yeah, for sure, Corey.
Happy to have you back, Corey.
Later, Corey.
Remember, folks, make sure that if you're buying a big expensive play set, that it's, actually has batteries listed.
Yep. Very true.
I don't know if Corey's actually left or if he's still with us, because it just doesn't have his thing.
I'll try. I can try removing him, and he can message it. Yeah.
No.
Well,
yeah, just puts him back.
He hasn't logged out. He's still.
We just put him on backstage for now, and he can always message the chat if he.
I'm just gonna ban him from the studio. No, joking.
We'd never done that ever.
Hey, look, bullshit. I've definitely banned somebody from the studio. However, it just didn't seem to work because they kept fucking coming back like a bad case of fucking herpes that night. Son of a bitch.
Oh,
sorry, I didn't mean to get you going.
Funny no, it was. Hey, let's pump it up, guys. Let's pump it up. Pump
the jam. Pump it up.
I'm gonna fucking pump something. So, there you go. So, edibles help with the pain.
GI Jetman, I work at a mine, and mines are federally regulated by MSHA.
So you are tested.
Since they're federally located, marijuana is not federally legal yet. I am not allowed to partake. So,
right.
And I hate
even if your state allows it because of certain federal
it's legal in Nevada, but I can't because I work at a mine. Yeah.
Like my state was like the number 1, but because I'm on a pain contract with my doctor, I can't partake either because I have to give him a sample every time I get my script because I have to make sure I don't have anything else in my system. So.
Yeah,
right. Because you're already on a more controlled substance.
I'm on perks, baby, so I'm good.
Yeah,
right.
Depending on who you talk to, you're good.
Yeah, right.
So, it was one cool thing that I was just thinking about, Joe, and I meant to bring it up while Curtis was here earlier. The faceplate that comes with Sir Elijah, that's a skull. My Sir Elijah, he's just going to have that standard face that he comes with because I like that. I like that look. Right. I'm not going to. I've got enough skeletons. I don't need to make him a skeleton.
Yeah, I've got a couple myself.
How hard would it be to kind of Dremel down the back of this? And do you think I could attach that onto a pauldron?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can easily.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I might have to get into that because I was just thinking, because the one gladiator figure, the gladiator builder, he's got that one pauldron that comes with the skull face on there, but the detail on it's all, again, it's a builder figure, so it's all like that solid color. There's not a lot of paint app for that. That's one of the reasons those figures are cheaper. I always like that pauldron, but my painting skills aren't as nice as that, and this one's already nice and painted, so I just had to kind of get it molded around and be able to attach it. Probably use some kind of epoxy to fill in where there would be gapping, but
even if you have one of those little pen ones that run about $40 at Lowe's, one of those little pen Dremels, they're lightweight. You don't have to wear. I have 5 Dremels, but it's like the one that if I need something quick and small, I have like this. Yep, there you go. That's even bigger than the one I was talking about. They have these little ones that are like a pen size.
Those pens
And
ones
those
are
are
nice for those small
and they're so
detail things.
convenient because they're small and light. And
Yeah.
because I have a
Right.
few. I had one for a while there. I had one with this long hose on it that was a little bit easier to use for a while, but I stopped doing it. I just have my I use 3 main ones, and that little one is just the quick one.
Right. Yeah, I got to check the battery on this and make sure it's actually.
Always good to
Problem with
have
those
a
big
Dremel
ones
around.
is they get so they're heavy when you're trying to do those little detail works. It's
Yeah.
nice to have those pen ones because you can just
Right.
Yeah, easy to work with.
I've had the same Dremel for I don't know how long, maybe 15 years or more. An actual Dremel brand Dremel, and I
Yeah,
freaking
that's
love
what
that
this one
thing.
is.
But
Yeah.
I was with my girlfriend in the makeup section at Walmart, and they had like a little tiny
For
cordless
nails?
one for like doing nails.
Oh yeah.
And I saw that, and I was like, I actually am thinking about picking one of those up just for convenience.
You can
sake.
never have enough Dremels anyway. And you know what? I ended up getting kind of a similar thing. I ended up getting one of those UV lights for the acrylic nails.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And it covers it up, so I could put my 3D prints underneath that and plug it in. And then if it's not sunny, Colorado, we get about 300 sunny days a year anyway. But if I'm not getting a sunny day, that thing's real nice. If I'm doing something at night.
I actually have one of those as well, just for curing, the photosensitive
The UV
resin.
resin.
So
Mhm.
they work really good.
Yeah.
So
Very good.
Andrew Davis is mentioning 4 Horsemen's going to be a problem for me. First 4 purchases, and I'm already 1,300 in the hole. So I'm guessing he backed the dragon, because with only 4 purchases, unless it were 4 separate all-ins, which I don't know of any all-in that's up and available right now.
I thought he just
can't-
picked up 4 Motu tributes like the old ones. That's
yeah,
about the
like
same
he was.
price.
I was gonna say he's got Sir Unken, he's got Keltis, he's got
Right.
Adamon in there. You know, that's what he's got. But saying that he's 1,300,
3-star.
You're not
Hey,
the
speaking
only
of
one.
dragons,
What's up, buddy?
this
Yeah.
freaking guy.
I'm gonna
What's up,
say
fellas?
this is man right here. So
Oh, I'm flipped, huh?
yeah, there you are. But yeah, man, it was great to see you hopping into that chat, and I thought it was from the Toy Network chat that you jumped in there, and then Kenny let me know earlier he was helping to spread the word about the dragon giveaway. That we none of us were planning that dragon giveaway at all. Curtis just kind of sprung that on us. Now, mind you, he was willing to donate the bulk of the money to start it. But brother, it was great to see you get your name in there. And then when I saw it pop up, I was like, oh shit. Darren won
That's
him
too
a
cool.
dragon.
It's so cool to have somebody that we know get it. You know, that's the coolest part.
That's pretty much what I was thinking, but I couldn't think anything for a second because I was like, "Holy shit! That's me?" So
Right?
I need to state it here now because I know you're live and you're recording. Should something happen to me between now and the time the dragon comes out, make sure Kenzo gets it.
Well, we'll make sure Kenzo gets it because I want to see it.
All right, Darren, we
I
got it.
wanna-
If you die before the dragon comes out, it's going to Ed. I understand. We got it.
I heard Ken. I heard Ken.
Ken,
I didn't hear
yeah.
Ken at all.
Kenzo.
No, it was cool, man.
I
I
heard
was happy
Ken.
'cause
Hang on,
honestly,
I heard Ken Poe.
The funny thing
Nice.
about it is I literally I messaged you and one other person and that was it. Cause I mean you were right there on my you know what it was? It was because like I got into my chats and you had messaged me that time when you're like, hey, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just driving.
Oh,
When I said hi to
yeah,
you on
yeah.
a different chat. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh, 3-star. And I said, hey dude. And then I was like, you were the first one because you were like, you know, you were right there. And I was like, oh, and then when you won it, I was like, oh hell yeah. That's so
Well,
cool.
that
Yep,
was
so-
that was just it. So like my cousin Pop Blender has moved his stream to Sundays, right? So last Sunday was his first stream at his new time, and he goes on at 9 our time. I was in here finishing up. I think I was doing a video or whatever I was doing, so I knew about the 24-hour stream. I had the schedule. I was listening to Clubhouse last Saturday for quite a good while. And I was in the chat here. And so during the day, Sunday, I like followed it a little bit and I knew where it was going to end Sunday night. So my plan was to listen to my cousin. And toward the end, when the campaign was ending, I was going to go over and listen to that stream because I knew there would be somebody on that stream or from Four Horsemen, and they would probably have the final numbers.
Yeah.
And that, I was gonna check out like maybe the last 20 minutes of the stream. So I was in here and Kenzo messages me and was like, "Hey, are you watching this stream?" I said, "No, should I be?" He was like, "They're giving away a dragon." I was like, "Oh shit, really?" And I was like, "Well, let me go over there now." And this was at like probably 8:30 or so my time. So it was when the super chats had started coming in to fund the extras that they were buying to give away. And I was messaging Kenzo and I was like, "How do I enter? What do I do?" He was like, "Oh, they hadn't told us yet." And I'm like, "Oh, well, I got here just in time." So I listened to that stream and found out the hashtag thing. And I sent in, I did send in a super chat. I did donate a little bit toward it because I'm like, somebody's going to win this. So, and the girl that I'm seeing, she was listening to it and she did too. And
oh wow,
so cool. She was actually watching it too when I come up, and she was like, "Holy shit, you won!"
So you guys are actually going to get your money back then.
I guess
technically, yeah, you're getting that back, right?
That was a
but
bargain.
that's the thing.
It was a tiny deposit. That's all it was.
Right.
Well,
So
I had
Derek
Merrick
got the
put a
cheapest
hashtag
one.
in too. Merrick was home, and I said, "Merrick, do a hashtag because if Channel does
like,
random, would have won it."
Right, put it in. Increase your chances how you can.
Yeah,
but I mean
was
that
cool,
that was the
I was
thing.
super happy that he did get it because I was like, "Hey, you know what? Like you said, it was all in the universe to where 3-star was supposed to win that one, and it was just, hey, I was a catalyst to help it out, and that made me happy that I even had a small little part of it."
Right, like you had a little part to play.
Now, if anything happens to Darren before it comes out, you're going to be prime suspect number one.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Especially after what he said tonight. There was motive.
Ping his phone.
I may not go to Joe Fest now because people will know where I'll be that weekend.
I got your back, man. I'll cover your six.
Look, they. You know what though? That's the thing. We still got all the way up until whenever the dragon comes out, and at this point in time, we don't know 100% exactly when that'll be. We know when the Four Horsemen want it to be, you know, like what they plan on it being, but we don't know exactly when it will be. But yeah, that's just fantastic. And again, I know you are not one of us guys who is all in on legions and all like that. I know you enjoy them and you've got your fair share and you've, planning on picking up more. So the fact that it went to somebody, outside of the diehards that was able to win that is another thing that I love. And yes, that cannabis is sweet.
I love this thing, man.
Yes. I mean,
I'm sorry. I'm just going to let you know. I'm sending the link to Steve right now.
Oh, yeah. I didn't realize. I figured you had already done that. Definitely give Steve the link.
I'll do it right now. Yeah.
Because if it wasn't for that, man. Oh, yeah. You
Bishop.
Got Bishop.
I was looking at Bishop, too.
I got Bishop. I was going to strip his armor off. And then I set him up with his armor on. I'm like, damn, this thing is just gorgeous with this armor on.
And who's that you got sitting on top of him?
It's Luke's, what's his name from
Berserk?
Berserk. Yeah, Berserk.
I was going to say, it looked like Griffith.
It looks regal.
Damn, he looks really, really nice on Bishop. Actually looks a little tiny, but...
he is tiny on Bishop, but he's a small...
Kind of makes the horse look bigger. It looks like kind of like a Clydesdale kind of thing,
Yeah. Well, because that character does ride an all-white horse in that manga. And
I got one of those fish toys horses coming, so I'm interested to see how they compare to the mythics.
They looked a little bit bigger from what I saw in the pictures, but yeah. Again, it just to me that works out better because it makes them more of like that idea of a Clydesdale or a bigger, stronger horse.
A big draft horse.
Yeah.
I got my arrow for my birthday from Faker Battle Cat yesterday.
Right?
To turn into Swiftwind so I could put him next to the tower. So
yeah, man. Looks
and a Shira. He
good.
gave me a Shira with it too, the classic Shira. So that was
Oh, nice. Even better.
dude, that was a crazy birthday present, man.
It was cool to hop on last night. I was glad I took the time to jump on after I finished up with Outer Dimensions. I was glad I did because I got a chance to actually see and hang out with Faker Battle Cat a little bit.
He's a good dude, man.
Is that the one with the split skirt so she'll actually sit on the horse?
No, it's not. I have so there's another one with this standard look that has a split skirt.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the one I'm missing then, because I have the Club Gray Skull. I have, of course, everything else. Like I even have the Shira for New Adventures, with the mask. I'm sure you have all that.
Oh, that was really cool.
I do. I was a big Classics fan, and when they
you mean you would say you're
a
fan of Four Horsemen?
Yeah.
That was not the insane out of control fan that I am right now, but it was one of those.
You've been tied to them for a while.
Magazine, Toy Fair magazine, talked about them a lot, and that's when I was.
For a lot of us, though, our gateway into Legions was very much the Motu Classic stuff.
Right. And I collected Classics, and the first She-Ra, that one, you couldn't get her to sit on the horse and have it look right because her legs don't open
spread
enough
open,
because of the skirt. Yeah.
But I do have even the Masterverse will do good on it. I mean, that's the Masterverse.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
And it'll fit.
There you go.
I haven't looked in a while, but I think it's the Bubble Power She-Ra is the one with the
I have her.
skirt.
Oh, I do have her. Shit, what am I doing?
And the ankles are pretty weak on the 2008 Motu Classics He-Man. But if you ride him on Battle Cat, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I think that's
There
the
you
one
go.
with the split skirt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. She can.
Yep. So
Hello.
you can actually swap the parts and make her the regular She-Ra and put the Bubble Power armor on the
most people actually like the Bubble Power version better just as a toy. The other She-Ra just looks aesthetically more like the cartoon. Hey, Steve.
Steve, what's up?
Good to have you, brother.
Steve.
Hi, guys.
So, right on.
That's cool. I'm glad you said that because I was like, I do have the Bubble She-Ra shit.
I don't know why that hung out in my head of all things, but yeah, that's
well, and like I said, this is Bo's horse, but he did actually give me the headpiece to scan because I got to give that one back. But he's like, if you can scan it, then I can do the unicorn piece.
So Kenzo, man, you're if you could make me one of those, that would be amazing because my dog, when she was a puppy, pulled the headpiece off of my Swiftwind and chewed it up.
Absolutely will.
Shit.
Absolutely.
So that would be amazing because I don't want to spend like $300 to buy another Swiftwind just for the stupid headpiece. But yeah, she totally pulled that off and chewed it up.
And this piece is not that crazy to where the detail would be easy to scan. I mean, I just like with the horn like it is, there's nothing hanging over anything else. It'd be a really basic scan. So,
that would be amazing if you could do that.
Oh, yeah.
I would happily pay you Tuesday.
No.
I'm just kidding. No, but I'd happily pay for that, man.
Nah.
Because for a long time I really watched eBay close, hoping somebody would post just the headpiece, and no one ever does.
Sadly, when it comes from like a packaged character like that, there are a lot of times where that single piece costs more than the whole freaking package.
Right.
Which is the worst. Like you might as well just buy a whole nother Swiftwind at that point.
I was just hoping there was some crazy person out there that customized the horse to make it something else, use it for something else and would throw the parts up there. But
yeah.
if somebody did, I never caught it.
Well, I think now
Yeah.
with the price that you can pay for better
Elite,
articulated
yeah.
horses, I want to say in a way, than the classics. Mind you, not to say that Swiftwind wasn't well articulated or anything, but with the way the horses that the Four Horsemen do now, you get one of those for like $60 or $70, as opposed to paying the price for a classics, which was definitely probably the best 1/12 scale horse up until more modern times. So
It's still a crazy good sculpt for sure.
Heck yeah.
Boreas
Stanley,
$55 on the damn Store Horseman still.
Yep, and you go buy them now. Phobos is up there, or is Phobos still available? I don't think Phobos.
Phobos and Boris are, I think.
Yeah, Phobos and Boreas are up there still.
There you go. I still kind of need to pick up the Phobos for my Alithia. So Stanley is asking any new info on the bear, but we're looking the end of this year at the earliest for that one, I believe.
But
because we got what All-Star
enough,
6?
there is new info because they posted a picture of a test shot of the bear this week.
They did.
So
yeah, unpainted.
I was thinking maybe that's why he asked about it, because he saw that. I'll pull it up.
Gotcha. Yeah, it is still going to be a while, but they are working on it. So I know I'm getting excited.
Oh, I was going to say
I'll
that
pay a
picture
tariff to get
it was giving me right. Yeah, I'll pay extra. Right. It's my homage figure, and it just keeps looking better and better.
It's like it's the Oz. What are you doing?
Right.
So wait, if it was the Oz, it would be the bear from the end of Great Outdoors when he scalped it with the shotgun.
Yeah. With the boot,
Pretty
with the
much
booty.
saved your head.
Yeah. So yeah, here you can see a lot of the test shots.
Oh yeah.
So this is from. Go ahead, guys.
Oh, just right away, it's amazing how big it is. Like the horse that's next to it is the same size as the one Ed was holding up.
Damn.
You know, so if you're looking at size wise, that bear is enormous.
What
And
is
that's
it
an
about?
ogre
14
scale
inches
next
tall,
to
or
it, right?
Yep.
It's over a foot, right?
Yeah.
So ogre scale.
Yeah, he's definitely
ogre scale on its right.
Standing like that, it's about the same height as a troll. So
because of the ears, it is slightly taller than the troll. At least that's how it was in the picture that the standing bear next to the troll at G-Con 2 years ago.
Okay, for a non-mythics guy, tell me something else to compare it to, because I don't know what a troll size is.
So you're talking about 13 inches, because the troll, I believe, is 13 inches, and Joe can correct me if I'm wrong. But
so it's on basically Mondo size.
A Mondo,
really.
a Mondo, yeah.
Yeah.
You Mondo.
Here we go.
So next to my fat head, this is a troll. So
okay.
We're looking at
yeah. And it sits slightly taller than that because of the ears.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The ears add like a good extra like half-inch above it.
That's cool. That's really cool.
Right.
That's
gonna
be badass.
Yeah, all of these in frame are from the Rising Suns wave. So yes, you got your standard horse, which is going to be a little bit taller. This is Scapular's unicorn, which is really cool. Then you've got over here, I cannot remember the name of this, but their new Minotaur that has like a more Highland cow-shaped head, that bovine head, which is really sweet. And looks like some new tooling for some ogre scale armor, which is nice.
That's cool armor. Yeah.
They need some variation, let's face it. There's not a whole lot of ogre scale parts. And it gets real repetitive real quick coming from a guy who owns most of the ogre scale figures. And then you got the sweet bear in the middle, which is really, really the most impressive thing on this screen right now. I will continue to claim that is my homage. Oh, here we go. So Joe with that scale piece in here again. So there's your standard ogre.
So this one is roughly the same size as the one that's on there. So
okay.
Right. Yeah, the other one might be a little taller again because of the horns coming up above the sides of the head, but yeah. You know, that's your standard ogre with your troll. So that's how they look side by side. But what else is cool about this shot is what's in the background. So anybody who is excited about that Cosmic Legion's accessory kit, you can see those little sci-fi crates hanging out right here behind the unicorn. And I'm seeing a lower portion of an ox crew, because those are those bigger boots with like the whatever these are supposed to be, maglocks or repulsors. So I just thought that was really cool in the picture too, that we see the progression with the Ox Crew Cosmic Legions in this shot as well. And then it looks like we got some packaging samples right here for whatever this is on the side. So it's always cool not just seeing what's framed in the shot, but what's hanging around on the outsides. And you see here's that like dual-headed goat hammer sitting down here. Is what that looks like. Again, I can't say entirely because it's slightly blurred, but that's what it was looking like, which again is ogre scale weaponry, which there isn't a lot of. So it's nice to see it.
Yeah, that's the package samples might be All-Star 6. I think they're going into production on that right now.
So. Yeah. That's what we should be getting next. So that's going to give us the last couple of boners, the rest of Necronominus's children, because he has 6 kids all in all.
The Necronominus child that stole my beard style. So.
Yep.
But he'll never get your mustache.
That'll also give us.
He can't.
Nope.
Who is it? Scally Bone Splitter, the dwarven
dwarf
skeleton.
Yeah.
That'll be coming. As well as we get that sweet skull heads pack. So if you want to change up, since we got like 30 billion skeletons in the past year, if you want to change up some of their heads so they don't all look the same, we got that skeleton heads pack with the gorilla skull, which is exciting for the Tropiculize.
Yep.
Well, the reason I brought this guy out wasn't to show how big he was, because he's already 15 inches tall, but this was for Joe. This is the one piece that I did scan with the scanner that I have, and that's why I'm pretty confident. I scanned that, the scare glow, and everything, the detail of all of it, even have the little cut in it and stuff, so it printed pretty well. So I think I should be able to get that scanned.
Right on.
I will say 100% that is a high detailed sculpt, because I got it here in mini size. That was one of the parts that Kenzo sent to me that I have. That like it's detailed, and I want to bring out the detail in it with a wash, but also because it glows, I don't want to put too much paint on it.
Just do it like this one. Just do it like that one. See, they have a little. They have a little bit there, a little bit on the side.
Yeah, like almost like little washes to settle into those crevices and bring it out.
God, he's good, man. This one's so cool. But yeah, that one, and then you just Dremel out the middle, and it'll fit any figure you want, really. Deadman.
I was gonna say Deadman's on. Hey, Deadman, if you want the link, brother, let me know. You can come join us, hang out on the YouTube for a while.
On the tubes.
But yeah, man, I freaking I'm so excited with the upcoming waves, and that's what everybody has said. Once you get the 4 Horsemen stuff. It's like once you get your first pre-order in, then like you're getting something every couple of months after that rolls in. So like once you wait for that very first one, it's a lot of fun. All right, we're gonna go shoot Deadman the link here.
Ooh, that's a good
Rusty Old Crow just got his first 4 Horsemen stuff this week. He just put his video out on the first ones he picked up.
What did he get? Did he get some QC issues? I want to know.
He got a I don't remember which one. He got one of the Cosmics, and he got the Skeleton Legion Builder 1, and I picked him up the Barbarian from Toylanta.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. He needs the Skeleton Legion Builder 1's nice, but we need to get his hands on like the Graveyard Skeletons or a Maxilius, so he can get that that Skeleton Legion Builder too.
I told him he should order Maxilius. or the graveyard skeletons are the best deal. But
well,
I
let him
told
get
him
one in hand and see what he
Maxilius.
likes first before he goes and starts investing more money in it.
That's what I told him. I said he
Yeah.
needs to pick one that he likes. That's the new body, and
Yeah.
just and get it. Just whichever one you like. But you can't really go wrong with Maxilius, who doesn't need a figure of death.
Yeah.
If you do photography.
Maxilius is great because he's the basic figure price, so he's like the second cheapest in the rung, right? When you're going up the ladder of pricing, Maxilius is that basic figure price. He basically comes with 3 distinct looks, right? You could strip him down to just a bare skeleton, you can have him as a standard regular Grim Reaper, or put him up in his full Maxilius glory. You really cannot go wrong. That was one of the big things that when this wave was announced, him and Belulith were the first 2 that I pre-ordered. And it was mostly because, first off, Belulith had all the creatures. So I was like, skeletal creatures, I'm in. And then I saw Maxilius and I saw all those different looks. And I'm like, holy crap, that's a fantastic figure. And then the next one was the Undead Legion Builder, the deluxe set, with all those extra parts. Like, basically, your hips and a torso away from 2 complete figures with just that deluxe kit.
I haven't got that one yet.
Who are you saying was offering to fill your hourglass up with real sand? You were saying something about that the other day.
Daredevil Dave.
Yeah.
Triple D. Yeah.
Hey, so question, that heavy gunner exclusive or whatever, when does that go up for sale to us plebes?
Okay, so ATL 25. What's going on, Dead Man? Good to have you, brother.
Hey, thanks for inviting me. What's up, guys? What are we talking about?
Man?
What's up?
We're just talking about some 4 Horsemen goodness right now.
Of that.
Oh, I got beef with 4 Horsemen right now.
Uh-oh, you got beef. Well, let me finish answering Steve's question here. So at some point they're going to be doing an in-stock sale where they'll have stuff like the standard version of Headhunter from ZoloCon. They'll also put up the that's when we'll get a standard version of the ATL 25 that's not going to have the con exclusive parts. I'm not sure when that'll be. I don't know if they're going to wait until they do like that beginning of the year in stock sale that they normally do, like all the way at the end of the year, or if they'll have something prior to that. Because that might be the case.
Okay, weird. So I won't get one, is what it sounds like.
Oh no, you'll definitely get one. You'll definitely be getting one because I will be getting. I told myself like I don't need the extra parts for the ATL, so I'll wait until the standard release.
The ATL 25 should be available at Joe Fest, though, Steve.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's what I was thinking.
What are these additional parts? Is this like really good stuff, like his gun, or what?
That
You
right
get the-
there.
you get
No, the gun's gonna come with.
Okay.
Yeah, the additional part
those
is
are the parts.
Yeah, here you go.
The shield and the stun baton.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't need that.
And
crap.
one of the heads too.
Yeah.
I think
But
it was
you'll
the
get-
more
but you'll get
narrow
that head.
helmeted head.
It's the cosmic head you won't get, but you'll get the roadblock looking head.
But if you pick it up at Joe Fest, you're going to get the extras for the same price as if you wait for the regular.
Oh, that's true. So we may as well just get them at Joe Fest,
Wait.
Steve.
This guy's got probably the best looking camo I've ever seen painted on a figure.
Really?
Is
On
it
his
going to be
pants.
available at Joe Fest? The actual
you're thinking it's
con
gonna be
exclusive
sold?
version? Well,
Why
the reason
not?
I'm asking is because it was a Toylanta exclusive.
Yeah.
That's why it's
Yeah, but-
ATL.
They've had exclusives at other shows that were not for that show. If they
Now, I
had
know
extras.
Not with the
when I
not
left
with
on
the con
Saturday,
exclusive parts.
Huh.
when I left
So-
on Saturday, they still looked like they still had plenty of them, but I don't know what it looked like Sunday.
Now, does that thing go as part of Cosmic Legions officially, or is it kind of
It's
its own
not
thing?
tagged
No,
to either one.
It's its own thing. So typically when they have some kind of overflow from a convention exclusive, at least like when it was Legion's Con, then like, well, this year we saw they had them up on Store Horsemen. Prior to that, or no, not Store Horsemen, but BBTS. prior to that, any of the con overflow would go to like Legion's shop. But that's because that was run by Viteri Studios, the guys who host Legion's Con. So, like, if you were going to get an extra one of these headhunters that came with the Warrior Beast boxes and the extra additional pieces, like the green, spectral energy stuff, that would have to be sold by Zolo World, that do the whole Zolo Con thing, because they're the ones that purchase those units. This is not something that is sold by the Four Horsemen.
That's true, yeah.
The con exclusives are sold to the convention.
Okay.
So, with that being said, that means if you were to get an extra ATL with those parts, that would have to be from the con. If the Horsemen are going to be selling their version of it, the standard version, it's just going to miss the shield, the one extra head, and the baton, and that's it. And it'll be, I think, like standard figure price.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really need a shield and a baton. I just want that big gun.
I want the big freaking gun. Plus, he still comes with what? He comes with a rifle and a pistol, or possibly two pistols. I can't remember.
Yeah,
how many
the
guns.
rifle
one
ammo
rifle.
also. So
Hold on.
I'm gonna
I'll
guess
grab
that
it.
since you invited me on, it's okay for me to drink, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because I'm probably
No.
gonna head outside for a cigarette in a moment. You're good.
As long as you're
Look,
not like
man,
this after.
yeah, as long as you don't
Yeah.
sit there with your hand up the whole time.
That's
You're
a
good.
different, Somebody
Just-
does
yeah,
that. They're basically saying, yeah.
Just
Oh,
every
pretty
time you're
good.
not talking. Every time you're not talking, you're waiting in line for your turn to talk.
Can I talk?
So, Deadman, what's the beef with the Horsemen?
Where's the beef?
So I got this guy, the guy with this piece, right? This piece.
Maxilius, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Maxilius. Just took him out of the box.
Uh-oh.
And I wanted to put the regular skull head on him, so I got my hairdryer out. I heated it up real hot. Pulled the head off. I heated the regular skull up. Put it on there, and his neck just popped right off. And when I hit him up, they told me that they didn't have any extra parts for me, and I was just like, okay, so I'm breaking it right out of the box. And they're like, well, we do suggest that you heat it. And I was like, what? And I was like,
but you did heat it though.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't tell him that the first email or the second email. The second email, I was just like, I'm really disappointed in this whole interaction here. And then they came back to me and told me that they definitely did not have extra parts due to user error. And I was like, yeah, and I'm like, I'm not fucking new.
Oh,
I didn't say that, but I was like, I did say I'm not new to this, and I did say that I used a hairdryer, and it was hot to the touch because it kind of hurt putting the skull's head on,
right?
And no response.
Man, that's unusual because I know every time I've written them an email, like it's always been amazing interaction. Like as far as them just being like, oh yeah, okay, we'll take care of it, and here you go, and as well as other people. So I'm really shocked.
Yeah, I'm shocked at it too because my Frankenstein came with a missing. He wasn't missing anything, but his arm didn't fit in the socket very well.
Right, and other people had the issues with like the foot and the ankle. And I know Bud had that issue, and we bought that for Bud. And Bud was able to write them an email, and they shipped Bud the replacement part.
Yeah, they sent me a new torso for him.
They did send me the wrong boot, but I didn't need the boot. I needed the ankle joint, so
right.
kind of worked.
It worked anyway. You have the proper boots, so.
Does his feet fall off?
No.
No, they had an issue.
Yeah, the ankle pin broke. Like it wasn't. When they go to pull it out of the factory thing, they have to like glue it afterwards so it's together, and there was just no glue. So when I tried to pull the foot off, it just pulled the entire joint apart.
Oh wow!
Well, all this Legions talk has made me go and yank out the old Ravenna. Oh, what do you got there?
There you go. So it's the more narrow head That is the one that was exclusive, but the other bigger, wider one, that one is standard.
It's the same ones that come with like Fisher
Tusk
Rice.
Century and
They come with everything. I have like 1 million of those heads.
Kind of sad I missed out on Fisher Rice. Kind of sad I missed that one. That would have been a good one to get.
Let's do a throwback to the advent of Decay Wave with my Ravenna here. Throwback for one of the old
again
Legions.
One of those other older figures that Ken got a steal on comparatively.
It technically wasn't complete. It was missing one of the knives, or it was given a wrong knife. But the person just did not want to go home with it and basically just said, you list your price and I will basically hand it to you for that. And I felt a little bit bad, but he was like, no, this was not coming home regardless. I'm like, what is your problem with the Ravenna figure? But it was the same guy that sold me Keltus. So it was like, right? So
that's awesome.
Now I'm just wondering what else he's got, right? So
that's cool. Yeah. Nice.
Now that backpack and Street Sweeper is actually available with the Vorga figure. So if you were looking just for those parts, she's on sale on Big Bad Toy Store right now for $37 US.
There you go.
So
yeah, if you just want to get that kind of gun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think the colors is the only thing that's different. They match him with this camo.
Here's your skeleton.
Well, and oh yeah, there he is.
Tibius.
Tibius, yeah. Though I think he's supposed to have the God of War colors, like the Kratos colors, kind of.
Yeah, like you could.
Or is that a coincidence? Is the red stripes a coincidence on the face?
I thought they were trying to make him look like a baseball.
Oh,
I thought it was a Kratos tribute.
Yeah, I went straight to Kratos on this one, so I don't know. Yeah. I like some of the skeletons, right? So, yeah,
I love me.
Don't really get a chance to appreciate the Legions as much until I come to talk to you folks over here.
Oh, all my skeletons are on a diorama.
Yeah.
I bought a couple of those Legions. They're all right.
I just opened this guy finally.
Nice. And these are the CT Toys versions?
This one's CT, this one's Hasbro. This one's the Secret Wars.
Yeah. I was looking for him today. They did
have
not
the
have
originals.
him at
Yeah, he's at GameStop.
I've seen him once.
That's where I went. I popped into GameStop just to see if they maybe had that one. And the only Secret Wars figure they had was the Beyonder. And I was like, you stay there, Disco Man.
Go
listen to your BGs. Get some Saturday Night Fever, buddy.
Yep,
that's hilarious.
If they had Titania, I might have picked up Titania if she was there, because that's again a really cool deep cut figure that they don't have. I was surprised they had the O-Ring Ghostbusters 4-pack, and I almost grabbed it, but I was like, I've been spending a lot lately. Hold off.
That was one of the things that went in my trade to get the Thundercats Bengali. Was a spare Ghostbusters O-Ring pack.
Nice.
Right.
Nice. Yeah. It's totally worth it. Guys, I'm going to switch things up and run mobile here. So I will be back. Ken, Ed, you two fight over who's in charge.
It'll be Ed.
I am in charge.
You be in charge.
You have the con.
You're the... How does it work? Like,
or I'll be in charge. Just kidding.
How does it work on the bridge deck of the military? You got your commanding officer, you got your XO, and then when they're both gone, is it like the comms officer that's supposed to be? How did it work in Battlestar Galactica? Because if it wasn't Adama, it was.
You give it to
Saul.
an ensign. An ensign would take over.
But if neither were there, they would ask Gata to take the bridge. I forgot what his role was.
Only he was the comms officer, and they only had him do that for a while. After a while, he was kind of not so cool.
Yeah, no, he was gone after a while. Yeah, but it's just I guess because he was a junior officer there, they could give him the bridge for a short period of time. So,
yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
This
That's
chick's
how it
pretty
actually
big,
works.
man. She kicks some ass, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
The one he was talking about.
That one is the hardest to find out of all those Secret Wars figures.
Really?
Yeah.
Not in Tennessee.
Not in Tennessee. It's always I'm where I'm at too. Is it's hard to find anything here. I pretty much buy everything that I want from the internet, but I also don't really like a lot of stuff anymore these days. Like I'm really more into like figures that photograph well. Like I like
Yeah.
classics, and I guess I'm becoming a snob.
You've always kind of been a snob, dude. Every time I try to say anything, Dead Man's like, "Yeah, I don't really like that. Yeah, I don't really like that." But he knows I collect Motu, so you know.
Speaking of Motu, Kenzo, did you keep your box for the exclusive hero, or did you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I keep them all.
I don't like to keep modern packaging, but I kind of don't want to throw that one out.
Dude, all the exclusives, like the artwork, I've got two 11 by 7 or 11 by 17 frames with them in there. I have like 3 of them side by side,
Yeah.
putting in a frame because that artwork is great, man.
It feels weird because I want to keep the figure, I want to keep the comic. I just don't know if I want to keep the packaging.
We'll just take the blister out and you can keep the card back because it's that package friendly one where you just slide it out, throw the blister out, and just keep the box. And then because it's flat, doesn't even take any space up.
And then flatten it. Yeah,
Well,
I guess
no.
I could do that.
It's already flat, isn't
You got like
It's
1,000
already-
tubs in your garage, Ken. Just
it's just a
put it in a
card.
tub.
The tubs are all full.
Well, it's a piece of cardboard. It'll fit.
I put them in between. You know what I do,
cardboard.
Ken?
Put it on your
I
wall.
put them in between my boxes of toys. Like I slide them in there and keep them in a tub. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
flat. You don't have to flatten anything. You take the blister off, slide it out, throw the blister, and you have a flat card.
I think I just need to kick someone out of the house so I can take another room.
There you go. That's the winner.
That would
That's
solve all the
a
problems.
Joe problem too.
When in doubt, just kick something.
One of my kids was supposed to move out and they didn't. Buggers. That was going to be my classics display room.
So this was the Cobra Con or the Camel Con. Put that in a frame, and then these 3 I put all together in a frame because the artwork is great.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That looks
Well,
nice.
you know, all their artwork's so good, though, but those especially.
Well, I was going to say those 2 cards on the right. Which ones were those, Kenny?
These here?
Yeah. Okay. So that's the Koldar, and then it was the Wondar.
Wondar, and then the Triclops.
So both the Koldar and the Wondar are Frazetta homage pictures.
Yeah. And then this one was just the one fold out from CamelCon.
Yeah, that one's great because it tells the backstory of CamoCon.
Yeah. I want to do that with all the ones from Mattel Creations eventually, but I would probably have to wait till Merrick moved out for that because I don't have room anywhere.
Right. And they're worth putting in a frame too.
Yeah. Okay. I'm out of here.
Oh, hey, what was the? Any of you guys can probably answer this, but I know Joe and Oz know. What was the rarer of the hidden thing on Necronomus's forehead? What were the degrees of the 3?
I don't think that they've had any
official number on that.
Yeah, I haven't
Not
heard
that I've
anything that they produced them in different numbers. As far as I know, it was an equal run.
I remember one time, like right either before they come out or right after they come out, and you were talking about it, and I was thinking that you said that there was one that was like a shorter run, almost like a chase head or whatever. So I didn't know.
It was just me trying to find them all.
Okay,
because I'm a completist. I felt like I had to have all 3 displays.
Because I got mine. I finally got mine, and mine's got the mouth.
That's the one I'm sort of missing. Curtis and I were going to swap. I have an extra one with the eye.
Okay.
And we were just going to swap heads. And I actually forgot about that until just now you mentioned it.
And he's gone.
About that.
Somewhere Curtis is like, damn.
But yeah, that was a pretty cool Easter egg they did for the Necronominuses.
I love stuff like that because it gives me an excuse to buy more figures. When I'm sitting there and like, I don't really need an extra one. And I'm like, wait, I do need an extra one. Cha-ching. And I get all excited.
There goes 4 hours of overtime.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So just so Ken knows, he was making a little background noise and I muted him and it went away. I was right. I picked the right person.
All right.
If he can even hear us now.
He's lost in time again.
He may be frozen because I don't see any movement, but it was definitely
like
here.
He got up. He got up.
Okay. But yeah, for sure.
So, Deadman, you tuning into Hella Dope tomorrow night to watch Bandito?
I mean, I could. I mean, I might. I should support Kelly. I kind of work really closely with that company. I probably should tune in.
Yeah.
I do work tomorrow, so it all depends. I don't normally work on the weekends, but things are tough out there, and I don't know if you guys know this, but I just started a magazine. It's at print right now. It's called Legions Magazine. You could buy it at legionsmagazine.com, but the tariffs came in and doubled printing costs.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
That sucks.
Yeah, it was definitely a hit. But the first issue was at print. Second issue we're working on right now. We're still gonna play out the year and see what it's like.
Are you only selling it at that place? You're not selling it through anywhere else?
We're starting to think about the possibility of distribution, just because the more we print, the cheaper the print cost is, but the more you have to shell out to do it. But and we're also thinking about, because we were giving away free ad space, and we were going to try and do that all this year. We might just have to sell ad space and whatever. We're not positive.
With the way things broke down, I'm sure everybody would understand if you had to start charging ad space, to help supplement the cost.
Yeah. The whole plan was to just give ads to people in the community, though, not big companies. Like Oddprog gets one, but that's because I work with them, and also they're not a huge company right now either. So
no, they're not. They're still a very boutique brand. So but here's to hopes that they keep getting bigger. Because what they're doing is fucking awesome.
It's true.
I can't wait till they get some of their figures out. Odd Frog figure, he looks so good, man.
Yeah, he does look great. I'm actually working on a prototype for them right now. Can't really talk about it, but it's for the Victims of Deadman line, which is like the head sculpts that I had them make for me. So that's going to be real fun.
I got to talk to them at Toylanta for a while. They actually did like a little commercial for me while I was filming the Bandito and the other stuff they had. They did a little.
Eddie and Kelly are good guys, man. Eddie and Kelly are good guys.
They are great guys.
So was it the head sculpt people were complaining about on Hero? Was that what people were saying were no good?
Hero for
Origins?
Masters of the Universe? Yeah. It just looks like Ken's head, that's all. Not any of the Kens that are here, like Ken and Bart.
I was going to say, if that's the case, I got no problem with it. But
I just used the Masterverse head, Ken. I just put the Masterverse head on it.
No, I saw your video on that, and it actually looks good. But I think what it is there's a bit of a goofiness, but it kind of works with the vintage Motu, if I'm being honest. Like, it works if it had really come out in the 80s like this would have worked. It's just we've now gotten Classics, Masterverse, 2000X, and Origins that all of a sudden our standards change. Like, now that I'm looking at it outside of the packaging, it's not that bad when I'm looking at my vintage Motu, because for me, that's who I'm going to display it with. Like, I don't have an Origins display. I grab characters who didn't appear in the original Motu, and then I mix them together. So from that perspective, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but from that perspective, it kind of works.
No, it does. I just don't like it. I mean, it works. I just don't care to have it on my...
It's just that the 80s Motu had a bit of a campiness, Kenzo. You know what I'm trying to say?
Right.
There's more campiness, whereas Origins is a more serious line, right?
And I have that Super 7 one. It looks just like... I'm sure you saw the same thing. It's just that face is good. The face works. It just...
On the Super 7 one?
It has that similar
like
grin.
This. Yeah, that was going to say, I've had that one before, but I didn't open it.
Your screen's frozen. You know that, Ken? Just so you know.
Are you serious?
Yeah. We just see the side of your head.
According to our screen, it looks like you're making coffee.
That's weird. I didn't realize. I was holding up Hero the whole time. I didn't realize that there was...
Kind of thought you were. That's why I wanted to say that.
Yeah, I didn't realize that I was... Okay. Wow. That's very weird. Okay, let me log out, log back in.
For sure.
Have fun.
See you, Dave.
Bye bye.
All right, so I'm gonna pop this one back up again too. Legionsmagazine.com. Guys, go check it out. Support our friends, because that's what this is all about.
Do it.
And Deadman, I appreciate you coming on with us, because you know there was somebody in the toy sphere a couple years ago. You're good, Ken. We see you.
Yeah, like I was literally opening Hero earlier. That's why I was
That was
making all
all
that
the
noise
crinkle.
earlier. Yeah.
Got it. But yeah, there was somebody, a while back who seemed to believe that there was this very big, divide between Instagrammer lives and YouTube lives. And well, they were a bag of dicks. So I like bridging that gap every fucking time I can.
I think I know who you're talking about, and
you know exactly who I'm talking about.
That guy sent me a snarky message a while ago, and I kind of called him on it. I kind of excuse me, and then he never responded. Again, he hasn't talked to me since.
I actually do a show on YouTube every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. on Pacific time. It's called The
That's
Skeleton's Tomb. I'm the co-host there. Which Skelly just got a job recently that's messing it up, so I'm gonna have to start my own show just to keep the time slot for him. So
there you go.
Thinking about calling it the Dead Man's Crypt just to make it kind of like Skeleton's Tomb. I don't know.
You and I are battling, Dead Man. You and I are battling.
Well, about what?
No,
what
I'm
are we
just
battling?
And me.
No
time
slots.
Time slots.
The funny thing is that the people that tune in for the shit that I collect has nothing to do with what Dead Man collects, and 3-Star doesn't collect the shit I collect either. So it's like it's all different. So it's cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's the big thing, especially with YouTube. Nobody owns a freaking time slot. Like, I don't own Saturday nights. Most people just know it's not worth it to try to go up live against the Clubhouse. Besides, he'll be streaming long after we go off. So, but,
Right.
Nobody owns time slots. You go live when it works for you. And you know what? People are either going to show up and watch because they like your content or they won't. But don't stop doing what you're doing because there's always the replay.
Yeah. Try having somebody bail on your live stream because they double booked to somebody else who was on at the same time, and they booked that guy after. I've had that happen.
Oh, that's tough.
Oh,
yeah,
I
I've had
just did that last night.
Sorry, I can't go on, Ken. I double booked with the other guy. I'm like, didn't they set their
I don't
stream
even think
after?
I'm.
Yeah, but I promised. I'm like, okay, I guess that's your last
fuck me, right?
invite ever. Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
like,
right.
like they invited you after. Yeah, but I promised. I'm like, well, what about your promise to me? It's like, yeah, okay. So anyway.
Look, I just did that last night, though, right? Like, I got double booked on a Friday. I had to bail on Offworld. But,
everybody subbed to Dead Man, too. I don't think I'm subbed to Dead Man. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely get on there. Kenny, can you grab his link and drop it in the chat for him?
Actually, if you want to sub to anything, hit the Toymerks YouTube because that's the one I'd be doing the show
Is
from.
that the one you run it from? Okay.
There you go.
That's what I will be running it from when I start that show. It probably won't be this week. It'll probably be next week. And yeah, don't worry, Kenzo. I didn't know you had a show at that time, and
I suck anyway. Nobody watched
Skelly's had that show on that time slot for like a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've only been on like 6 months. My show sucks anyway. Okay.
His time slot.
It really does.
It's terrible.
Yeah, that's just how it goes. There's so many content creators out there. You can't possibly know everybody's schedule.
No, it's super tough. It's super tough, and like you want to show up for your friends, but you can't always. Oh, there's a question for me there.
Yep, we got it right here. How did you come out with the name?
The name, Digital Ronin, my partner in that venture, he actually kind of demanded that was the name because there's, Toymerks has a bunch of little sayings like "We are all Toymerks, you are Toymerks," and and also one of them is "Toymerks are Legion." So he wanted the magazine to be Toymerks sort of centric sort of magazine, so he wanted it to be the legions of Toymerks.
Right.
We both decided that Legions was better than Legions of Toymerks.
And that works because you might get some people who stumble across it because they like certain other legions, and that kind of press never hurts. So
no, and I mean we do feature a lot of photography in the magazine, and I think there's at least 4 photos of Mythic Legions in that magazine, so it's okay.
I just assumed it was Legion related when you said it, so I'm like, oh, that's cool. Yeah,
no. It is Legions related, just a different Legions.
Do you need content to put on there? Because
at this point for this for the next 2 issues, no. We are we're pretty we got it pretty planned out for most of this year. The 4th issue, we might be needing some content,
but that's for later in the year, so that's around the summer or the fall.
That'll be winter.
It's quarterly magazine, right?
Yeah, it's quarterly.
Yeah, quarterly.
Steve, let's be in contact here. We may have something.
Yeah, for sure. No, that sounds interesting. I was looking at the site. Looks pretty good.
There you go.
Yeah, Ronan is super pro, dude. He knows exactly what he's doing. And
let's get Delta 17 together. Let's do it.
Delta 17.
That's right.
Sounds like a plan, man.
For those who may not know, if you guys aren't following Toymerks on IG, why don't you explain to folks what Toymerks is?
Oh, Toymerks. Well, Toymerks is it's basically just a feature page, and it's up to you what gets featured because you get to collab with the page, and in doing so, you get to utilize the reach of Toymerks, and Toymerks' reach is insane. Toymerks has over 5,000 followers. By the way, we're about to do a 5,000 follower giveaway.
Just followed you.
It's a huge giveaway. We're giving away a couple of mezcos and a lot of other stuff. We do when we do giveaways like this, we invite people from the community to donate to the giveaway because we're all Toymerks, right? The way I present the giveaway is it's the giveaway is for you by you. So anyway, back to what Toymerks is. That's what Toymerks is. It's for the community by the community. You're welcome to collab with the page on almost anything you want, as long as it's not going to get Toymerks in trouble.
When do you put your collabs out, Deadman?
We have on the page, everything that's current is pinned to the top of the page every time. So we have a Splatter Day, which is horror. We have Custom Sunday, which is anything custom, paint jobs, head swaps, whatever you want. You can do that on Sunday. You can collab with the page with that. We do a weekly theme every week, and it's usually something simple. I think the next one is Public Execution. That was Maz's Toy Box's deal. He wanted to do a public execution. So, and then we have like 2 themed days throughout the week as well. We have Turtles on Tuesday and Warhammer on Wednesday.
Nice.
Very cool.
Wow, and people haven't asked me that stuff. I can't believe I just was able to do that.
I was trying to put you on the spot, but you did good, man. You did good.
Well, I also stopped drinking at about 6 o'clock here, and it's midnight now. So if I would have still been drinking, I would have been like,
Well, at least you're not an angry or obnoxious drunk. Let's put it that way. I mean,
which we've had on here. So
most of the time,
which I've been at a con. So,
We've had Ken get so blitzed. He thought he was riding a bus and it was an Uber. Thought it was going to one side of town. Realized it was going to the other side of town. Somehow ended up back on Clubhouse with like a near mint complete Sewer Turtles playset later that night, and we're not quite sure how he fully acquired the whole thing.
Wow. That was pretty fun. That was a good one.
If anything, he probably found it in all like women's bathroom.
Yeah. It was probably a women's bathroom.
We're not there yet, bud. It's not. It is past midnight on the West Coast. Okay, we can reveal all secrets now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Somehow it came up last night on Punk's Pit. The story is always that Ed fished me out by the collar of the women's bathroom, and apparently 3-Star said he saw me. I didn't realize 3-Star was watching when that happened. But the
was
real
at the other
story
end of
is,
the table.
I was about to go in, and according to Ed, I did an about face. I recall because I was staring at the women's bathroom sign. I'm like,
yes,
I might regret this, and then I turned around and went the other way. But somehow the story and the artwork that Bud made for it is that Ed dragged me out by the collar. But somehow I ran into Joe.
Turned around and I was eye to eye with you, and you just gave me that look like, "Yep, I got busted almost going into the ladies' bathroom."
Oh, did we make eye contact?
Yeah,
because I came back to the table and you said something, and I specifically said I didn't think anybody saw me.
So Ed made eye contact and had no idea what he was looking at.
I was gonna say, if we made eye contact, right, it was me looking to make sure that nobody saw me, but my vision was so blurry, right, because I was so gone, right. So I probably made eye contact with you without knowing I did. Because I know I looked back at the table. I'm okay, good, nobody saw me. And then I came back and you're looking at me. I'm like, oh fuck, I saw me. Right. And Steve, somehow I still made it to wake you up in your room the next day.
Oh wow, yeah.
I'm like, it's like, what are you doing in here? I'm like, I'm just here to grab the debit machines and get the booth started. It's like, how are you ready to go? I'm like, I don't know.
Yep.
No, sweating the alcohol out.
No, it was bad. I threw some Advils in it and got going. I should not have done that. Because if you're using painkillers to minimize a hangover, yeah.
But did you have fun, Ken? That's the question.
Well, I wasn't as smashed as I was compared to the previous year. Like, I was only about half as badly gone.
Yeah, but that was the night that Slaughter was hanging out with us. So it was, everybody was kind of just celebrating, having a good time.
Well, remember, Lawrence dared me to interrupt him to ask who was better between Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels. And I needed to get a couple more drinks because you don't just interrupt Sarge in a Sarge story. You just don't. When he gets going, everyone stops and listens. When you go, hey, Sarge, everyone kind of goes, right? So I really had to get a couple. I really had to get a couple in me before I interrupted the Sarge.
Yeah.
So,
what was his answer?
He answered Brett, and I didn't rub it in too much to Lawrence. I kind of just looked at him and went. I didn't do a happy dance or anything. I just looked at him like, "Told you so." I didn't need to celebrate at that point.
I think
he not only said Brett, but he also had receipts as to why Brett was the better wrestler. So
what were his receipts? Because
I don't remember. He had like 4 or 5 stories that were like, that was just another story time for Sarge.
Because he talked about the screw job a little bit, and how he didn't think Shawn was in on it based on his reaction. And I think he also said that it wasn't the way Brett told it, where he and Vince locked up and then Brett punched him. He said that Vince put his hands down and wasn't ready. And the way Brett tells the story is that Vince was ready. Yeah. But you've heard Vince say before, I let Brett hit me, right? And we don't know what let means. Like, did you lock up casually and then let him get an uppercut on you? Or were you just standing there with your hands down? And he's told the story twice now. He told it once on his daughter's channel, and then he's told it to us there in person. And I stopped him when we were talking on Kelly's channel. I'm like, hold on. Are you saying it looked like more like a sucker punch? And he goes, yeah, it was definitely that. I'm like, wow, okay. Oof. Right? And there's also the story where The Undertaker, apparently he was the one who grabbed Vince in his office and said, you have to come explain yourself to the boys after the screw job. But Sarge tells a story where he himself, Sarge, ripped down all the signs to Vince's office because there was a bunch of arrows that were pointing. Oh my God. Yeah.
Did I do that?
Yep. So, and Sarge said that when I asked him, like, so did Undertaker go and grab Vince from his office and drag him back to explain himself to the boys? And Sarge looks at me and goes, yeah, Ken, we have something we call that's called a lie.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm like, that doesn't add up, because if you rip down all the signs to Vince's office, how did Undertaker find him? Because it's a makeshift office in whatever arena you're in, right? It's not like you were at it's not like you were at the Stamford headquarters at the time. So that's why I asked Sarge, and he's just like, no, that's Undertaker never did that, right?
Well,
I have a love-hate
One thing that I would say about that is that The Undertaker was super big in that company, so there's no way he wouldn't have known where Vince's office was. He would have known where it was.
Yeah, the story may have just been that he pounded on the door and said, hey, you better come out here, as opposed to, like, really forcing him out, right?
Yeah.
he may have just been looking. He may have, like, that part may have been embellished, because I'm sure he would have done something, because he virtually became the locker room leader after that, right? Like after Brett left, right?
Yeah.
Brett called Taker and said, "You have to be the locker room leader." But again, that's in Brett's book, right? So, yeah.
The best part about that whole night, though, was poor Sarge's handler. Man, that guy was just toasted. He was just
Because he's supposed to charge for all that time, right?
Yeah. Sarge just put him in his chair and said, "Here's a beer. I'm gonna hang out with the boys."
So the way that works is apparently it's Paul's booth. It's not Sarge's booth.
Oh yeah.
Paul is the handler, and Paul is his best friend, right? And they work out a deal. So whenever Sarge wants to sit down and talk for another hour, Paul has to sit there. He's like, "No, you can't do this, Sarge." And everyone's getting free photos, and in my case, free Cobra clutches. They're supposed to cost $60-$70 each, but Sarge is just giving them out. Not really left, right, and center, but he's spending way more time than he's supposed to.
Yeah.
Right. But he's also Sarge, who's going to
hang out with us for almost 3 hours that night, right?
Yeah.
Well, and that's really one of the big things when it comes to something like that is by Sarge taking that time with you guys, people who are paying for that luxury the next day at the con may feel that they were cheapened.
You're talking. He started at like 11 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night, something like that. I mean, it wasn't like.
Here's also very ad hoc because he's not dressed in his gear,
right.
So,
and the other big thing about it is truly that there are sometimes he just wants to unwind at these things. Like, could you imagine? Like, we're starting to see some of like what Stan Lee was put through in his later years doing these events with like the release of certain footage and things of that nature that's coming out. There's going to be a documentary about the abuse that he was basically put through. But I remember when I was at GameStop Managers Convention and they had announced Lego Marvel, Stan Lee was there.
Wow.
And there was a huge big line to go see Stan, and I walked up to the back of it and said, "Yeah, fuck this. I'm going to go see Todd McFarlane, get him to sign my first ever appearance of Venom." Like, I was like, I'm going to go get him to sign that because it was his drawing. And, Todd's always cool like that. I actually walked up and I was like 2 people back. However, while I was standing in there, because Todd likes to take his time talking with people when they come up. So it's always, even when there's not a lot of people there, you're waiting in line for a while. But that's okay, because when you get up to the table, Todd's going to take that same time with you.
Yeah.
So while I was standing there waiting to get up there to talk to Todd, Stan Lee came up because he wanted to see Todd for a moment himself. And of course, like, now Stan's handlers are all pissed because he wants to take this time to go talk to somebody. He's like, no, we got to get you, like, I couldn't walk over and get a picture with Stan and Todd, which Todd is completely cool with you getting a picture, because Stan Lee's handlers like wouldn't allow it. So I've got like this, I'm like a couple people away waiting in line, taking a picture of Todd and Stan together. And then, of course, I think it was like Todd's daughter or something like that took the picture of me and Todd together when he was signing everything at Managers Convention.
Nice.
That's really cool.
But yeah, it was. I did get a chance to meet Stan, cool. Before a couple years before his passing. But it's like, I don't have any great Stan Lee tales because I didn't pay for the experience to go talk to him. And from what I hear, though, even if you paid for it, it was not like you got time with Stan. It was very quick. Here's your signature, and then get the hell out of the way for the next person in line, because they abuse the fuck out of that guy.
So you're saying his handlers were just not good people?
No, they weren't. They were milking him.
I did see a couple of those videos that were surfaced.
Yeah, because it depends on the handler, right? Because like, what's that, Kenzo?
No, go ahead. I was just
okay.
It's one of your cool things.
Okay, no, that's cool. Because with Sarge's handler, Paul goes in many hours before the convention floor opens, and he sets up completely, and he remembers people, right? And he will go the extra mile for Sarge, right? He will do a lot. Like, you don't really get the feeling he's abusing or handling his time or mishandling his time. According to some of our friends, they're like best friends in real life. So, it actually works out that way.
I would
but
imagine
Paul has
that
to be an agent too, right? He has to be a businessman at the end of the day.
right. And I would also imagine that I don't think let's face it, Sarge is a completely different caliber of person than Stan Lee. Right? I mean, Stan clearly had his health issues and stuff like that as he got up in age, and people I think were it was much easier to take advantage of somebody like Stan who does love his fans. So when you're promoting to him doing these things for the fans, for the people that basically gave Stan the quality of life he was able to enjoy for so long, like, you can work that in a way that Stan would agree to it. I think if you tried to manipulate Sarge, you would find yourself wrapped up like a fucking pretzel and, thrown in a dumpster somewhere. And even if he wasn't in the capacity to handle that himself, I think we know Kelly would probably make sure that somebody regretted that decision.
Yep, good.
Yeah, I've had to delete some really negative comments about Sarge before Kelly got to it, because she would have ripped him a new one. And she's ripped a few people in my comment section when I've said, when they've gone about the whole stolen valor thing. I think there's still a guy who wants to kick my ass at Joe Fest because he thinks I condone stolen valor. I think I told you guys about that.
Yeah.
I think I showed, and I remember being like,
Sarge's
I never commented on that. I just banned your comment. I think he still wants to kick my ass, but I'm just like, Sarge is in the room if you want to say anything, man.
Tell him to bring it. We like a little bit of drama at our table.
Crash is like, I'm gonna hang this guy by his underwear.
No,
on a
well,
flagpole.
Crash better let me have a crack at him first.
I can give you all the guy's name, but he's coming for me apparently. So, but I'm just like, good luck starting something in there. I got a problem with Sarge. Okay, he's over there, but you condone stolen valor. I'm Canadian. I get no say in your military.
Yeah, he's right there. Just take it up with him. Whatever.
Right, but you banned me because you condone stolen valor. I'm Canadian. I have no say in your military.
That's ridiculous. So stolen valor.
I know, because the guy apparently is also
fucking
ridiculous. The guy apparently is also in the military. So
You could say that about any actor that's
yes,
Chris Pratt, Tom Cruise.
Yeah, anybody that
Captain America isn't really a captain, right? I mean,
Oh, this guy's obviously not taking his medication, so
yeah. It's fine. I got screenshots.
Is the guy actually a veteran? Let's start there.
He said he was. The way when he was cursing me, it sounded like he was a former Marine of some sort. The way he was cursing.
There's the first problem,
right?
Well, if he's calling himself a former Marine,
exactly. That's exactly it. You're
something
never a
sounds fishy there
Marine.
to start. You're not. You either are or you ain't. There is no in between.
I don't recall the word former, but it sounded like he had served. Okay. And I'm just like, thank you very much. Having said that, I have nothing to do with any of this. You threatened Sarge on my wall. I deleted your comment, and now you're mad at me. Right?
Yeah, the thing is that Sarge never claimed to be a veteran or anything, so there's no stolen valor there. He claimed to be a character. That's it, right?
Right.
And the character,
he has openly said he played a character. He never claimed to have been former military of any type.
Yeah.
So, Black Phoenix does
former military. He was in GI Joe, wasn't he? That's former military, right?
More elite than that.
Right. So, by the way, that Stan Lee documentary didn't meet its goal, and apparently the guy who made the documentary is just as much of a slime bag as the people who were taking advantage of Stan.
Yeah.
I mean, he had like a lot of the video footage, and I know there's a very popular clip out there now where like Stan's like just trying to get back to his hotel room to go rest, and the guy's like, no, we got to be here for like another
part of the
hour.
problem is that dude followed him around for 4 years doing all the videos and never said anything about how abused he was being at that time, and now he's just trying to make money off of it. So
hence he's a slime bag.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely a slime bag, because I mean there were stories of it. There were stories of the abuse between, first off, like his kids, because apparently his kids were taking advantage, but they were reporting abuse from, again, like his handler or whoever handled his business affairs and stuff like that, who was also 100% taking advantage of him and all of that shit. And then they were countersuing against the kids, reporting that the kids were doing it. Like, basically everybody surrounding him in his later years was just taking advantage of his status and that. And it's such a shame too, because like it really makes you worry about some of these people that we view as icons as they get up there in age.
Yeah.
We see them in these public spaces and everything seems fine on the surface. But what's really going on behind closed doors where we don't see things? And that's where if you're following around and you're taking those kind of videos and stuff like that, you need to be getting that shit out there because that shit is wrong. So freaking wrong.
Yep.
Largo saying that Sarge is awesome. Absolutely. It's always one of my heroes.
Yeah.
So I had the fan experience with Sarge. I mean, I saw him last year at Joe Fest, and talked to him at the table and stuff. But like the first time I ever got to meet him was he was here in Nashville at our horrible Comic-Con that we have in 2023. And that was the only reason I went, because I'd always wanted to meet him. And that was the only reason I even decided to go. So going and meeting him there and getting that stand in line, that fan experience deal, like you guys were talking about, like you were talking about with Todd and Stan Lee. He does take the time with you, like when you get up there to him, and you get to do the pictures and sign whatever you get signed. Like he does stand there and will talk to you and is friendly and stuff. So you're not being cattle called through the line and rushed. You do get to actually talk to him a few minutes and spend a little bit of time with him. So I feel like it was definitely worth it. Like I don't pay for autographs. I'm not an autograph hound, but he was just somebody I wanted to meet. There's very few people that I really would love to meet from the 80s and that era, me growing up. People that go out and do the cons and stuff, there's not many left that I actually want to meet. And I actually really wanted to meet him. And, I'm such a big Joe fan. I had some Joe stuff I wanted him to sign because I was a Joe fan and followed him there too. So you do actually get an experience with him. He is a really good dude to meet and talk to as a paying fan, not just running into him hanging out. So
yeah,
for sure. And I think that's the best way to do these, because I'm like you. I'm not like a autograph hound. I don't need signatures. The main reason I got Todd to sign that was just because the year before, that was like my second year at Managers Conference. The first year, I didn't know what that experience was like. I figured I was just sitting in work meetings all day. And then when we went to the actual expo, is what they call it, where it's laid out like a convention. You visit all these different things. Todd was there, and I got to go up and see him and talk about some products and stuff. But I didn't have anything to sign. He had stuff that he was handing away that he would sign. So that was cool. I got signatures there because he'll sign anything, like literally anything. So the next year when I knew he was going to be there, I was like, well, you know what? There is one thing that I would want him to sign. And this was the first time Venom made an appearance in a Spider-Man comic, like that full look of Venom.
Oh, I'd have wanted that sign too.
Yeah, I'm a huge Venom fan. So I thought, okay, I want to get him to sign this. And like when I brought it up to him, he's like, I haven't signed something like this in years. Because most people will come up with Spawn stuff. Something like that nature for him to sign. So he was, he took time and he was talking to me about that. And like, I was explaining like how in past interviews, like he had mentioned how like Steve Ditka told him like, you got to stop with that fucking spaghetti webbing, because he was the first one that didn't just do like the spray kind of webbing. He was the one that would do like the very individual strand of webbing that would just go over everything. That then became popular from that point on, and Steve hated it at first, but now that's like the look for it. So he was explaining all that to his assistant, or again, I think it was his daughter that was there with him. But, just explaining all that stuff and talking about that story. And it's cool when they do that, because again, it's like, this is their time. People like that are busy. First off, like you see how much shit he's working on all the time. He's busy. So the fact that he will still come to these conventions, make these appearances and do that, say what you will about how funny his scales are or anything else. Like, he takes the time to appreciate those people that are with him. But, you know, I bet you now if you showed up, instead of signing stuff, he would just jokerize it for you right there on the spot. Like, you know, he'd spray your hair green, your face white, and smack some red lips on you.
That's how he shows up to cons
go.
now. He's just got a can of green spray paint.
Yeah.
Right.
He only
Like,
signs
that's what
in
he does. He
purple
doesn't
and green
sign
markers.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, hey, that wouldn't bother me at all. Those are my favorite colors, man. Throw that with a little splash of pink in there, I'm all about it.
I bet that was refreshing for him, though, to sign something like that. You know, I bet he probably does look at it like, oh, another Spawn, you know, even though he created it, like, oh, Spawn. Does anybody remember when I did Spider-Man? So that probably was something neat for
Or
him.
when he did Batman.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was the first person to
he
do Batman's cape like 3 miles long too. Like,
yeah, that's right.
He was the first person to do all that stuff. So
the huge lengths kind of give it like more of a shoulder spike look kind of thing. And it's great because like you can see the elements from that. You see the elements with Venom and things like that he put into Spawn, you know, later when he finally released that. Now, mind you, he drew up like his first initial Spawn in like high school or whatever. Like he did that before he even played baseball.
That's his story anyway.
Yeah.
That's his story.
Yeah.
I mean, you can definitely see where it's like, yeah, it's got the Spider-Man eyes. But then again, Spider-Man's eyes didn't even look like that mostly before him either. They weren't that big. There are a lot of elements that people took from the way he drew him that continued well after.
That's very true. That's very true.
Yeah. Guys are all too loud.
So
I know,
I
Ken.
want to say something.
I received a message from our own Eldor Masterversal.
What?
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 And
Bud?
just as we receive that message, we lose Bud.
Oh, wait. Am I here?
Yeah, there you are.
Yep, you're
I was
here
going to
now.
ask Elder
Okay,
directly
sorry.
now.
I was like tabbing out to check it, but he picked me up that Spiro armor, a head pack, and the gold weapon set.
Very cool.
Eldor, you
Eldor,
are
you
a
man.
rock star, brother.
Hell
You
yeah.
are a rock
Good
star,
job there,
man.
bud.
Nice.
For those of you who don't know, Eldor, Masterversal Toy Hunter, is one of the most amazing people on this planet.
Yeah,
and that
he is.
even before he bought Bud this stuff, like the extra mile he'll go to help you out is insane. You know, if it wasn't for Eldor, I wouldn't have a Snake Mountain. Not Super 7 Snake Mountain, just Origins, folks. You know, he
I figured
helped out.
Origins is your scale, so I figured.
Right, like I couldn't find it anywhere.
Yeah.
Like it was sold out on
Dude,
all the
I
websites. I couldn't find it.
I was lucky enough to get mine off of what the hell is that? Deepdiscount.com, and then I forgot that I like pre-ordered it. All of a sudden, I got a message like it's shipping. I'm like, oh crap!
Right. So this is one of those ice ones, Kenny. What are they calling those ones?
Yeah, that's pretty much
Ice,
it.
ice,
I don't know.
it's ice,
It
ice.
says it on the box.
Frostbite edition.
Frostbite edition. I saw a couple of those at GameStop too.
This one
So
was
that's
cool.
the Batman.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's the Batman and Robin Batman, but they did them in like this frosted look, which you guys know me. I love my translucent plastics and all like that. And that one is just a really, really cool version of that because it's like that extra dusting that just does make it actually look like ice.
Yeah, it is cool. Different.
This guy right here, Andrew Davis. He's got our back.
Nice.
There you go.
Oh,
Andrew's got that.
I'll bring this.
Ooh, hold on a second. There you go.
Oh, I heard that.
Blade.
I live in Canada, right? So we have all these stupid rules. And anyways, so Manitoba's thinking of banning swords. So I was like, oh, then I better get one. So this is my first sword. It's a tactical katana. So it's kind of budget, whatever, $250. But
yeah,
but
it
still looks good.
Is there a lot of sword violence in Manitoba?
I mean, they don't have gun violence.
Well, they don't have guns there, so they got to have
Yeah.
swords. So they have a lot of medieval battles going on in the streets.
No, they got guns in Canada.
No, we've got this bail reform bill that went through thanks to the Liberals, Bill C-75, that if someone gets arrested for a major crime, they can walk the street the same day on a $50 bail.
Whoa!
Shit.
So you stab someone, literally, you can be let out the same day. There's gunfights all over the place. We have some what I call multicultural enrichment happening in Winnipeg, and now we have all sorts of machete and sword crime going on. So people getting just slashed and whatever else. So
well, like that's what happens.
They think that if they take away the weapon, you take away the weapon and suddenly everything's going to be fine. It's like, no, actually, that's not how it works. You lock up the criminal.
Yeah, that saying that it's not the gun, it's the person. Yeah, that's there's some truth to that. Yeah.
Well, my cousin just got promoted to chief of police for Winnipeg, right? So we went to his big inauguration or what have you. And I pulled him aside and I said, this bail stuff, is it happening? And he's like, dude, we're letting serious criminals like walk the same day, next day, over and over. So Bill C-75, anytime you put, well, I don't want to get too political. Anyways, I'll leave it at that.
Right.
Sucks. So do you think it's gonna pass? Does it sound like it's gonna go?
Oh, it already passed.
Yeah, he just said it already did.
Oh, he did pass. Okay. Oh,
yeah, about a year ago.
Yeah, come on, Darren, keep up, man. Jesus.
Yeah.
It's only 3:30 in the
Canadian politics.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting late.
I think. Oh, come on! It's only 3:30 in the morning. That's still early.
Did Bud just jump back on?
Yeah,
Bud
joined it back in.
Oh, sorry. You take controls. I'm gonna stop playing.
All good.
Comms op or whatever we decided I was.
Yeah, Ken, you're not the comms officer right now, man. What the hell?
No.
Look, man,
I am the comms
anybody
officer. I am the comms officer. I'm not the CO or the XO.
That's right. You're not in charge right now. Keep your fingers off the controls.
Look, anybody wants to take control for me, I'm all about it. The less I have to do, the better.
Ken gonna get court-martialed in this motherfucker.
Right. He's gonna get beamed to some forbidden planet. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, who am I gonna be in BSG now? Maybe I'll just be the keg. I'll just be Apollo. I'll just be that guy. Just get in a Viper and just fly out. Yeah. Battlestar.
See, that's what I like about these late night hangouts, because just fucking anything goes. We don't care anymore. We just, maybe earlier in the night when we think kids might still be watching, then we care like this much, but not much, because the last time we had a child on the stream, they're the ones that brought up the guy with the goofy mustache. So,
the sad thing is that dude deleted the best mustache ever. We just can't go there anymore. I mean, that was the coolest.
Nobody can. He ruined it for everybody from here on after, except for J. Jonah
Michael
Jameson.
Jordan wore it for a while, and nobody said anything.
Well, I mean, he's got to take it back, right? He's got to take it back. So,
Charlie Chaplin can't come back now.
Hey, look, J. Jonah Jameson has rocked that in the Spider-Man comics for years, and nobody said stuff about him. But other than that,
that's true.
That's a good point. No one has said a word about J. Jonah Jameson's Hitler stuff,
right? And he rocked that stash heck of a lot longer than anybody else has.
Longer than Hitler.
See, we try to avoid saying the name, and then Darren's just like, fuck it, I'll put it.
Sorry.
Hitler.
Fuck it. 3-star draw, strike it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm getting a dragon. I don't fucking care.
I think it's funny that nobody noticed. I think it's funny that nobody noticed that I actually did say it already.
Oh, okay. Either way,
it is what it is. That guy
You just
ruined a
kept
lot
yours
of
on the
things.
low key part of it, that man. Darren's
honestly,
just like, yeah, fucking hell.
Okay.
I don't think YouTube's noticed my channel enough to care if we're still using that kind of language. I'll find out tomorrow when they say, hey, demonetize that shit.
I don't really think just for saying the word. I mean, it might.
No, I don't
might,
think.
like,
I don't
watch
think
a
his
few minutes
name
of
is
it
one.
around it. Yeah, watch a couple minutes of it around it and see what's going on in
Right.
context. So
you would hope
did you
their
get that?
algorithm doesn't pay attention to context, but then when they review it, hopefully somebody would.
You would hope.
You would hope. I don't know.
Where did you get that ET cartridge? Were you dumpster diving today?
We were talking about it
went out
last
in the
night.
desert
It's still
and found
sitting
it.
on my and this one has the booklet, the directions. It's got everything. So, and I actually have two different cartridges. So
those games came with directions.
Worst game ever.
Yeah, they did. It is pretty bad. I don't know if you guys ever played Journey's Breakout, also for Atari. That was pretty bad. That was a pretty bad game as well.
That one.
Dude, I have so many in box. Like I had Frogger, River Raid, Pitfall with the box. Everything's still good. So I was pulling them out last night.
The toy store yesterday that I go to, and I was looking around, and he had 3 stacked up, and I said, "Is that the Empire Strikes Back Atari cartridge?" And he just had the cartridge, but he's like, "Yeah, I just took these in trade," and he was showing. I was like, "Man, I'd like to have one of those just for nostalgia, but like you, I'd like to have the box and everything with it."
Yeah.
But because what was funny was we had just talked about that game on stream, I think Wednesday. For some reason, Atari and shit come up, and I was like, "Yeah, but that Empire Strikes Back game where you had to fly the speeder and take down the walkers," and then
the snow
literally 2 days later, he's got 3 of them sitting there, and I only go in there like every 2 weeks. It's funny.
That is.
I still have the system. I still have my 2600. I still have my NES. I actually got my parents did a lot of that like Storage Wars shit, but online. And so they got one of those old tube TVs with the wood around it and stuff. So before they got rid of it, I was like, I'll take it. So I have it in my other room there, and it's got everything hooked up to it, so you can actually play Duck Hunt and it'll work.
Nice.
But,
Sega Genesis, RF modulator.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Got all that stuff for it too, so it's cool.
Well, thank you, Jet, man. I appreciate that. I'm no Tom Selleck, but the stash is not bad.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to say it's a beautiful stash. I think you and Deadman both have rocket stashes.
The stash has a future on television, but not the rest of my face.
There was only one guy that I saw with a stash like yours, and that was in prison. Not because of that, but that's the only place I saw it. But you know what? This guy, he was a straight OG Mexican guy. He was the pod boss for a while. He walked out with his pajamas. Like normally in prison, they just kind of have white shirts and shorts and stuff. No, this dude has been in so long that he came out with actual pajamas that they used to let him buy from canteen and stuff. But he was the coolest. Like he didn't give a shit, and he just walked around. He was the guy, and he had a mustache like that. I always remember that dude. I was like, dude, he had the best mustache ever.
It sounds like a frog in the Charlie Sheen, Robert Duvall Cops, the gang movie from '86.
I'm trying to think of the name of the movie. It's been years since I watched
Colors.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
Yeah, it sounds like Frog, the boss of the Hispanic dudes. That's what he sounds like. It's cool. Joe's gonna be.
Yeah, he had a pretty good stash too. Yeah.
Oh,
not bad. Not bad.
Not bad. Not as good as G, but.
Yeah, good old Atari. That when I was a teenager, somebody was selling off a big box of Atari games for 50 cents each. So I grabbed like 70 of them.
Nice.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that was sweet. I still have most of them. I've got about 60 still. So
Yikes. They're cool for nostalgia, having those carts. They're cool.
Sitting down and playing them again. I think the only one that would be fun still might be like Pitfall, or there's still some, but Pitfall might be the most fun. Yeah,
Defender was always my favorite when I was a kid.
Nice. Defender was
combat one was cool.
Yeah.
I've got it's like the mini Super Nintendos that like the companies were releasing.
Classic.
Like the classics and all like that. I've got one. A buddy built it, and he put a ROM on there with like a whole bunch of emulation software. This thing literally has like every arcade game that was released, which some you can't even really control with the controller because of the way the arcade, scheme was. But then it's got like that. It's got like all the Atari, Commodore 64, and television stuff on it. Then it also has the entire library, including imports from Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Boy, Game Gear, Game Boy Advance. Like it's got all those kind of titles on there. And by the time it gets to the end of the SD card and all that drive, it's got a handful of PlayStation games, and it could have fit a few more on there, but I just didn't go for it. It's even got N64 stuff, which again controls awkwardly because of the controller and the buttons that it had.
You're right, yeah. Does it have Bullfight? I want to get Bullfight eventually.
I'd have to look, but first I got to hook the system up again because it's been downstairs in a box, so I got to get it out and hook it up again. But like you just use like any kind of USB controller. So like I used an Xbox controller because that's the one that I find most comfortable. But yeah, if it's a USB compatible controller, you can just hook it up and it works.
Nice.
Great freaking system. The only problem is I spend like 4 hours figuring out what I want to play. And then I play for like 15 minutes, and then I'm like, oh shit, I gotta go do something.
Yeah, it's like looking for a movie on Netflix.
On Netflix, right?
Time you find something, you're like, oh fuck, I ain't got time to watch it now.
Yeah, like I like to sit down and eat and watch something while I'm eating. So then I was like, I sit down and get my food out and everything like that, and then I go just try and start looking.
I do the same thing, and you can't start it while you're making the food if you find something, because then you miss something and you start it over.
Just turn it up really loud. Just turn it up really loud.
Yeah.
Kenzo broke out that Atari. I've got a extra TV that I took out of my camper because I never use it and it takes up too much space. I've got it hooked up in the living room, and I want to put I've got my 64, and I want to hook my N64 up to it, and I've still got handful of games for it. Still got Shadows and GoldenEye, Mario Kart, and I think Ocarina. So I want to hook it back up. I've had it hooked up and plugged in for like a month, but the console is in this closet over here, and it is stacked, toy boxes stacked all the way around it. And I'm gonna have to unstack everything to get it out. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I threw away about 300 boxes last week. It was really liberating.
Dude, doesn't it feel so good like when you get rid of that? I was saving all of like my Motu Origins cards. I was saving all the boxes because again, the stuff it's artwork, right? Like, there's certain cards for toy lines that's just But like with Motu and Steve, what you guys captured with Delta 17, because you're going for that kind of style of artistic card, like the retro carded Joes and stuff like that. Like there's an artistic style to the cards that a lot of modern toys don't get. And so like I was saving all that stuff. I was even saving the Delta 17 stuff just because, again, it looks that good. I like having that artwork, because that's what it is to me. It's art. But eventually I ended up I got rid of like all the boxes. Castle Grayskull like had all the vehicles and different stuff boxes. Like I was putting them in there, had all the card backs and like one of the shipper boxes from one of the Mattel Creations exclusives. I just got rid of all of it because it was taking up so much space and so much room. And like I had a really hard time doing it at first. Like I didn't want to. But in the end, it's like, no, I've really got to get rid of this stuff because it's just broken down boxes, and even broken down, they were just taking up so much space. I was like, it's got to go. I got to get rid of it.
Yeah, dude, I still have the Cat's Lair box and the vehicle box out there in my living room because I don't know what the fuck to do with it.
Well, you can't really. That's one you can't
fucking
get
big.
rid of, though.
You get rid of the Cat's Lair box, dude. It's
like a HasLab box.
There's
know
two
what
of
you
them.
do?
Break them down. I could put it in my back shed if I broke it down and flattened it out.
But even then, right? Yeah, like you know what you do? You take
cardboard,
that
man.
box,
You can't put it there.
take that box, open it up, take all them other boxes you got still sitting around, throw them inside of it, and when the recycling truck comes by, put it outside.
Should I make a video like crying as
Or you could take it to your backyard and pour gasoline on it and light it on fire.
Yeah.
and then do a video about it and cry about it? No.
Yeah.
Well, you'll do a video about it, but then you might get arrested for finding out
Right.
that you were
I
the one
don't
that
do
started the next wildfire that came down from Colorado to California.
And we're pretty. Colorado's been really, really dry the last few days. So yeah, we're on a fire danger right now. Can't do that shit. But
It's probably because I watched my stripping video the other day. That'll dry anything out.
But honestly, it's true. I mean, I look at it when I walk by and I'm like, dude, what are you gonna fucking do with that thing? You gotta get rid of it. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
It's beautiful.
I mean,
it's nice. But
You have a truck?
it's huge. I can get. My dad's got one. I could borrow it, but I've got an SUV. It'll fit in my SUV.
Well, put it in the back of your truck and take it to the dump.
There you go.
Just get rid of it. I mean,
He's got the right idea.
Yeah, right there. That's the way to do it. I mean, I have a hard time throwing away specific boxes too. My wife and I were going through my boxes and that I was throwing out, and she wouldn't let me throw away half the shit I want to throw away because she thought the box was too cool. So like I was throwing about all these neck boxes, and she was just like, "That's super cool, though." And I was like, "But I have the figure, and it's way cooler than the box."
Well, it's like the thing when you're a kid, right? You get the toy for Christmas, you put the toy off the side, take it out of the box, and then you spend the rest of the day playing with the fucking box, building the fort out of it or whatever,
Yep.
Well, I have a hard time getting rid of boxes for anything, not just toys. I have a hard time getting rid of boxes for. I have my PlayStation 4 box downstairs.
I hear you on that too.
Boxes. I can't get rid of anything, and I need to do what Steve did. I have 2 acres. I live in the country. I have a burn pile out back. I don't even have to take it to the dump. I just can't get rid of this shit.
No. Just to be clear, I wasn't burning anything collectible or anything valuable. That was my old roof. Like we're getting a new roof, so they're taking off the cedar shakes. So that was just some old cedar shakes. No, I collect all packaging, dude. I can't throw away any packaging. To me, packaging is
it's art.
50%. Well, it's I'd say it's about 50% of the art that goes into figures a lot of times. Like there's a lot of stuff here that I don't open because the presentation is so impressive for some things.
Yeah.
That it's like when you're a kid, when you see it, you're like, whoa, your mind just it does so much in your brain, right? Like when you're looking at this stuff, and it's like you take it out and then you've got a figure, and it's like, okay, that's cool. But when you put it back in, it's like, whoa, right? Because like you He-Man guys, you've got all of that action going on, all the fire, all the danger, right?
Yeah, I mean,
the Frenz stuff you were showing earlier, like that was really a really good example.
Is that the 40th? Yeah. Is that the 40th He-Man, or which one is that?
That's classics.
Classic Super 7.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's the box looks different than the 40th. So
yeah.
That artwork's
great. But I mean, it is like that was one of the things that always drew me to Masters of the Universe since I was a little kid was just how wowing and awe-inspiring the artwork was.
Exactly.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Like I said right there, those retro carded Joes. Like, man, that was like why you had to have that figure, because he looks so cool.
Yeah.
You know, Snow Serpent, hands down, one of the best GI Joes ever.
Well, let's sit down and do the next Motu history sometime soon, Oz.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
We're
what
up to
was
year
holding me up?
85.
What was holding me up is I was like, well, I want to get the figures I actually want in the line that I'm going to buy regardless of whether I do the video. I may as well get them. And I found Hordak last week. He was the one I wanted. So I'm like, okay, give us a chance to touch on She-Ra. We can touch on She-Ra as well. I mean, because he technically should have been in the Princess of Power line. Technically.
Well, that was the thing. They introduced the Horde, of course, before the She-Ra cartoon was out. Like, the Horde started getting introduced into Masters of the Universe.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't part of the She-Ra line. That was something they just kind of added as, like, She-Ra needed that. I mean, I guess I should save most of this for our history video, but...
No, this is good. At least I can look it up on the blog, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right. She needed a villain to go up against, like He-Man to Skeletor. So, with that being said, naturally, it was like, okay, well, we're going to put the Horde here.
I didn't know that. I had no idea that the Horde was anything.
They
but,
were,
yeah.
The first commercials were He-Man and Hordak, and
Wow. So so he was not originally Hordak, and the Horde were not originally planned for.
When Skeletor tried to make a friend with him, and he says, "The evil Horde has no friends," and then like he runs away from him, and then like this big wall smashes on the commercial, like it's classic commercial.
So he was never intended to be She-Ra's villain initially.
Mm-mm.
No, that was all added later, much by Filmation again. Because again, even the Snake Men faction wasn't introduced at that time as the you had Cobra Khan. He was one of the evil warriors, right? He wasn't like an actual villain faction yet, because that was the following year.
This is great. This is great information. 85 was a big year in the toy industry overall, right? It was the year
85 was a pinnacle year.
Yeah, because G.I. Joe did the flag that year. You could argue Transformers was very much in his prime. Mask debuted.
Prime
Powers was still around.
No pun intended.
No prime. No
it was
pun intended.
optimal prime, dude.
Optimal. It was absolutely it was
maximum prime.
Maximum prime.
No, that was Optimal Optimus or Optimal Maximus Maximals. Oh, now we're getting into Beast Wars, and that was the 90s. Fuck it.
Yeah. Fuck it. Though my next history video is Exo Squad. That's the good part of the 90s, right? So history.
Exo Squad. Hey, Beast Wars was really good in the 90s, but when it got the Beast Machines, that shit was just fucking weird.
Beast Machines was a little strange.
I never could get into Beast Wars.
It was
really.
It was
I
good.
thought
it was Beast Wars added a lot to the lore. Like when they just started talking about the spark, because the word spark didn't exist in G1, and they started calling the old Autobot shuttle the Ark, right? Which I think that existed in the comic, but they hadn't called it that in the cartoon before.
And the Bible.
So it just added to the and the Bible, yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
Right, like they just started talking about the Great War 300 years ago, and it just made all of G1 seem like it was historic as opposed to just this fly-by-night transform robots thing. So, yeah,
I couldn't get into Beast Wars either, guys.
Janky animation, baby.
It may have depended on the age group. I don't know, because Oz would have been like 11 or 12 during Beast Wars, right? I would have been like 14.
Yeah, I think during my time, I think it was just right as I had aged out a little bit. And G1, I love G1 so much. The cartoon and movie kind of ended for me with the movie.
See, for me, the movie was my peak because I was like 4. So I was at the age where I could start asking for stuff, right?
You're a young buck, Ken. Yeah.
So for me, I
think during Beast Boys, I was in my 20s.
Oh my. Okay.
So for me,
when did Beast Wars start?
96.
96. I was graduating high school in 96. So
I was
very divorced and had a kid at that point.
I was a year out of high school in 90.
Yeah.
So
I was 14. So
I already had 2 kids at that point.
Right. It's just it was serious, like the X-Men was serious. So that's what I liked about it. Right. I think Oz was like 11 at the time, so that would have been like super prime for you. I'm supposed to be aging out, but I'm just clinging onto it by a little bit. Right.
So for me in 96, like honestly, then I was more into Star Wars Power of the Force 2 than anything else, because 95 was the first year that I could go into a retail store and buy Star Wars toys, which I had wanted since I was a kid. But the ones you could find, for my age as a kid, was just like whatever people were getting rid of at yard sales. And most of those didn't have any accessories, or like the Luke Skywalker with the telescoping lightsaber, like the lightsaber just wasn't even there.
The hand was chewed up by a dog.
Yeah.
Right. Like, yeah,
That's
it
what I
was
going next to.
yeah, exactly. Like that was just the kind of Star Wars stuff I could find. So I didn't actually get into like Beast Wars the toys, but to like kickstart it off, they had that 2-pack where Optimus Primal was a bat.
He was a bat,
and Megatron
Megatron
was an
was a
alligator.
Alligator, crocodile. Yeah,
crocodile, alligator. Whichever one of those two.
I vividly
was supposed to be
remember those. I still have my childhood Optimus Primal. So
yeah,
Well,
and it
apparently
came
we
with
just found out that it wasn't that long ago, Ken. You damn young kid, you.
So it came with a comic that kind of explained what was going on. Now, the funny part is that comic had absolutely nothing to do with the cartoon that came out with that animation, which again, at the time, was like cutting edge. Like there were
it was like reboot. It was literally reboot.
Yeah. Very, very few shows were doing that kind of heavy CGI animation. Now, I didn't really get into the the show at first. I'd seen a couple episodes here and there. It wasn't until years later that I actually ended up getting into it. But there were episodes where, Starscream's spark for some reason was like immortal. So like it comes and it like goes into Waspinator. So Waspinator, who's kind of like this joke of a character through the whole series, suddenly becomes this badass. And I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember Starscream being that much of a badass in the old cartoon. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah. He was always a bumbling idiot, wasn't he?
Well, he was a bumbling idiot. He was also like the second in command of,
because he commanded the Seeker jets. That's why he was in command of them.
Right.
Yeah, but why was he in command? He had to have been a badass.
You would think.
They just made him. I mean, for us, they just
he
made
was
him
more ambitious. He was more ambitious, right? Because
they made him. They just made him comic relief for children. Basically,
they did. Because the bad guys need to look like idiots. Otherwise, they might actually be able to win against the heroes if they weren't.
Yeah. The second in command that made sense for the Decepticons was actually Shockwave, but he was left on Cybertron.
Cybertron.
So Shockwave, not Soundwave, who was basically a follower, but a very useful follower with his tape army. Shockwave made the most sense, but he would have been a threat if he'd been on Earth to everyone.
Shockwave was also like way more intelligent because he was like more of a scientist.
Yes.
He was like the Dr. Mindbender of the Decepticons.
Yeah. That's exactly
That's a good way to put it.
And
they were both purple.
And then he also was the only other one that turned into a gun because of the toy that he was designed off of. Mm-hmm. So it was like he definitely 100% was like the next in command in the overall scheme of things to Megatron. But that's the thing. He never had any ambition to overthrow Megatron necessarily.
And he was left on Cybertron.
Always did.
And he was left on Cybertron. And like they had Starscream and Megatron had very much a Destro Cobra Commander thing, but I think it was reversed because Cobra Commander was more of the Starscream. Right. Go figure with the voice actor.
Not just because of the voice, And
not just because of the voice, but like Destro was also more serious, like Megatron was, right?
Okay, so I'm an outsider. I thought that at some points Soundwave or Shockwave, didn't he take over as leader for a while?
You're thinking Galvatron, maybe?
No, the purple gun dude.
Galvatron was a purple gun guy too.
Okay, well, the purple gun dude with one eye.
So that's
Shockwave.
In the comics, that happens, depending on which comic. Like in Dreamwave. In Dreamwave, that happens. I think in Marvel, he gets ambitious. I don't know. I'll back the Sky. See, now I have to back the Skybound run because I haven't given the 80s Marvel run a proper read out of one issue here, one issue there, but he was more ambitious there, definitely.
Okay.
Right. So in the comics, I think that happened. right? In Dreamwave, he definitely did that. Because when the Autobots were on Earth and Decepticons were on Earth, Shockwave united Cybertron and put everybody under him.
Oh, okay, that's probably where I saw it, because I didn't really follow the cartoons, but I did read the comic.
But depends which comic you're talking about, because the Dreamwave comic where that happened was in the 2000s. Marvel, I'm not sure.
Then no.
Right? It may have happened in the Marvel run. I only read like 10 issues in the Marvel run when I was a kid, so I don't know.
My introduction to Shockwave. My introduction to Shockwave was in one of the books that came out, not one of the comic books necessarily, but like, you know how back then, like all the toy lines had like the separate medias and stuff like that. And there were some Transformers books. And I remember being introduced to Shockwave in that. And I just thought he was the coolest fucking thing ever. Because I was like, damn, look at this, Cyclops looking motherfucker.
Yeah, he is cool.
He was cool as shit. And then like later, and again, I never had his toy or anything like that. But then later getting kind of back into Transformers a little bit and looking into him a little bit more, I was like, dude, I picked a hell of a guy to think was cool as shit looking. This guy's a badass. Because again, he's like Dr. Mindbender. He was conducting all kinds of fucked up experiments on the Autobots and everything. Like,
In the IDW comics, he definitely does a bunch of that.
Yeah,
right?
he does.
Like
he's
a big deal.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I did pick him up the newer one that just dropped not too long ago. About a year ago. I got
Energon?
It's a good one.
Yeah. I'm way behind on comics. I got to finish reading the Marvel G.I. Joe run. I got to read the Transformers G.I. Joe or Transformers Marvel run. I got to get into Skybound. Right. There's a lot to read.
I like books with pictures. Oh,
yeah. There's a magazine out there called Legion's Magazine. Read that.
I heard that's some great reading material.
It's not a lot of reading in the first issue.
I figured it's got to be a lot of pictures. I mean, think of what we're into.
It is a lot.
Damn! Look at that.
Oh, what?
There it is. That's Shockwave
that's
there,
Shockwave
baby.
in the box. That's an original box.
Yep.
That looks like Christmas '85.
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
That's so cool.
Lucky, dude. That was the coolest gun.
85.
Shockwave was one of the only figures that was actually worth getting back then too, though. Like when he transformed, he still looked like the actual character, and he moved well.
Soundwave would be another.
Soundwave was, like, in my opinion, the best as far as the toys went. Him and Optimus, because of the way that after they transformed and the way they moved. And Shockwave was another decent one because, like, Megatron, like, couldn't really move all that much.
Megatron was janky. Oh,
wow!
Damn!
Look at that box. Oh,
got them all.
See, you know why I didn't? You know why I didn't have these? Because I had Castle Grayskull and Snake Mountain and Fright Zone. Your parents had to pick your pricier toys, right? So, like, you were either getting Transformers or you getting Motu play sets.
Well, like
Lawrence getting a flag.
Like Kenzo says, I've always been kind of a snob. When I was a kid, I hated Transformers. I loved watching the cartoon, but I hated the toys because they didn't look, when they were robots, they didn't look like the characters that I knew from the cartoon.
Yeah.
They were all blocky and weird, and like they had almost no articulation. I loved the lore. I just did not like the toys.
And that was like one of the things I was talking about earlier tonight is the engineering that goes into like our modern day transform. Oh, now he's got to go with the Superflex. He's like, I had all that and Castle Grayskull. Fuck you.
That's badass.
That's
that
me
is
Pop Blender.
Great. Nice. Tell us how you rolled out a Pop Blender stream again last week so you win a dragon? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, right. I still
Childhood
listen,
friends. He was like, nah, fuck this guy. I got to go get a dragon.
Oh, cousin.
Hey,
Well, he
fellas,
succeeded,
I gotta
so it's
get
all that
going.
matters.
Thanks for having me on. Super fun hanging
Joe,
out with you
always
guys.
a pleasure,
Take care,
brother.
Joe. Take care, Joe.
Nice meeting you, Joe.
Later, Joe, man.
Later, Joe.
Good night.
Later, Joe.
Easy, Joe.
See you,
See
buddy.
you next week, brother.
I'm always sad when Joe leaves. I don't know what it is.
I know. I freaking always
It's
love
the
that.
mustache. We long for that
It
mustache.
It is. Like my mustache envy goes away, but then I realized my mustache can still never be as cool as Joe's. So.
I think what it is Joe's like a sentimental favorite because like he doesn't have his own channel. He just got on here through sheer passion, not live streaming on his own, not doing videos on his own. He just got it because everyone liked him. That's it.
And I don't think I know anybody that's more passionate about what they collect than when he started doing the Legion stuff. And I mean, he obviously was about classics with Motu, but just to hear him talk about it and just like all you have to do is say one little thing, and he's like, he could run with it for days. He just loves it. He genuinely loves the line.
It's not just like Mythic Legions. Like he has followed the Four Horsemen through classics, into Gothatropolis, into Seventh Kingdom or 10th Kingdom, whatever the name of it is. I can never remember. Like he followed all their in between projects before they even launched Mythic Legions, and it's impressive. But I understand why, because I was just thinking about it the other day, and I've said it before. It's the Four Horsemen have impacted how I look at toys pretty much my entire life. They started working with McFarlane back in the day. And we all know, like, when McFarlane first started coming out with, like, Spawn toys and stuff, there was nothing that looked like that on the market at the time. Like, even Toy Biz, like, they look cool, but they weren't as cool as what he was putting out. Now, mind you, yes, again, some of those figures were more statuesque. Right. Then he started doing, like, his movie Maniacs, which, again, were, like, insanely detailed. That was the first time I ever remember a toy looking exactly like it freaking did in the movie, right? Like the Freddy, the Jasons he was putting out, like they literally looked like they just jumped off the screen. And how much stuff. I don't
know if they had anything to do with that, but I know McFarlane put that shit out.
Right? Again, like
sports picks.
Yeah. His McFarlane's vision for how he wanted toys to look and everything like that was great. Now, mind you, it did sacrifice a lot of, articulation, posability, like self-posability, let's face it, because he posed the shit out of it for you, but if you wanted it to do much else than that, it wasn't going to happen.
I know. He always tried to add it, too, and it was always in the weirdest places that didn't...
Right? Like, yeah, he's got articulation in his arm.
The arm goes like this, but there's a swivel in it, so it could go like this, too.
Yeah. It goes like this, which makes no fucking sense, because never have I ever wanted to put my arm just randomly out at this angle. I mean, aside from maybe when I fall off the shelf.
Right? If he got ran over by a truck or something, it'd be a perfect pose.
Yeah,
right?
He would look like that. But, it made no sense to put a point of articulation here. This was retarded. But, excuse me, I shouldn't use that phrase. Some people don't like that phrase. But, yes, it was a very poor decision.
You're at 1 a.m. You're at 1 a.m. on
Yeah, everybody's tuned out at this point. We're down to 22 people from the 50 that we're watching.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where just like I followed all of that, and then like I didn't know who the guys were that started making Masters of the Universe figures in the 2000X period. Like I didn't know who they were, but I thought those figures looked nuts, and like the new sculpts on He-Man and how they look for the new show, and I was like, this looks so much cooler than like the ones that I had as a kid because of this detail. This is freaking phenomenal.
Yeah.
I didn't realize who did that until like, I got the DVD sets years later for that series. Wow. And they mentioned this company, the Four Horsemen. And that's also when I found out about classics and everything else because I'd missed the bandwagon on classics. So, like, literally, like, finding out about all this stuff, the Four Horsemen just influenced the way I pictured toys, the way I looked at toys my entire life. I just had no idea. And now I'm into this line that they're doing now. And, like, I go to all these conventions. I get to meet these guys. It's, like, it's cool to think about the impact they've had on me. And now it's like, last weekend I was hanging out on a stream with Corn Boy and everything like that, just talking about this freaking dragon. So it's been a wild ride, wild life. kind of neat.
And they're so down to earth and so cool. That's the cool part too. They're just nice
really
guys,
are.
you know.
They are.
That's the insane part. Like, you just don't expect that, right? But then again, it's, you know, not to take anything away from the fact that we pretty much almost hang out every Saturday night with, you know, some toy makers on screen, like every Saturday night that are, they're just the guys, right? They're the guys.
Yep.
No.
True.
It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. It's fun. You guys are fun. That's why we're here.
Well, I still say no matter what's going on with these lives, I take more from Steve on just life lessons than toys. Shit. I enjoy talking to him about other, like everything else, you know?
Yeah, like when you have a cyst inside your, I don't know. Anyways, I won't go on.
Well, you know, you just find the sharpest, pointiest object, clean it up with some alcohol, light it on fire, sterilize it, and cut that bitch out.
Yeah.
You worry about the open gaping wound after, because that's future me's problem. Like 3 seconds from now, future me's problem.
That's right.
Yeah. Nice.
I've been known to do some bathroom surgery from time to time.
Oh, yeah.
You just go out and get the fishing line, stitch it back up. You'll be all right.
Yep, exactly.
This one's going to home arcade for his win, or his thing for on Wednesday.
Yeah, fuck that guy and his fucking.
Did you hear, Ed? I'm changing the rules now. I obviously
you kind of got to
big enough. It's not big enough to have that, because all somebody has to do is throw a big dollar amount down. So I'm going to change it to top 3, and whoever I might go to where whoever's in the top spot would get 2 spots, and then second and third to get 1 spot, and then we'd spin the wheel.
That's
or maybe I'll just do one of each, 1, 2, 3, and then spin the wheel, and then top 3 would get the opportunity for the blind box.
No, the
that
idea
would make
of
sense.
the top
Way
guy
to really
having, yeah.
So at least it's fun.
Top guy having 2 is a good idea. That's good motivation.
Yeah, I think it's just the
problem is
channel I saw it. My channel's not big enough to where if I had 200 in the stream or 100 in the stream, it'd be different. But if I've got 30 in the stream and one guy drops $50, it's over. You know, so it's like,
and especially if it's Mr. Home Arcade, because he's just going to up you. If you went 51, he's going to come back with 52.
Right. And so I thought, you know, let's just do it that way, especially because he did it so early. It just killed everything, killed the vibe about it. So it was like, shit. Well, I appreciated it. Hell yeah, I was happy about it. But if I do the top 3, then at least, you know, well, Ed, you would have had a shot after that too. And it's, you know.
Right. Because if you come in and lose after the first 5 minutes, no one's going to super chat you because there's no chance for them to get into it.
And Bud said it best last night. He said you pay to play, not pay to win.
Right.
And that's perfect, you know.
Yeah.
So it'll be top 3 from next week on.
That's cool. Yeah, because I caught all that on the replay and saw what happened and everything. I was like,
it hurt
kind of bums out because like, no, you feel great because you got this really awesome super chat, right? Like, that's awesome. Like, we're not taking anything away from that.
No.
But like, yeah, it really killed the idea for anybody else because not everybody else is flush with cash that can just do that kind of thing.
Even Ed told me after, he goes, I was going to do a little more he goes, but then that 50 came in, I was done. I was like,
yeah, like, how do you outbid that, you know?
But, you know, you live and learn. I'm glad it happened on the first one, so now I can just change it moving forward.
So you learn for the rest. Yeah.
So it'll be fun. And I'll have some really good blind boxes.
Give you money when you're doing lives? Because that never happens to me.
Well, I started doing a thing last week where I'm going to do for super chats. I'm changing it now to where whoever has them, once we pass 25, we got to pass 25 to start collectively on $25. Once it goes past 25, whoever's in the top 3 at the end of the stream will go on a wheel, and the winner will get a blind box of 3D printed parts. You know, and depending on what they like, I'm going to go more toward what their choice of, you know, what they collect. And this week I did like this miniature crystal castle that I had printed out on top of the blind box. So, and I'm going to do that for the next 3. Yeah, that's the big old She-Ra one. Well, did you see the 3-footer I put on? Look at that. I printed a 3-footer.
Wow.
Damn. A little bit more origins, you know.
Right, but and of course, Mr. Home Arcade, it's easy because I know he does Origins, like that's his thing, so that'll be an easy one. But if
Yeah.
somebody collects Joes or Mythics, or obviously, like I said, I followed that one dude for a while and got a bunch of Legions parts and stuff too. I was in his Patreon, so it'll be fun. We'll see.
Nice.
It was successful last week. It'll just get better.
Cool.
I have a wrench, so I'll just block.
There you go,
Mr. Home Arcade from being able to.
You see that he was quiet until the thing came up, and he was
remove
like,
his comments.
Yeah,
out of nowhere.
sorry.
He's like,
This
I'm
didn't
watching
happen.
from work, but I figured I'd throw it in there. But that was cool though. It was fun.
Yeah, so I'm also new to this YouTube stuff. That like, I mean, I've been on YouTube for almost a year now as a co-host, but I just got like a computer. I was doing it all from my phone,
Mhm.
and like I don't even know how to give people a wrench.
Oh, you just right click their name.
Yeah.
We can walk
On the stream, yeah.
Look, man,
Like-
we could walk you through all of that. You got a
Yeah.
couple of experts around here.
Not me. I'm new.
Look,
to
I've been
everything
doing
too,
this.
kinda.
Yeah.
I started the channel in 2022. It's 2025 now. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I figure it out as I go.
Mhm.
And I've got people who've had channels like Ken. Ken had a channel a little bit longer than me, and like Punk, and everybody that helped guide me, Mega J. Like, I have plenty of people on standby that help me out when I need that extra. What the fuck am I doing?
Yeah. Well, if you're on your computer, the best thing, if you just open it up on your phone, then you click them, and then if you hold your finger on it, you can just give them a wrench that way.
Yeah, that's basically like the equivalent of right.
Do you what streaming service do you use, or do you use StreamYard, or do you just
StreamYard.
So you would
the
have to
UK.
do it outside of StreamYard to give them a wrench.
Yeah.
You couldn't do it from
Right.
your computer.
You got to
That's
do
what
it
you have to do
on
from your phone.
YouTube.
Yeah. So
Oh,
that's
so
I learned that.
So if I'm on the tomb and I want to give somebody a wrench, I could just open my phone and do it.
Onto their name in the chat, and then it'll
Yeah.
say add as a mediator or moderator. Sorry, moderator.
Nice.
Here's a question for you. When you're doing it, how many screens are you using on your computer?
2.
So you got a 2 monitor setup. One of the things that I do is, like, here on my laptop, this is the one I use for StreamYard, so that way I'm looking at the camera. On my other page over here, this is where I have this stream pulled up in YouTube
for the chats.
So I can navigate chats and everything like that over here on StreamYard screen. But any type of sheriffing or policing that I have to do with the chat, for the most part, I'm going to take care of that on YouTube, because YouTube gives you more controls over your chat as far as policing it than StreamYard does. StreamYard's very basic, like delete, ban, put in timeout, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, where you can actually, I can go look at, so like I can pull up K-Dogs in the chat. I can go pull it up and I can go look at his channel activity. I can see everything that he's done, like in previous stream. Like, I can look up all that information about K-Dog just by clicking their name on the side. That's kind of how you can find out who a troll is if they're using an assumed name.
Yeah. And speaking of which, Andrew Davis messaged me to ask if his message got deleted because he put the word "kill" in there. I'm like, I don't think any of us deleted your message. I think
none of us
YouTube,
would have.
I think
YouTube
YouTube
does.
zapped it, right? And he's like, who has StreamYard control or who has
trigger
mod controls? I'm like, 4 or 5 of us have the ability, and even a couple who are not on screen right now have the ability. But we probably
got to
didn't use
remember.
it. YouTube probably zapped it.
His comment didn't even show up. So it was gone.
Yeah. So that was YouTube.
Yeah, so YouTube zapped it because we would have seen it. It would have stayed on StreamYard if YouTube zapped it.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like, YouTube has their own, like earlier we were talking about mentioning a certain mustachioed fellow's name. YouTube, whether we like that term or not, YouTube's guidelines may not like that word.
Yeah,
that's why
switch the letters. Call him Hilter.
Right. Hilter.
Or use a number in between or something, like a 3.
Fiddler.
You know,
So,
you can say an
but-
ATSI, but you can't throw an N in front of it, kind of thing. Like they
But-
don't like those kind of terms.
But if you don't monetize, it doesn't matter, right?
They can still pull your content.
It still matters, yeah. It still
and
matters.
they can still restrict you
They can
even
kill your
beyond
stream midstream.
monetization.
Yeah.
But
So,
you know,
we had-
like the impact.
Punk with Toys was on here one night, and Corey, that was on earlier, was showing off a wooden Mandalorian blaster, and YouTube pulled Punk's stream right off the tube because it was showing a
weapon,
a boom boom.
Pew pew.
It was showing a pew pew.
Yep.
I mean, seriously, it was a Star Wars gun, so it
Yep.
literally is a pew pew.
Yep.
That's
wooden Star Wars.
Meanwhile, we have people out here on YouTube that actually do content about nothing but guns.
They have to register that before they actually are able to do that, though, as educational.
Right. It's got to have some kind of educational flavor to it. Like,
And same thing with copyright infringement. Like that one time Mega J had me over to watch the first episode of Thundercats and the anniversary, and we got through the scene right after they were naked, you know, and then right after that it just completely shut down the stream because he was playing Thundercats and it was copyright.
one night I had because one of the things that I did early on for my Patreon subscribers, I tried to do Patreon exclusive like Patreon only streams. So one of the ones I did, we pulled up a website where we watch cartoons. So this video is private. It's not publicly listed. Nobody can see it except people who were invited to it. And we started airing cartoons. I got a website that I can go to where I can watch all kinds of cartoons from like any time. And you know, you just bring it up and you start watching it. Man, I tell you what, we got through a couple of episodes of a couple of different cartoons. But I tell you what, do not bring up Conan the Adventurer and start playing it, because the moment that like theme song hits, like 2 seconds into Conan the Adventurer, they were like, "Nah, fuck this, kill this stream." Like,
Well,
mind
that's
you,
because that fucking cartoon is terrible.
I love that cartoon. I thought it was great, but yeah, like,
cheesy cartoons are great to me. I love that shit.
yeah. Well, it was like a kid-friendly version of Conan, so I wasn't mad about it. Like, it's just certainly not the Conan books.
But also they change it month to month, year to year, whoever purchases the property or anything like that, because there's so many that you could play for a certain amount of time, and then all of a sudden so and so purchased that and they completely pull those copyright. You know,
that's what Punk's having the issue with his intro. His intro, the people that owned his original intro music were completely fine with him using it or whatever like that. And now whoever owns that music library or whatever was like, no. And he's had that intro music for well over a year, like several years, and then suddenly just had to change it up. That's kind of why I like this past week. He was like, yeah, I said, fuck that. I'll just not monetize it. When he goes, and I'll edit that portion out later so it doesn't get dinged. And I'm like, that's great.
That song's so much cooler too. His original I can't use. I like it so much better.
Yeah. Punk gets censored because of the state of Ohio. They hold a grudge. They're not happy about it.
Talk so bad about him, right?
YouTube headquarters is secretly in Ohio.
And every time the word comes up in his live, that ding ding. And
they got a counter somewhere. Every time he says something about Ohio.
Ohio.
Wow.
I hate Ohio.
Ohio. Freaking Moss man.
Oh, Phil, I hate Ohio.
Yes, good shit.
Well, guys, I tell you what, it's almost 4:30 here. We've been going almost 6. Oh, you know what? Nah, we haven't hit the 6 hour mark in a while. We're gonna hit 9 minutes. We can go for 9 more minutes. You know, hanging out, talking about something. We got to hit that 6 hour mark. We haven't done that in a while. And I'd say last week was quite a bit shorter than everybody's used to, because we had to make time to jump onto the next channel, do the Let's Go Off-World for the telethon. So we'll keep this thing going.
Here's a boojaboo part.
Ooh, oh, you got that bow? Is that the Voltec piece? Yeah, that's all the Voltec stuff. Nice.
Boojaboo's awesome too, man.
So that's the Origins Voltec, right?
Well, cartoon collection, yeah. Yeah, the one they just did.
Right.
The one they just dropped. Yeah. So
yeah, it's still Origins. It's Origins Cartoon Collection. Yeah, at least that's how they've listed it as on Mattel's site.
Yeah.
I know some people are making the bigger distinction, just calling it cartoon.
I don't care. Yeah, they're all. I mean, Origins and
they're all
so
Origins.
Close. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah. Up all night, sleep all day.
Well, I just got this guy I was pretty excited about. This is what I was trying to finish doing some pictures on. He's been out for a couple years, but I just
that
got
Jigsaw.
him. Yeah.
Jigsaw. Yeah. I saw your pictures on IG with the ramen racer. It looks pretty good.
I am personally not much for Marvel Legends these days, but that was one that I could not find, and I wish I would have got.
I looked I didn't keep up with Legends really, and I still don't, but I didn't realize they made this figure, and I saw somebody else show it off, I think was Legends series, and I said, Is that a Jigsaw custom? He's like, no, dude, this is a Legend. Like,
that was a hard one
a couple years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a 2022 is what was on the box. And so after I found out they made it, I was trying to hunt it down, and like I get it on eBay, but I wanted to find it.
You ain't trying to pay that eBay price.
Oh, he's only about $35 on eBay.
Oh, so that's not much.
No, he's on there. But I couldn't. I looked all over for him, trying to find him anywhere, and Crow was at a show up there in Ottawa, and I was like, man, see if they've got a Legends Jigsaw, and I said, I wish I'd asked you to look for it, and he said, well, I'm going back tomorrow. I think I saw that figure, and I was like, well, if it's reasonable, pick it up for me. And he did. So I was like, oh, hell yeah. And he had the figure and was in the process of, it was in transit when I went to Toylanta, and I found him in Toylanta. I saw him, and I'd have bought him, but I didn't because Crow had
one coming
out. Yeah. So this figures looks badass. I mean, he's
Did you get the Punisher set that just came out?
Yeah, that new Punisher set, because he's going to look good with that.
Yeah, that's the main thing that sparked me to get when that set was coming out. I was like, well, I've definitely got to get this Jigsaw now, one way or the other. And
I've got way better looking villain.
Yeah, head sculpt.
The only thing I don't like about that new Punisher is the way they did the eyes on the skull.
Yeah, that's about the only bad thing about it. I wish we'd have got a head sculpt without the headband, but that is the War Journal looking Punisher. So I've got
a War Journal.
I wish they would have given him boots instead of just having his bodysuit socks. That's the only really complaint I have.
I do like what Tony did to him with the white boots and gloves. That I like that look much better. But I'm happy with that Punisher figure.
Yeah, I've always liked the Punisher. The only time I didn't actually like the way the Punisher looked in one style or another was one of the more recent books where he took over the hand and they changed his skull to the demon skull. It's not like first off, part of the reason for that was because they were trying to separate it from the overuse of his emblem, that the way it's been used lately by others.
Co-opted.
Everybody.
But I mean, in the end though, Frankencastle is always a great story. Which that was a cool Marvel Legends figure they did.
Yeah.
But the that's the only one that I didn't really care for. And honestly, he's still the same character. He just wasn't the skull emblem so iconic with the character, kind of thing. But I can also let that go. I just don't have to read that. I mean, let's face it, he's also been the Ghost Rider, cosmic Ghost Rider, and rolling around with freaking baby Thanos. Weird story, but okay.
Yeah, I like this. This is my Punisher right here. So
yeah,
I dug these out because I wanted to do that cover picture with Jigsaw. So I've got all of that 6-part series I dug out for more pictures with Jigsaw.
Nice.
Yeah, I certainly like the old classic Punisher and stuff like that. But for me, like my big thing that made me fall in love with the Punisher was when Punisher Warzone came out, in the 90s with John Romita doing the art. Oh, man, such a good story. And then they reused most of that in the movies, which I was happy to see them do it on the big screen. Like freaking stringing that guy Mickey upside down and then popping him with the freaking popsicle. Like, oh yeah, and then hitting the steak on the side with the freaking torch to make that
torching the steak.
They made a video game out of that too.
Yeah. It was funny that they did that, and like, man, I remember when that scene popped up in the comics, I was like, so he's not just gonna kill people, but he's got that reputation that it's like, you know how to get inside his head and be like, yeah, he knows I'm crazy as shit and I'm more than likely gonna kill him, but you know what? Let's see what I can get before that point.
Yeah, I've got an idea that I want to do with Punisher and Jigsaw, because I've got that Punisher's he's in my Raider van, and so my phone that I've got a Z Flip, so I can do that and get the camera inside the back of the van.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, good idea. I've been trying to figure out how to get my phone in front of so I can take pictures through the window. It doesn't fit very well, so.
It barely fits, but it
you could buy a camera and a $600 probe lens and just put the lens inside.
Yeah, there you go. But I gotta say, yeah, it's great to have that Jigsaw figure with that Punisher, because again, they look good together and way better than dick fingers that came with that Punisher.
How does the Punisher figure fit inside the van, Darren?
Hang on, I'll show you. I got it right here. He takes some finagling, but he does fit.
That was the main thing. When I first saw the van coming, I was like, ooh, I'd love to have that in a good Punisher figure.
So, Largo, to answer your question, they're supposed to have that on BBTS after some point in time.
Oh, there's a much better one coming, guys. Never mind. I didn't say anything. You didn't hear anything.
Nope.
Heard nothing.
I know all about it, man. Yep.
Yeah. And I think Axion probably does too. Sorry.
Yeah.
You gotta do a lot of pre-posing.
Yeah.
But he does fit in.
Yeah. I got some of the standard size Mezcos to fit into the front seat pretty good, but like Monster Force doesn't fit in there at all. And the driver's side.
Neither do Mythic Legions very well.
That's crazy though. It's a 1/12 scale, and having a hard time fitting the 1/12 scale figures in it.
Well, that is the thing, but also like Marvel Legends aren't really 1/12 scale.
No.
Like SH Figure Arts is much closer to actual 1/12 scale.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's slightly smaller.
Yeah, well, it's actually a lot smaller.
Yeah, it's really considered 6-inch scale nowadays instead of 1/12. 1/12 is true, like 1/6 or 6 inches.
Yeah, 1/12 scale is like, I mean, that stuff would work with all the dollhouse shit you could find for 1/12 scale.
Monster Force. So much Monster Force.
Oh yeah.
Monster Force is a cool looking line. I haven't gotten any of it, but it's a cool looking line.
It's quality stuff too, man. They're really good.
Yeah, I bought one because of you.
I know.
Forgotten King.
Which
one did you get, Kenzo?
He got the Delta Red.
Oh, the Delta Red was my favorite even before. Right? Even before it came out. I was like, wow, that's a good figure. Right.
So I will still say, like, I will die on this hill that the Primal Kilowog is probably my favorite werewolf figure that's out there right now. This thing is nuts. And I mean, I still
haven't had any problems with your joints yet, Oz?
Nope.
Damn.
Nope.
I heard the Primal one is so much better than the other one. It's not because it's.
I think it's sold out now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sold out. Both versions are.
See, I wanted to get another one of these before they sold out. I just didn't have the extra scratch, but that's okay. Maybe I'll find one at a show somewhere and I'll be able to pick one up. But
Largo's got a question, Ken.
No, I answered him in the chat.
Oh, you did? Okay, never mind. 112.
Oh, what scale is Ken? Sorry, I thought you said what scale is it? As in,
No, he was asking you what scale you were.
So
Largo
Ken's
knows
scale
about
is definitely 1/18 because I can pick Ken up and put him in my pocket.
Yeah.
let's just do a Game of Thrones reference. Yeah.
Half. There you go.
It's just straight half.
That's awesome.
Well, we're not going to call you an imp, Ken. So.
That's right.
I drink and I know things.
That's right.
True statements. Did Ken just become our Peter Dinklage?
Yeah.
I related to that character so much. They're like,
K-Dog brings in the real questions now. Which Ken?
Yeah, not this one, not that one, but yeah, this one.
It's like when what was the name of that swordsman that was like the mistress of Daenerys? I forgot his name. Dario Naharis? Was that who it was? Right? He asks Tyrion, he's like, sorry, why would we bring you on this mission? It's like, can you fight? He's like, I have fought. Can you ride a horse? Middling. So you mostly talk. And he's like, and drink. I've survived so far. And they're like, no, you stay here. You run the city. We'll go on the secret mission. Right? You run the politics.
Yeah,
he was good. I mean, he was good. You can't really argue with that. It's sound logic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys.
gents. Well, yeah.
We hit that 6 hours, so we're going to kill it here.
It's time for
Hope
a
you all
bowl
have an
cereal.
amazing rest of your night.
Tried it.
And, we'll
I'm
see
gonna
you all
watch
next
Black
week.
Mirror.